Hello, my name is Lindsay. I'm a 19-year-old female living in Pennsylvania with my parents and two of my sisters. We live in a rural area, and there isn't much that goes on out here. I listen to your stories every single morning at work and always wish I had a scary story of my own to share. Well, tonight, I got my own frightening tale. To preface the story a bit, my older sister and I have been hiking once before this experience, so we are not pros by any means. However, we always bring some safety items such as pocket knives, flashlights, and a medical kit. For this story, I will not be using my sisters' names for their anonymity. My older sister will be called Mary, and my younger sister will be referred to as Farrakha. So it was Farrakha's birthday, and she has never really been hiking. So we figured we would bring her on a little hiking trip to take advantage of the beautiful weather. The area we walked at prior is part of the state game lands. Hikers are permitted on the mountain trails during the off-season of hunting. However, not many folks know about this spot because there are no signs or anything until you walk the mile or so into the woods. By then, you reach a small parking lot of sorts that's usually empty. There are two main trails with the occasional blue dot on a nearby tree. If not for these spray paint dots to mark the path, you might not ever know that this was a trail because of how little use it really gets. Probably not the best first hiking spot for a couple of newbies like us. I know. It's super close to us and makes for a quiet hike with lots of scenery. So we decided to hike that trail again because we were somewhat familiar with it. We were excited and ready to have a nice relaxing walk through the mountain and hopefully get some cool pictures. We started walking from our house to the bottom of the hill, where we would begin our hike. On our way there, we were telling Farrakha about the trail and how beautiful it was. Mary then expresses concern that there could be animals of all sorts nearby because not many people live in this area. It's usually a site where animals would be, of course. It is woods after all. Still, I never imagined anything like what I'm about to describe would happen. After walking for about 15 minutes or so, we reached the parking lot. Mary leads the way, with me in the middle and Farrakha following closely behind. The first few steps onto the trail require walking up a small but steep hill. Mary crested the hill before Farrakha and me, and as she did, we heard a loud rustling noise to our left. I naturally chalked the noise up to some birds or maybe a squirrel messing around in the trees. But then, Mary suddenly stopped in her tracks, causing Farrakha and me to pause briefly. Just as I was about to ask her what the problem was, Mary calmly said, "Turn around, guys." Farrakha and I looked at her, confused and not understanding what she meant. I started asking why, and she said probably the scariest thing I have ever heard. "There is something over there. Run." Now, that sentence was a lot more difficult for Farrakha and me because we know Mary very well, and she doesn't scare easily. So to hear the apparent panic in her voice as she ordered us to run away from something that neither Farrakha nor I saw was terrifying. Mary and Farrakha immediately started sprinting back down the small hill as I was still standing in my place. I quickly looked behind me, but I didn't see anything. I did hear something, though. I was still baffled because I had not seen anything, and Mary never said what she saw. I ran over to Mary and Farrakha, who were waiting for me just before the entrance to the parking lot. I think part of the reason I hesitated to run right away was because I thought Mary might have been exaggerating a little. I should have known by the look on her face that she was not messing around. I had a miniature hatchet multi-tool and pocket knife on my belt, and you better believe I had them at the ready. I had no idea what I was expecting, but I knew whatever might run out of the woods behind us would get a face full of stainless steel. When I reached my sisters, I asked Mary where we were running from. She told us to keep moving as she constantly looked back at the trail that we had just come from. She even told us to jog just in case it followed us. We did. After flying a quarter mile, Mary finally told us what we were running from. She said she looked in the direction of the noise we had all heard and saw a huge gray figure hunched over about 10 feet off the trail. She described it to be at least the height of Farrakha, around 5'6". It had long, gray, patchy-looking hair and/or fur. She said it looked bipedal, but she didn't stick around long enough to take in every detail about the figure. However, she did note that it looked like it was shuffling toward us. I believe that made her get us out of there so fast. She must have feared that we were going to be chased. I have never believed in monsters or cryptid, but Mary said she honestly has no idea what that thing was. We don't have any animals in Pennsylvania that match that description, at least as far as I know. I know that black bears sometimes stand on their hind legs, but they are not gray, and it didn't sound big enough to be a bear. The only other thing it might have been was maybe a human, but why would someone be dressed like that, and why would they hear us distressed and not call out to us and let them know that they were not a threat? Maybe someone was doing drugs and was scared they would be busted. I don't know. I swear I've gone through every scenario. I don't know if I believe in Bigfoot or anything like that, but who knows? When we were almost home, Mary told us that she used to go to the bus stop with two of the neighbor kids years ago. She said that they would always walk, and they would hear this mysterious animal. Sometimes they would see it walking around the woods near their house, which is very close to the state game lands. They described it the same way, and said that it definitely looks like it's some sort of ape creature. At first, she did not believe them because she had never seen such a thing herself. But once, when the neighbor kid's grandmother was with them at the bus stop, Mary asked about this mysterious animal. The grandmother has always been religious and didn't seem to be the type to believe in something like these Bigfoots. But, to Mary's surprise, the grandmother said she also had witnessed the mysterious animal lurking around. Moreover, our house is just across the lawn from where our neighbors claimed to spot this unknown Bigfoot creature. I'm not sure if these two experiences are related. Besides, that was many, many years ago. But could the figure Mary encountered in the woods tonight be the mystery animal they saw all those years ago? Maybe it was a human or an animal. Who knows for sure? But what I do know is, I don't think I'll ever be hiking on the state game lands anytime soon. When I was 21 years old, I decided to go out with a bunch of friends in the woods. We decided to hang out after dark. Now we all had booze and flashlights. Two of us had guns and I had my knife. The walk was long through the woods to get to a cliff with a beautiful view to see the sunset, and we were going to drink and get high. Nothing too major, just some weed. We got to the spot with no problem, and at the top of this cliff, there was a big rock you could stand behind, and nobody would see you. So we sat on the cliff, our backs to the rock and the forest behind the rock. We have a friend, let's call him Jeff. He got up and said that he had to take a pee. We told them to be careful as it was getting dark, and there were cougars and bears in the woods, so I told them to hurry up and be quick, and if anything happened, scream. So he went behind the rock, and we could hear him start to do his business. We were all just sitting there smoking and drinking, when suddenly we heard this loud, almost ear-piercing screech. We all thought it was a mountain lion, so we went to check on Jeff. He was standing there with his pants down around his ankles, this bewildered look on his face, and he had looked white as a ghost. It was almost like he had seen one. We were looking around and we noticed this vast gaping hole in the forest where we could hear something running away. This hole was easily 7 or 8 feet tall, and about 3 or 4 people across. It was enormous. There was no way a bear or a cougar could have made a hole like that, and the sounds of the thing running away almost sounded like a Bigfoot or something. It was so heavy and forceful. Interestingly enough, in the area where I lived, we have tales of something called the Mogollon monster, which is like a Bigfoot in a sense. This creature is 7 or 8 feet tall and very big, and no one has ever gotten a good look or picture of it. We don't know what happened to that night as Jeff refuses to talk about it, and we don't know what he saw. Some of us chased after it. It was running so freaking fast. It was much quicker than us, and we were gunning it. It got away because we didn't know what it was, what happened, or what Jeff saw. We can only assume that something else was out there that night, and it scared the bejesus out of us. Hello, my name is Clara. I've been a big fan of the show for quite some time. I live in the upper state of Michigan, and I love to hike and camp along with some hunting. I went out one day with my stepdad to go hunting so we could catch some deer and whatnot. Once we got out to where we were hunting, we packed up the gear we had brought from our house. I smelled something foul, like a pile of garbage or rotting fish mixed with some lousy body odor. We ignored it as we thought it was something dead lying nearby. We made our way through the woods onto a beaten down path that we had found. Once we got quite a ways down it, we stopped and took a couple of minutes to take a break. We heard a massive crack in the background behind some large bushes, like something had broken a big branch. My stepdad instinctively grabbed his sidearm from his holster, which is when whatever it was growled at us and sped off. Whatever it was, it sounded big and very quick. We ignored it and hiked even faster to where we needed to go. Once we got there, we set up camp and started to make lunch. We had a hot dog and a side of salad. As we ate, I began to smell that putrid smell again, almost making me vomit my food. I had to pee, so I went off. With it being near dusk, I grabbed a flashlight and a hunting knife that I had brought with me. I squatted down as I was about to take a pee until I saw something move in the distance. I shined my flashlight at whatever was moving. I could see orange or red glowing eyes shining as I became frightened. I pulled my pants back up and ran back to the camp. I told my dad what had happened and he went to check it out. After a couple of minutes, I heard a scream in the direction my dad had walked off. He ran back panicking. He had blood oozing down his knee. I asked him what had happened, but he stayed in silent mode. He packed our stuff as fast as possible and walked quickly back to the truck. Once we got halfway there, we heard a loud call from something that I had never heard before. At that moment, we started running as fast as we could, nearly tripping over roots and rocks, until after a couple of minutes or so, we finally made it back to our truck, packed everything in the back, and sped out of there like a bat out of hell. We came home and went to sleep, but before that, I saw his knee, and it looked like a big rock had hit it. We take our 2 dogs outside to their kennel so they can get out of the house for a while and run and play. These are not small dogs. One is a black lab husky mix, and the other is a full-blooded Staffordshire Terrier, or a pit bull. The kennels are placed at the edge of the yard near the woods. These woods are oversized, large enough to take a day to go hiking through them. Lately, when it gets dark, the dogs seem on edge. They will bark and whine toward the house to come in. At first, I thought they just wanted to get back into the house, but now I think they're actually scared. 3 nights ago, when I went to get them, it was already pretty dark, but we have a security light, so it's not like it's pitch black or anything. I got to the front of the first kennel and noticed both dogs were absolutely silent. They constantly bark at me excitedly when I go to them, but they are dead silent this time. This weirded me out a little, but not to the point of being scared. I will admit that there was a certain uneasiness in the air though, something I can't quite explain, but it's sort of like an electric feeling, like I was about to be shocked. The longer I was there, the more uneasy I felt. I started getting out the first dog, the lab, and heard a heavy snap in the woods near the kennels. I froze. The dogs froze. By this time, I was so on edge that if someone had spoken, I would have jumped, screamed, and possibly ran for my entire life. The creepy feeling in the air just kept getting thicker. The lab had put her bushy tail stuffed underneath her and was whining. This didn't make me feel any better. The pit bull was as far away from the woods as she could be, whimpering for me to come get her. I can only take 1 dog in at a time because they get too excited and sometimes try to fight, so I avoid that at all cost. I felt so bad leaving the pitty there by herself, but I had to do it. As I walked away, she barked this high-pitched whining type of bark at me that I had never heard her do before. The lab could not get to the house quick enough. I went back for the other one and dreaded every step as her door was to the base of the woods. I would have to turn my back to the woods to open her door and get her out. As I approached the kennel, the air felt heavy and stale, with an unpleasant smell like a dead skunk. Another snap and I was ready to run for it, but I didn't want to leave my dog, who had her head defensively facing the woods. I could barely make it. It felt like trying to walk through water. I was terrified. By the time I reached the door, I heard heavy breathing behind me as I got my dog out. She was scared, but started growling behind me. I was frozen in place. The breathing continued for at least a minute before I heard steps coming toward us. We both took off at the same time. A terrifying scream came from the base of the woods. I didn't dare look back. I just ran. My pity pulled me back to the house. I got in, flipped off all the lights, and stared out the window at the woods. I could see something moving slightly, but just out of my sight. It moved back and forth about 5 times, then disappeared. It took me forever to fall asleep because I was so scared that every little noise freaked me the heck out. The next night I went to get the dogs earlier. Right around dusk, I thought all was good until I was getting my pity out. A very loud snapping sound rang out as a tree branch had just been snapped in half. It sounded far away, so I hurriedly got my dog and started walking toward the house. A few steps from the kennel, I heard something big that started charging toward me from inside the woods. We ran again, which appeared to follow for so long, then retreat. Now, every night since then I hear sounds coming out of the woods like branches breaking and being thrown around, knocking on trees and roaring. I am terrified. I no longer take my dogs down there. I take them for walks instead during the day and make sure we are all in before dusk. I don't know what to do. I'm thinking about buying a gun, but I'm not sure it will help. This story takes place during my first year being on the force. I was 19 years old at the time, and I was stationed at another community called Waswanipi. Waswanipi is in a swampy area, and it was a summer night. We got a call from a bar roughly about 30 minutes away from us. The bar is on the side of a road in a not-so-great area of this town. To keep the lives of the people who live in this small town normal, I won't name it. So it was my partner and I who responded to the call and drove for about 15 to 20 minutes. I was the one driving the car and had headlights on, the high beams. As we were going, we spotted something lying in the middle of the road. And this thing was big. At first, I thought it was a moose. It's not uncommon for moose to lay on the road because of the heat and mosquitoes. They tend to lay on the road and try to cool off. I started braking the car so hard that the tires screeched and whatever was lying there got up quickly. This thing was towering over the car. We are usually equipped with Tahoes and Suburbans. These are big SUVs, and I'm not sure if it was because of our lights. Still, it looked like this thing had red eyes looking down at us. I've never felt so scared when I saw its eyes, but the thing roared at us and ran away, which was far too fast to be any normal creature. My partner was paralyzed with fear when I was telling him to call backup, so I had to call it in myself. And I remember trying to explain to dispatch what we encountered without sounding crazy. Still, after about 15 minutes or so, our backup finally arrived. We checked out where the thing ran to, and honestly, even with the backup, I didn't feel safe at all because this thing was huge. We had Glocks, and pistols don't do shit to these things. Now you can imagine how I felt with this gun, knowing that this guy couldn't bring down a bear on its own, and this thing was much more significant than a bear and a moose. We walked a couple of meters away to investigate what we encountered. After a few meters, we saw this thing knocking down trees. We decided to walk back to our cars. You could tell every single one of us was shaken up. I swear walking back to the cars I heard knocking on the trees. After returning to the cars, I thought to myself, if we had continued following the trail this thing was leaving behind, what would have happened to us if we re-encountered it? A few days later, people reported seeing it from Waswanipi to Senatare. In conclusion, I firmly believe I saw a Bigfoot that night. Quick side story. When I was younger, I stayed with my grandparents, and my grandfather had a friend who came over to visit us. He told me a folk tale or a myth, whatever you would like to call it. He said that Bigfoots were common before the colonial days and would attack native camps and take children. But apparently, every native tribe would come together and have war with the Bigfoots, and they kept it a secret when the colonizers came. That's why there are fewer sightings. I'm not sure if he was telling me the truth or lying to scare me, but it kind of makes sense. Well, the occasional sightings part. That's just me. I was 27 years old and working at a Boy Scout camp far up in the woods of Northern California. Where I worked had a large population of black bears, which for the most part were relatively harmless and easy enough to scare away with a shot from a rifle. However, we had many Boy Scouts at this camp weekly, sometimes as many as 500 heads, and with a lot of vastly spread out campsites, there are going to be a few campers who sleep with candy bears in their pockets and make themselves a pre-packaged dinner snack for a bear. I tell you this because black bears love Reese's peanut butter cups. As part of the staff often, I was scheduled for bear watch and strolled the entirety of the camp with a rifle, going from site to site making my presence known to ensure that bears would not come anywhere nearby. On one of these routine nights, everything was more still and quiet than usual, and I remember finding it rather odd and unsettling. I had just checked in on the camp the furthest away from all the other campsites. It was a good half-mile away from the base proper. As I'm strolling along the trail and the runs beside the lake, I stopped to take a number 1 and light a joint that I had stashed away for such an occasion of being out by the lake at 2 in the morning. As human beings, we have natural gut feelings we must always adhere to for survival. There was a gut feeling I had something was amiss. Not only was it unusually still and quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched and was certainly not alone. I nervously took a few puffs from my J and then put it out, now more aware of the unnerving sense in the air. I have been face to face with a bear before. Even a mountain lion has stalked me. I've slept a little too close to the den of a coyote before as well. But this was different. I didn't sense that I was in the presence of anything like that. The smell was absolutely overwhelming. It did not smell like any bear I've ever experienced. It was almost sour but still musky. I'll never forget the smell, but I can never find the words to describe it adequately. As I reached for my flashlight before considering readying my rifle, a massive boom hit the ground, falling from the trees above and nearly knocking me on my ass from the sheer force of it. I reached for my flashlight and had fallen to the ground. as I heard something significant, something massive, running away from me into the tree line up into the hill above. Immediately, I considered it probably the biggest bear I had ever come across, and black bears can be spooked rather easily, so I considered myself lucky. But as I lay there, hyperventilating, shaking, and quaking in my boots, I started to feel the sound of the beast running away. It didn't sound like the stride of a black bear in flight. It sounded bipedal. It sounded human. I braced, stood up, and readied my rifle, released the safety, and shot upward toward the lake. It woke up many campers and scout leaders alike. I stood alone for 10 minutes before the camp leader and some other staff came to me. During that time, I had my flashlight out and was inspecting the scene. Whatever it was that had dropped from the branches above fell from possibly 20 feet, and in its wake of running away, had torn off limbs into the hill. Some of these limbs stood more than 13 feet off the ground, and some smaller trees were bent almost down into the ground. I have never seen a bear do that, that's for sure. Everyone was stumped when some of the staff and some concerned campers arrived. Most campers, to comfort themselves, insisted it was just a bear. I do know this though. No bear running on all fours stands 13 feet tall, and no bear can run on 2 feet for 12 yards uphill on 2 legs. They just don't do that. We were all thinking about it, so I'll say it. I think I encountered a Sasquatch that night. If not, I don't know what the heck that thing was, but I'm glad it was running away from me and not at me, because whatever that thing was, beast or man, it was gargantuan. and I would not have stood a chance if it had decided to confront me. It was June 2014, just under 2 years since my 2 back-to-back encounters in the Mark Twain Forest in southern Missouri. I jumped right into anything I could read or watch right after those experiences. I joined several online Bigfoot communities and read every report I could, which could be placed in my or a neighboring state, which is Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Montana. There were a lot, to say the least, and by the time of this story, if there was a theory on the subject, I had read it. If there were tips on how to up the odds of an encounter, I had read them. I had pins where all the clustered reports had occurred. A friend we will call Jay and I were camping at one of the smaller lakes southeast of the east side of the Snoqualmie Pass in Cascades of western Washington. The dirt road winds to the lakes. The trailhead has snow most years, even as late as June. It wasn't clear long, as we didn't see other car tracks through small patches of lingering snow on the road. This was an encouraging sight, and it would make for finding footprints and other things from animals a lot easier. There were few reports in the area, but there was a cluster not far west from there, and a steady stream of reports over time. East of there, in the Calais Alum area, the back end of this area had been thawed out for a while. The dark spots coming in made it impassable until now, so the forest had been awake for a bit, without the threat of human presence. Seeing we were the first one elicited a massive grin on our faces. We parked at the end of the lake, near a trailhead that takes you up to about 2 other lakes. The trail goes for miles, past the 2 upper lakes, eventually hitting the PCT. I mention this because we thought of the trail system as a highway for animals of all kinds, and this, as a possible theory, made sense to us, and the spot we chose is a choke point for the trail system. We set up in a meadow by lake number 1. It was kind of a blind corner from the trail. We hoped it would help our odds. We were confident in that since, as we decided where to set up, a mountain lion strolled up out of the corner of the trail, seemingly oblivious to us. It jumped a little when I coughed and it bolted down the trail. We laughed and set up our 2 tents. All that I had for recording was a small but sensitive audio recorder. I had a small video camera but did not have night vision. Jay had his phone. We were still fresh to the whole thing and had yet to afford much of any gear before then. We were just happy to be there at that point. It was getting late in the day, especially since the mountains on one side have enormous sheer cliffs hundreds of feet high. We decided to take a quick stroll the 1/4 mile to lake number 2. There was still snow on the trail since this spot gets almost no direct sunlight most of the time. We saw the lion tracks, as well as several other animals: elk, bear, deer, coyote. We stood and listened. This area is almost silent, minus the wind rocking the trees and the creaks they make as they sway. It was nearly too dark to see, so we returned, had dinner at the campfire, and retired to our tents. I didn't sleep for a long time. I just waited. I hoped behaving like we're sleeping would make a Bigfoot a little bit bolder than if we were awake. Sometime around 2 a.m., we were startled by screams somewhere in the distance. The echo made it impossible to determine where exactly they had come from. It went on for several minutes, but we decided it was probably a large cat and drifted back off to sleep. The morning was warm and uneventful. We spent the next day walking the trail up to where it connects to the PCT, looking for signs. None couldn't be explained away, and we were getting a little discouraged. Returning, you cross a creek and walk up to the top of a small waterfall pouring from the lake into the steep valley below. We had to walk out this side to get on the hike, and we were only about 5 hours into this. But right in the middle of the trail, as it turns into the forest going towards Lake 2, there are 2 trees over the trail that were broken into an X shape, and there's a smaller tree resting horizontally on the top of the side of the X. This didn't wind down. There weren't roots and they were broken off. And they looked pretty young and healthy. I was excited, and I also was now admittedly very nervous. Jay and I exchanged glances. We knew what this probably meant. It's why we came, sure, but remember, safety is definitely priority. Nobody wants to get wrecked. This structure was thought to be a way to mark boundaries, like a stay out sign, if you will. We took pictures, measured, noted conditions. I don't need to elaborate on the details. When ready, we passed under it and walked along lake number 2 heading for camp. Just animal prints and our previous steps, nothing too crazy or unnoticeable. There were no foot tracks anywhere else that I could see. Again, this is a choke point with nowhere to go but through. We were stumped and assumed it went to the campsite or the opposite direction as us from the X. There wasn't snow once you left the tree line, so there were no tracks. We got the fire going again, made dinner, chilled, and whispered about various topics. Just acting normal. I've heard so many times of people just acting high alert or high anxiety, and that seems to push away all kinds of animals. We were tired around 12. I hung my audio mic off the peak pole of my tent. I set it to record, lay quiet, and listened for an hour before I started to doze off. That's when I heard in the distance a crunch. Then another pause, a crunch, then nothing. It sounded like something took a step or two in the snow, but not close by. It sounded like it was probably a couple of yards away. I was nodding off, about to sleep, when the tent around me became a blur. As it collapsed on top of me towards my head, before I could even scream, the whole tent began to move. Something was dragging me. I screamed my lungs out for Jay as I felt the sharp edges of the bare bushes jab and rub both sides of me, and then I felt the snow. Where was I going? I heard Jay scream my name and it hit me. After some time, I realized it was dragging me towards lake number 2. I struggled and twisted, trying to find the zipper for the open mesh top. I saw it, put my hand through it, and pulled open. I felt it swing me in the air once, and then whoosh, I was flying. I managed to take a deep breath before I slapped the water first, and it hurt. I belly flopped on a skinny, brittle patch of ice into the frigid water. The shock hit me hard. I managed to push out and get to the surface quickly. It was only about 6 feet deep anyway, but it was enough to submerge me. My tent and all its contents. Before I knew what direction I was coming from, I heard Jay scream in terror, and seconds later his tent flew out in the dark right past me. I got to the shore as fast as I could, maybe 20 seconds later, and all I could hear was this terrible, thunderous cracking sound followed by a loud cracking and boom. Then there was silence. I was terrified, but I was also going to be hypothermic quick, so I had to rush back to the fire at the camp. I just had to hope it wasn't still there, and that Jay was okay. I approached the meadow quickly but cautiously, weaponless. I saw the fire and it was almost out. I listen and hear a quiet sobbing. It must have been Jay, so I called out and he rushes over. The look on his face made it clear he had just seen something absolutely crazy. He said when he heard me scream, he got out to see what was happening. He heard something crashing through the trees from the camp, and then heard it coming back. He quickly grabbed his keys because he couldn't find his phone in time, ran to the opposite direction from which it was coming. He barely saw it, just for a second. A massive, absolutely hairy creature. Its arm was buff. It reached out from the dark shadows of the tree line behind his tent, grabbed it, and dragged it out of sight. He screamed when it disappeared, and a moment later it stormed back to the tree line by the meadow. He watched as 2 good-sized trees fell out of the dark, one at a time, over each other. He screamed again as the 3rd tree fell from a different angle. Then, silence again. It was just wind. He crouched low, waiting to stifle his audible fear, when he heard me call for him. After we stoked the fire a lot, we helped get some flames going again, and it warmed us up a bit. We couldn't leave that fire before first light. The trail down to the vehicle was steep, slick, and if it was any darker, we would definitely be in trouble, so we waited. As soon as we could see, we cautiously ventured over to lake number 2 to see if there was anything salvageable from our sunken tents. Unfortunately, nothing really was, and in true Bigfoot encounter cliché, Every electronic gadget we had was destroyed in the water. So, no, of course, we didn't get the pictures from the trail cams or any damn fingerprints. Honestly, that night of chaos solidified it in my mind. We returned to the camp, tried to salvage what was left of it, and got out of there. Honestly, in these stories, people who see me as crazy or anybody in these types of things as crazy might actually need to open their eyes a little more. There is all kinds of stuff out there in the woods, just waiting to be discovered. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I hope you're doing well. I am a woman who spends a lot of time out in the woods hiking. You can call me Wanderer. Anyway, I have an experience that I think you and your viewers may find interesting. I live in Southern California and have been playing a sort of game with an odd creature in the local woods here. But I suppose I should explain a little bit first. Hiking and exploring is something I have done for years. It's something I really enjoy, but growing up my grandfather had always told me there were rules to do so safely. Tell people or someone the general area you'll be in and for how long. Always have a backpack of things in case things go wrong. Food, water, medical supplies, and something to keep you warm. Always treat the area line that you may be visiting as someone else's home, with respect and clean after yourself. I've always followed those basic rules and even added a few of my own as I got older, which has turned into a sort of a silly habit. I knock before I walk in and bring little extra things, almost like a small gift for the woods when I go. I bring some fruit or small nature-themed gift I make while I'm there. It was when I started doing those things that I noticed there was something in the woods watching me. It started sort of small at first when I would notice that the birds would get silent and would leave and there would be no sound anywhere for a few moments. It would be unnerving, and I'd decide that it was time to leave that area. But things would eventually return to normal, noise and everything. Eventually, a branch across the trail that wasn't there before caught my attention. Odd footprints that didn't belong to any animal I'd recognized started to show up, and too many weird things that I could even count started happening in such a short time. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's the woods, there's going to be fallen tree branches and animal prints. And I would have to say, while I would normally agree with this, things kept happening every single time I stopped. It was about the fourth time it happened when I began to wonder what was going on. It was still dead silent, not a single animal could be heard, and I hadn't seen a single sign of life in hours. I stared at the branch laying across the trail ahead of me and looked at the animal prints all over. Curiosity set in and I crouched down to look at the footprints, and that's when things got even weirder. It's a set of footprints that go from large paws to hooves back to paws and then human bare feet. They didn't overlap, but consistently they seemed to stay in a single file like it was walking forward. I was chalking this up to a bad joke or not wanting to automatically think it was something unexplainable. I was about to get up and go back on my way when a twig snapped behind me. I froze and listened, keeping still where I was crouching. I wasn't sure what it was. I was hoping it was an animal, or maybe it was just some crazy person doing all of this. Moving slowly, I reached into my backpack while whatever it was walked closer from behind. I was terrified to look, but hoped it was an animal. I could distract that thing at least. I pulled out an apple from my bag and rolled it behind me. There was a slight rustling sound like something pounced or chased after it, and I slowly stood up and briskly walked away. You never want to run away if it's an animal or a person. Whatever it was followed me for a bit on the trail, and it absolutely terrified me. It never moved faster, just keeping pace with me before suddenly it seemed to wander off. It was then that I took a deep exhale, not realizing I had been holding my breath the entire time. Shaking, I turned, finally feeling brave enough to see that I could glimpse whatever it was. There was nothing in any direction I looked. I began to feel nervous and feeling silly because it was probably something like a small raccoon or something like that. At least, that's what I tried to convince myself. With another laugh, I shifted my backpack and continued my way. But it wasn't long after I would find out that it couldn't be either of those things. Right before leaving the trail, there was another branch blocking the path, but this one had an apple on it. The apple from before that I rolled behind me. This kind of freaked me out and I began looking around, turning constantly to find who or what it was. But again, there was nothing around me. This would be the start of the game we would play. After this first experience, it took me a few days to calm down before the call of the woods got too strong, and I grabbed my bag and headed back out to hike again. I kept the routine up. I still would knock, leave my gifts, but now they would be moved and popped up somewhere else in the woods. And every now and then, something else would feel off. And sometimes I would notice that there would be a shiny rock or a feather or some sort of gnarly stick left there too. It was weirdly charming, as if they were gifting me something in return. I would laugh and take the items and put them somewhere else and find them again later, somehow moved miles away from where I had set them. If I would leave the fruit but take the item that was left with it, I'd come back to the fruit gone and it wouldn't reappear. There would be something on occasion walking behind me when we played this game. I never turned around because I was scared of whatever animal or thing this would be. I was almost scared that if I broke this sort of anonymity, the game would end. For a good while, I was convinced this was an animal of some kind and would tell my friends about it. Eventually, one wanted to come along and see it, and they wanted to see if they could spot this mystery animal. I agreed, delighted to finally share the game with someone else. This was a mistake. My friend got invasive during the hike. He walked past me before I could do my usual knocking at the beginning of the hike. This annoyed me a little because he made a big deal to drag me along with him. But shrugging it off, I followed, taking him around the trails and showing him this little game that we had been playing. Unfortunately, this is where things got bad and much more weird. The familiar trails now didn't feel as nice as they had before. They were quiet again, and there were lots of random branches all over, making it hard to make any sort of progress at a fast pace. My friend even tripped a few times. After falling and skinning his knee, we stopped for a break. I went to get some bandages out of my backpack and saw the wood round necklace I made for the game this time. Sighing because I didn't think I'd get to play it today, I hung the necklace up on a low branch and went to help my friend. He looked at the necklace and asked why I set it out so soon. I shrugged, saying I felt like we should probably go back since the trip really hadn't gone well. While we were talking though, there was a rustling, and we looked around but saw nothing. My friend though pointed, saying the necklace was gone. It was odd. It was pretty far off the ground. There was no way a cute little animal could have reached it, and if anything bigger had taken it, we would have definitely noticed it. We looked and there was nothing again. My friend was annoyed though because we hadn't saw anything. So he pulled his phone out and snapped a few photos of the spot and we left. The walk back was uneventful. A few days later though, my friend called saying he thinks he caught that thing I've been playing with on camera. He sends me a text with a zoomed in photo of the spot there. Crouched down in the bushes is a dark black gray figure with yellow looking eyes. It's glaring at the screen. I have no idea what this thing is, but it's definitely not an animal. It's blended so well with the area that it's nearly impossible to see. Whatever it was had a human-like face. There was no muzzle or snout, no shaggy fur or hair. But it seemed to know it could hide easily and that it needed to crouch down to avoid us seeing it. There was such an angry expression on its face that it put me off from going back. I was left feeling like I was not supposed to bring my friend, and by doing so I had made this thing very angry. I have no idea what this thing is, but if anybody here has ever heard of a creature like this, please let me know. I wish I hadn't looked at the photo and kept thinking it was just an animal. I found this note while exploring an old abandoned building in my town. I wasn't sure what to do with it, so I typed it out and figured I'd send it into the dark swamp. Here it is. I want to start by saying I have always been skeptical of all things supernatural and otherworldly. That said, I'd be a fool to deny the presence of something evil at my job. I am Ryan, a 26-year-old man from the lower peninsula of Michigan. I've worked at my current job at a farmer's market for the last 8 years. I've always loved working outside with the plants in the summer and the Christmas trees in the spring. It feels like where I belong. But lately, something weird has been happening. It started about 2 months ago, right about when the sun started going down before closing time. I started hearing this, well, if I'm honest with you, I don't even know what to call it. It was like a scratching, I guess. It's like the sound of metal against metal, but more like knives against metal, if you know what I mean.
like if Wolverine from X-Men took his claws out and ran them down the side of a shipping container. I'd never heard a sound more bone-chilling in my life. For a while, I thought it was maybe just in my head, just my brain trying to fill the silence of a slow day. One day, my coworker Leanna mentioned hearing the same scratching noise around closing time a few months ago. This had been going on for quite some time at this point, and finally, we couldn't take it. So, we took the problem to our boss, John. He and a few other workers had also heard the sound, and he planned to check it out that night. So, after we closed, John stayed behind to check out the sound, thinking it'd be taken care of by morning. But when the sun dawned the next day and I opened the store, John was nowhere to be found. I called his cell phone, but he didn't answer. And this was incredibly unlike him. Seeing as he owned a business, morning came and went, and eventually the sun began to set again. Still, no one heard from John that day, and no one would ever hear from him again. On the night following that day, the beast in the vent seemed more antsy than usual, and I had a bad feeling about John's safety. Nevertheless, my coworker Dale decided to be a hero and go into the air ducts looking for John. As expected, Dale never returned. Now I know what you're thinking. Why hasn't this guy called the freaking police? Well, if I were to call the police and say a creature in the vents of my building is taking my coworkers one by one, doing God knows what to them, they'd probably think I'm crazy and probably blame me for the disappearances. So, that wasn't even an option. About a week later, I finally had my first morning off. It had been too long since I got to sleep in, and as I was looking forward to a stress-free slow morning, I woke up around 10:30 and made some eggs for me and my dog Waylon, a 10-year-old border collie who still acts like a puppy. I took Waylon for a walk through the neighborhood and he played in the leaves like he often does this time of year. Overall, it was an excellent start to the day. I got to work around 3, and when I arrived, Amelia's car was parked in her spot, but she was missing. I frantically searched the whole store, hoping she would be reorganizing in a place she usually wasn't. However, my hopes were crushed after the whole building was scoured twice, and Amelia was nowhere to be found. My heart sank to my stomach as I realized what had happened. Amelia had most likely heard the beast scratching this morning and went to check on it for herself. Lena got to work around 3:30 and asked me where Amelia was, making some jokes about how she was always leaving early. But I swear I saw her stupid sticker-covered car when I got here, Lena questioned. Yeah, about that. I think she heard the scratching and went to check it out alone, I replied. Oh, shoot. Well, now I feel bad about the comment on her car, Lena said, trying to put a lighthearted spin on the situation. Lena has always been a little slow but fearless, but when she suggested that our friends were playing a prank on us to get out of work, I wasn't really surprised. I'm just gonna go up there and bust them, she said eagerly. I begged her not to go, knowing that her fate awaited her in the vents, but she persisted. She crawled up into the ducts, and that's the last time I saw her. As I'm writing this, it's my turn to go into the vent to rescue my friends. I know what the vent holds for me, but I couldn't honestly live any further with the guilt of not trying to save my coworkers. So I'm writing this as a warning to whoever finds this note. Stay away from this building, for it isn't owned by Jonathan Settersville anymore. The beast holds it. That's the end of the letter that I found. I'm not exactly sure what to do with this information. Should I call the police? I don't even know. Hopefully, it's not real.
Small Town Haunting by Lynn. Dear Swamp Dweller, I've been listening to your stories for a while. I finally got the courage to share my own. Mind you, the story at the beginning will be a bit hazy, as it happened to me when I was 5. But as my story goes on, because it continued until I was 22, it will become much clearer. When I was growing up, I lived in a small town in Ohio. To protect my family and friends, their names will be changed. Now, I have an older sister who I will call Lucy. We live in a small trailer outside of a small town, literally in the middle of nowhere. It would take us 20 minutes to get to any major stores. One night, my sister Lucy was inviting her friend, who I will call Jessie, over to spend the night and have a sleepover. At the time, me and my sister had shared a room. Jessie was one of my sister's odd friends. She was gothic and into creepy stuff. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, but I was just kind of off-put by it at the time. So she had brought over a Ouija board. Me being 5 years old, not understanding the significance of it, I thought it was just some kind of board game. Well, later that night, I want to say sometime around midnight, my sister Lucy and her friend Jessie pulled out the Ouija board and told me to go to bed, after putting a ring of salt around my bed and around them, saying it would protect us. Well, being a little kid, I wanted to see what the big kids were doing. They turned off all the lights and lit a couple of candles. Both sat cross-legged on the floor with their hands on the indicator. Now, I'm not really sure what it's called. Then, they started asking questions. Within a few minutes, they started receiving answers. Both did the normal reaction, which was, "Did you move it?" And they kept blaming each other. After a few minutes, they realized that neither one of them were doing it, and there was an outside force moving it. At one point, whatever was doing it asked them to both lay on the floor. I remember this very clearly. Maybe about 5 to 10 seconds after they laid on the floor, I saw a red orb and white orb enter the room. I was so confused. I had no idea what was going on. Then, as I watched from my bed, I saw the red orb enter my sister, and the white orb enter Jessie. For a few moments, nothing happened. Neither one of them moved. Then it was like all hell broke loose. Dark shadow figures swarmed over me in my bed. I started to scream. My mother heard all the commotion, and when she came in, I was being lifted off the bed by my hair. My sister and her friend were stuck to the floor and could not move. My mother started chanting something. I couldn't for the life of me tell you what it was that she said. But whatever it was, it worked. I felt my bed and my sister and her friend both sat at the same time. My mother looked at them and then looked at me. She saw the Ouija board on the floor and asked my sister and her friend what they had done. When neither one of them would answer, she asked me. I told her what I saw and what had happened. My mother was angry at my sister and her friend. She took the Ouija board away and went outside to burn it. As I would later learn, that is not the thing to do. For 10 years after that, nothing happened. My parents had bought a double-wide trailer and put in a basement foundation to make it look like a real home. When building all of this, we had a lot of problems. The biggest problem that I could remember when we were doing the basement foundation, in the back wall of the foundation, it fell in. We chalked it up to nothing but natural occurrences, but it kept happening, and it was a pain in the butt to get it to stay up. I don't even remember what they ended up doing to make sure it didn't happen again. The year I turned 15, my mother had gone to an antique store and bought an antique mirror. She hung it above a 55-gallon aquarium. One day, me, my sister, and my mother were sitting in the dining room. We were all talking about mundane things about our lives. All of a sudden, we heard something running through the house, and then a child's laughter, and then my bedroom door slam. Me and my mother and my sister both looked at each other in shock and horror. We had no idea what had just happened. Things continued to get worse from there. There was one morning during the summer I had woken up late from staying up all night. My mother had been working a 70-hour work week and had the day off, so she was sleeping in too. When I walked out into the kitchen, I screamed because all the cabinet doors were open and all the dishes were stacked on the counters. It was insane, because there was like canned vegetables on top of them, balanced in ways that were just not natural. This was stacked in a way that would be extremely odd for any human being to do. When my mother heard the scream, she came out of her bedroom and saw what had happened. She had started to put the pieces together, so she did her best to seek help. She talked to my father about it. My father was a skeptic and he had never really, witnessed any of these events, so I don't really think he believed in any such thing. This ends up in an argument between the two of them. Eventually, my mother just waited until he was away for work to go to a Wicca priestess to ask for help. The priestess gave her things to bless the house with. She sent me away to one of my friends and called my sister over, who had moved out a while back, for some help. I do not know the events that occurred that night. I do not know what really went down, but for at least a year things were okay after that. Until one night, I was in the living room. The way our living room was set up was that we had one large couch, which was set up against the window, next to an end table. On the other end was another end table and a love seat, so it was shaped like an L, with the coffee table in the middle. Next to the other end table, at the end of the large couch, was the TV stand. We also had a fireplace in the living room, which was across from the large couch directly opposite. It was a weekend, and I was working on a project for school. My parents were out grocery shopping, so I sat at the coffee table on the floor, working on my project while watching TV with my back to the fireplace. Suddenly, I got the strange feeling like something was watching me. I started looking around, and then I looked at the fireplace. I noticed movement in the fireplace. As I kept on looking at the fireplace intently, I noticed a face. Whatever this thing was, had scraggly hair with cat-like eyes that were green in the most demonic smile I could ever imagine. It had what looked like alligator teeth. I was so entranced by it, I kept on staring at it, and then I decided to draw it. It moved its head back and forth, and finally, it said something to me. It said,
"I've been with you for many years, and I will never leave. Even when you think I'm gone, I'll still be there."
At this point, being scared out of my mind, I ran to grab my house phone and called my mother and told her she needed to get home now. When her and my father got home, they asked me what I was doing in their bedroom. They could see me from the window while they were driving up the driveway. I told them I hadn't even left the living room. I was too scared to move. My parents did not believe me because my mother got upset and told me I shouldn't be telling stories. 2 weeks after this event was when things really got bad. My father was away on work again. Me and my mother were sitting in the living room watching TV together. As we were watching TV, we started hearing bangs on our front door. My mother went to check on what it was, and there was no one there. She sat back down and started watching TV with me again. Then we heard footsteps running across the house from my bedroom to their bedroom and the door slamming. The laughter of a child followed it again. Me and my mother both looked shocked to each other. The cabinet doors in the kitchen all started opening and closing and banging hard like somebody was angry. The mirror above the fish tank started vibrating and banging off the wall. At this moment, me and my mother both stood up and ran for her bedroom. She went to her side table and pulled out sage candles and the Bible. She lit the candles and the sage and started repeating a verse from the Bible. I started to become angry and felt sick all of a sudden. After about 20 minutes of her just repeating the verses, everything stopped. She asked me if I was okay, to which I replied I did not feel very well. She put her hand on my forehead and realized I was burning up. A few hours later, after we cleaned up everything, I felt fine. The fever was gone. Many years later, I had entered a bad relationship. When I was around 22, me and my ex decided to go on a night drive. It'd been raining for quite a few days, and we wanted to get out of the house. We were coming down a steep hill, and all of a sudden, something was before us. When I say something, I knew exactly what it was. It was the same scraggly figure I had seen in my fireplace all those years ago. But this time it had a body, and it was about 6 foot tall, and it had long claws for hands. My ex slammed on the brakes to try to avoid it, and we swerved past it. It reached out towards the car, trying to scratch out at us. Our tires blew out, and he started swerving uncontrollably down a hill with a curved bottom with an embankment. We went over the embankment, and we landed on a bush, allowing us to land softly, luckily. My ex had hit his head on the window on the driver's side. I had been wearing my seatbelt and was not injured too bad. He was unconscious for roughly 5 minutes. Well, I was trying to get out of the car to get help. We landed on the opposite side, so the only way out of the car was through my door on the passenger side. When he finally came to, he helped me open the passenger door and climb out. Mind you, in this moment we were both in shock. he decided he was going to walk back to his house and pull the car out with his truck. He told me to stay there and wait. As I did, the figure appeared again, this time within 10 feet of me. It spoke without moving its mouth with that same demonic smile. I believe it was trying to say something to me, but I couldn't decipher it this time. My ex started coming down the hill with his truck. When the light hit the figure, it disappeared. I didn't tell him what happened. I was too scared and I thought I was still in shock. A few months later, me and him broke up. I have not seen him since, although I have heard about him, and things in his life have gone bad. I don't know if it was the creature's doing or if it was just karma. I do know when I speak about these events that they send chills down my spine. I have not seen the figure since that day. I pray that I never will again. I don't know if it came from the Ouija board or not, but I refuse to have one in my home or around me. Sorry this was long-winded, but this really did happen. I hope you decide to share this on your show. I love listening to your stories and hope you continue with it.
My Friend Miv by Anonymous. I've always wanted to share this story. I've heard many paranormal stories and there's always a little voice of doubt in terms of the storyteller's authenticity. But while these events didn't happen to me, they did happen to someone I was very close with, and contain a few elements of corroboration. It's important for me to get a feeling for honesty when listening to a story that defies scientific belief. So, for what it's worth, this is an honest account. First, a little backstory. Miv was a fascinating woman. She was one of my best friends, which is a little odd because I met her when I was about 18 years old, and she was in her middle ages. I was a young guy into motorcycles and rock music. I played guitar and was into horror movies and working out. As a contrast, she was short, dumpy, had thin greasy hair, a walking stick, and wore thick bottle-rimmed glasses. She was never without a cigarette in her hand, and her ashtray was always full. However, she was an unbelievable, astute, and wise woman, to the point where she was like a wise old oracle to me and my hippie friends. There was never a personal problem she could not fix with a few gentle words. I would often go to her tall, slightly creepy Victorian terrace house, and we would sit in her favorite room and chat philosophically. The air full of smoke and surrounded by dusty antiques and the odd stuffed bird. Her husband was, by all accounts, a wretched man. His nickname, by all, was the Wizard. Their house was pretty much all wood floors, narrow but tall. He wore an orthopedic shoe, known colloquially as a club foot. You'd hear him coming and clomping down the wood stairs from a mile away. As his nickname suggested, he had long gray hair and a little goatee that resembled a stereotypical devil. He always wore a gray suit and had wild, staring eyes. He didn't seem altogether and right in his mind. That was apparent during any conversation you would have with him. I don't mean he was like crazy, more like he was old, significantly older than Miv, and his mind was just a little aged. When he was younger, he also gained a reputation for black magic. One brief account I heard was that there was a black magic circle known for their dark deeds, something like the Golden Dawn or something like that. Well, they wouldn't let him join because he was too dark. Suffice to say, he was probably into summoning things. Anyway, over the years before Miv died, we became very close, and I heard all kind of cool stories. The story I'm about to recount is, I guess, not so cool. At least not for her. But it's an interesting one. Years ago, when she and her husband were living in South Wales in the UK, they lived in a similar house to the one that I knew that she lived in. A tall, slightly spooky, aren't they all, Victorian terrace house. These houses were usually 3 stories, maybe a basement. I've lived in one myself, and they're inherently spooky, which kind of sets the tone. At the time, Miv and the Wizard had just had their first child, who would grow up to become one of my best friends about 24 years later. She had also, not too terribly long ago, come out of a brief stint in a nun's convent, so she was very religious. With that came certain beliefs and attitudes which would soon be very much tested to breaking points. I'm not able to be exact with the timeline here, but Miv told me that she started hearing voices. distant at first, in the house, where no one was around. As if often the case in many of these stories, she shrugged it off and ignored it as best she could. But then the voices started to address her directly. Now at this stage, she recalls being very worried that she was in fact unwell, and her biggest fear was that her son would get taken away from her due to her inability to take care of him. So she told no one. The voices got worse and eventually would start saying things like, "We're going to drive you mad." And she would say things like that, and so forth. If that wasn't enough, though, she would soon start to see a dark, shadowy figure at the top of the stairs. She told me that it would always appear in such a way that as you turned to look to see if there was something there, you'd almost stumble at the top of these steps and fall to your death. Still, she refused to talk about it. In her mind, and with her religious beliefs, there was no room for ghosts to exist, so it was a subjective phenomenon, and she was indeed losing her marbles. In this house, they had a cleaner. The cleaner would always leave the front door wide open when she was cleaning the stairs and the hall. Miv assumed it was to get fresh air, maybe to help dry the floor. One day, when it was cold, Miv questioned her, "Why do you keep that door open? It's so cold." Her response changed Miv's life at this point. She said, "It's so if that dark thing at the top of the stairs comes for me, I can get out of here right quickly." Again, bear in mind that Miv had not told anyone about this phenomenon. One day, she had a friend over. The friend was a big, burly, tough woman who stood no nonsense. She didn't believe in any of this supernatural rubbish and was not afraid of ghosts. After sitting in their living room and this lady giving Miv something of telling her off for being so silly and superstitious, the lady got up to go to the bathroom. She came back a moment later, her face white. "You okay?" said Miv. "Can you come with me?" replied the lady. "Because you don't know where the bathroom is?" "No, because I'm not going up there on my own with that dark shadow." Another story shared with me was that Miv was bathing her son in the upstairs bathroom when someone knocked on the front door to the house. She yelled down to them, and it turned out to be a friend, so she shouted for him to come up and that she was in the bathroom. She heard him walk up the stairs. He then suddenly broke into a sprint, came running into the bathroom, threw his arms around Miv, and clung to her like a baby, terrified of what he had just seen. Eventually, it all came to a head when this entity started to entice her into something more sinister. She recalls hearing the voices beckoning her upstairs to the dark top-floor bedroom. The weird thing here, and what's hard to explain, if only because I don't quite understand it, is that she felt compelled to obey. It got her up the stairs. She would stop. She would resist, and it would gently insist that she continues upward. And again, she would obey against her will. This happened all the way until she got to the bedroom with the lights out. If I recall correctly, the thing asked her to turn the lights out, and she at first said no. But again, it insisted. This is crazy, I know. It eventually got her to lie down on the bed. Laying there in the dark, she then described how this entity began to assert itself onto and into her body. She described it like assault, but through her pores, if that makes any sense. She began an internal struggle at this stage, and in that struggle was able to draw some willpower to call out the name of Jesus or something like that. I forgot whether she said a small prayer, but some form of religious statement, and the thing went away instantly. I'm sure there are many other anecdotes. The other friends in our circle know of these stories too and have probably heard their own tales. So I may be missing a few key pieces. All I know is that they shortly moved out of that house. Now, one thing that does stand out as interesting, after discussing the story with a mutual friend who knew Miv for years before I met her, he told me that she'd also said this to him, but around that time that they left the house for good, she saw the wizard kneeling and burying something, and it was thought that he was doing something. Whatever he was doing, though, resembled a closing ceremony for when someone summons a demon. I know some of this won't make any sense, and I don't really expect it to. Why would you stay married to someone that evil, though? I asked myself that question. In fact, you know something? I asked her that same question at least once. She took a long drag on her cigarette, gave a long, slow shrug as she exhaled, and said something about feeling sorry for him. The whole dynamic will have me scratching my head, Miv was incredibly wise in some ways, and yet nonsensical in other ways. But there seemed to be more to that family story than meets the eye. Eventually, they would have a daughter, who was born physically and mentally disabled. The daughter is only surviving family of the member now. My friend, her son, died of cancer about 7 years after I met both him and his mother. The wizard died around that same time, too, and Miv, heartbroken over the death of her son, died just 2 years after we buried him. She used to say, "When I die, I'm going to haunt you," in her usual playful way. Eyes twinkling, taking a drag of a cigarette. She meant to come back and give me a clue about the other side. After attending her son's funeral, I was walking on the waterfront of my hometown. I was thinking about them both, and I felt tearful. I sat on the sea wall and spoke to her. I asked her why she didn't come to me to show me any evidence of the other side. I concluded, well, maybe she tried, but I can't see it. Maybe I can only see what I can only see. I stood up to walk away, and something compelled me, I don't know what or why, to look down where I was sitting. There, etched into the very slab of concrete I was sitting on, was the first, initial, and the last name of her son, who we had buried 2 days before.
Creepy Vehicle Encounter by Anonymous. So this story just happened to me. It's not super glamorous or anything concerning, and it's definitely creepy. I think it's worthy of going on the show. A bit of clarity. This happened on the road. I drive a little red mini hatchback, and I am a male. I was coming home from a friend's house, and it's a lovely moonlit night where I live, and I'm a massive fan of taking photos of creepy back roads at night, like headlights lighting up the cross-section or a stop sign. It's just a weird little hobby, but I always make sure no street names or addresses appear in them. But I digress. After a late night of playing Magic the Gathering, I was driving home from a friend's house and decided to take an old dirt road home instead of the main highway. The old dirt road cuts through most of the country and goes through the county, but no one usually takes it because it's hardly maintained. The old dirt road is something out of a horror movie, so I grabbed some shots of it on my way through, and, as I was doing this, a large truck pulled off on another side of the road. I didn't think anything of it at first and thought it might have been an officer out on patrol. It was about 1 a.m. at this point, and police will regularly patrol some of these more unused backcountry roads from time to time, at least from my experience. I couldn't make out the vehicle well, other than it was a truck. Black paint, I do believe, and one of those 4-light setups on the front when you have had cattle or a ram bar system installed. Eventually, I got to the old dirt road and turned down it, and noticed in my rear view that the car had also turned down the road as well, and then had pulled off to the side. I didn't think anything of it, figuring that they lived down this road or figuring they were trying to get some sort of signal on their smartphone. Then they started driving in the same direction as me once more. When they closed the distance of about 13 yards or so, they slowed down again. Call me a bit paranoid, call me a bit, anxiety-ridden, whatever, but you get an eerie feeling when a car follows you down a nearly abandoned road at 1 a.m. I neared an intersection and decided to turn instead of following the dirt road and head back towards the highway. I was starting to get that gut feeling that something just wasn't right here. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a knot in the abdomen mixed with anxiety or nervousness. I drew my knife. I kept it with me for emergencies, and it sat in my car seat next to me. I am genuinely unsure of what I would have done with that or how much good it really would have done in a situation at all, but it did make me feel better. Once I turned off the dirt road, I gunned it for about 2 miles at about 70 miles per hour, going to the stop sign where I could have turned back onto the highway. I looked in my rear view mirror, and there the truck was. They blasted it to catch up with me and gunned it before slamming on my brakes and stopping only about a foot away from my bumper. I freaked out, grabbed my knife, and just sat there for a second. It felt like several minutes, but wasn't, before turning onto the freeway. The truck was sat there before pulling onto the highway a while, crossing and turning around, sitting there before heading back down where it had come from. I got home just fine, a bit shaken up, but ultimately okay. Compared to some people's tales I've heard on this show, it's not that scary.
The whole thing had me instantly thinking of the other stories I've heard on your show, though, Swamp Dweller, and if you decide to share this, thank you so much. I had this very crazy feeling of almost excitement when I felt the danger, but after I was done with this whole situation, I felt so drained and very tired.
Good afternoon, Swamp Dweller. I have been listening for a while now, but I finally dared to write this out. I believe that I've been encountering a Skinwalker for about 3 years now. I don't scare easy. I served in Afghanistan a couple of times, and was a combat arms guy, having worked with artillery and infantry. Fast forward, going to special operations. On the civilian side, now that I'm off active duty, after about a decade of service, I am now a police officer. That's my background. I don't get scared quickly, but this seems worse than a rare coincidence. When I started working in the civilian sector, federal services, I worked at a military reserve in southern Colorado. While a coworker and I were doing a perimeter checkout in the desert prairie lands, I noticed some mounds to the east. Upon investigation, I found what appeared to be broken pieces of clay pots. I didn't think much of it. I picked up a couple pieces. It even found an old arrowhead that afternoon. My buddy jokingly told me to put them back before some bad juju came upon me. A week or so had gone by at the time. I was living in a very urban city in the downtown area. I had a lucid dream of a real-time, out-of-body experience. I was watching myself sleep. After a few minutes, the view had panned out of my window and showed a black deer waiting and watching from outside my fence. The deer was massive, dark, and contrasted against the night. It was just out of light coverage from the city streetlights. Its eyes burned an orange-red glow. These dreams began to occur almost daily for about 3 weeks. Toward the end of these dreams and terrors, the deer was finally at my doorstep, watching me in my bedroom window. But I could see through its eyes. I could see its real intent. I woke up in a panic and screamed, scaring my wife awake. I told her everything, to which she said, "Stop listening to those crazy stories and podcast." I agreed, but felt there was more to it than that. Fast forward a day or two. I was talking to my coworkers about this incident. We worked with a Native American woman who politely intervened in the conversation and explained what I was dealing with. She gave me a lot of solid advice, starting with putting the items back where I found them, burning sage in my house, and saying prayers in whatever religion I believe. So I did this. Nothing had happened for some time. We moved further north, and it seemed like everything was done. Encounter number 2. A week had gone by in the new house. The dream was back, and this time, I was more terrified than before. I worked early mornings, and would have to be on the road by 0300 hours. I had opened my garage and noticed that right outside my window was a very big buck, hiding behind the juniper bushes. I closed the garage and promptly called off that day. I woke my wife up and told her about the dream, the deer, and that we were going to get rid of those bushes as soon as possible. We removed the bushes within a week and again burned more sage throughout the house. This worked for a bit until I began working the night shift. It was 22:45. I had just finished my security checks and was tired. I was absolutely smoked. I couldn't keep my eyes open while driving, and the snowfall turned the road into a hazy white wave of wind and sent me into a deeper sleep trance. I decided to pull down a dark road where no one goes. No lights, no people, back in the east portion where I had initially made my mistakes a year prior. The current time was 23:10. I remember looking as I turned my heater up and cranked my window for a cool cross breeze. I set my alarm for 20 minutes, just a power nap to rest my eyes. I know this is prohibited, but I couldn't continue driving in these road conditions, with how tired I was. Then it happened. The dream. This time it was from the creature's view, circling my patrol vehicle on the side of the road, making it closer each pass. Finally, it stood up and walked 5 meters to the driver's side door. It was staring at me, placing its human-like hands through the crack of my window. It leaned in slightly and let out a hot breath of air after taking in my scent for entirely too long. At this point, I physically jerked awake, immediately tears forming in my eyes. I shined my spotlight out into the snow and caught a coyote running away from the front of my vehicle. Without hesitation, I threw my truck in drive and ripped it out. I called one of the partners on my cell phone and told them to wait for me. The coworker was the one who was with me when I found the pit. I explained everything as I was trembling. I don't smoke, but he gave me a cigarette and said, "God damn, you did see a ghost, didn't you?" This was my last incident, but I still got the feeling of being watched from time to time when I patrolled those back roads. Sorry for this being so long, but I wanted to save this for a while, and I just didn't really want to feel odd about having an encounter like this. Please let me know what you think of this. Coincidence, Skinwalker, or just bad dreams? I was around 16 or 17 years old, in my peak of wanting to prove things unproven, right or wrong stage. Typical teenager things. Except for this encounter, and strange encounters I'm dealing with now. I am a 21-year-old male, by the way. This story has 2 parts, in the same general area, but different time frames. And I have other experiences not significant enough to share unless asked. The first story. I am camping with a childhood friend of mine, and our mutual friend. It is approaching around late fall, maybe September, which for reference, it can get cold in Illinois in the fall, especially at night. We had spent the day scouting out the woods behind my friend's house, looking for an excellent spot to set up tents and camp overnight. We had found a clearing surrounded by trees with a passage behind the clearing through the trampled brush to the trail leading back to the house, which was a 6 to 8 minute walk. We spent most of the day joking, doing typical teen things, and getting ready to camp. I had a strange feeling, but I ignored it as I was having fun and it would come and go. I figured it was me being anxious about trying even to attempt to sleep anywhere, but my bed, as that was a challenge. But the feeling like my body was telling me not to be in that clearing was hard to ignore. I was a cocky bastard considering my friend had a 9mm pistol and all of us had tools and weapons on us, and the sun gives you a sense of confidence. I wish I had listened to my brain. We had royally screwed ourselves, waiting to put the tent up until we had maybe 3.5 hours of viable sunlight left. I know I'm going to be judged for taking that long to put up a tent, but it was a massive 5-person tent, so it took time and even more. It was getting dark and very quick. The sun was going down rapidly, which made our surroundings very cold. We were focused on not getting stuck in the cold and getting that tent set up, but I kept having a primal urge to look over my shoulder and check around the woods. I cannot explain it, but I just felt like something was there, but I could not see it. I ignored it because I wanted to get in the tent, cook food and watch videos, tell stories, and let the night pass. Our mutual friend decided to make jokes about something along the lines of, "What if we get attacked?" and motioning to whatever he had on his hip. Probably a K-bar knife or a hatchet, when suddenly we all noticed strange noises at the same time. I started asking things like, "Did you hear that?" and "Something feels wrong." We started to feel spooked, but the urge to finish this frustrating task pulled us back in. It felt like everything was getting colder. The atmosphere, everything to the touch was cold. The others thought it too, and we were getting frustrated. "I'm about to give up, Ma. This is pointless. We'll be doing this all night. We might as well sleep on the bare ground," my friend said frustratedly. We all mutter in disgruntled agreement to give up and head back, leaving all the stuff to grab in the morning. I felt this feeling of eyes watching me, but I could not seem to see them, and the others didn't make mention. I started to feel awful. I can't explain it. I just wanted to run. But this trail can be confusing at night, let alone during the daylight hours. It's not a vast forest by any means, but I was not going to freak out and get lost on a cold night. I usually don't get too spooked, but this feeling made me uncomfortable. That word doesn't really explain it fully. Nothing explains it, honestly. I had this intense urge to look around like I would be in grave danger if I did not constantly scan, but I kept my focus on the beams of light from our flashlights. Uneventfully, we made it back to my friend's house. This carries on to the next story, which takes place around 1 or 2 a.m., and I need to describe more things. Still, I'm trying not to over-explain, but I don't have photographs, so I must make the vision as vivid as possible. If my friend's parents give permission, I can get pictures of the clearing in the woods and the driveway and all that, to show you the location at the very least. I will talk about that in the next part. It's something that I think about a lot. After the failure, we ate food, played games, and watched videos until everyone but me fell asleep. We all slept in the same room, which faces the driveway leading to the house. To explain what you see from the window, a dirt driveway leads up a slight bend to a connecting road. To the left is a small artificial pond and then the woodline, and to the right is a hill sloping down to the right-hand woodline. For reference, an average person could not sprint down this hill without great skill at sprinting without falling. There is a garage on the right side of the driveway before the drop-off, and then there's a few scattered trees. But mostly this is an open space. I will always kick myself for doing this, but being unable to sleep, I got paranoid thinking about the events beforehand and being bored as well. I started investigating skinwalkers online. We had talked briefly about them and other creatures beforehand, but the others chuckled at my paranoia and eventually went to sleep. I am wide awake late at night and cannot understand what brought me to do this, but I look out of the window toward the driveway and see a pair of yellow eyes looking at me from the woods. I felt like I was going to puke, but also couldn't move. I was frozen. I wanted to run, but I couldn't run. I felt panic like I'd never felt before. It made me feel a sensation I had never felt, not even since. The eyes felt like they peered through me, not at me. I just stood there frozen, as these eyes and my eyes eventually adjusted, and I could barely make out a pale, flesh-like color of a man maybe. But it didn't really have the shape of a man. It was standing, but the posture was wrong, like an animal who learned to stand on its back legs. It was like it stopped mid-step and fixed its eyes on me as if it were stalking and caught its prey. It was so far away, and the garage light was so dim I couldn't see too much, but I will try to give a good description. The head was somewhat human but elongated, almost as if the director was stretched from the jaw to the top of the head. The torso was so disgusting it looked like this thing had barely eaten. The flesh looked rotted and almost stretched beyond what it should have been because of how skinny and deformed the whole figure was. The arms were too long for its body, and the legs were so thin and gangly, but also deformed. I don't know and still don't know what I saw, but my fight or flight reflex kicks in when I think of this. I just fixated on the yellow burning bright eyes as they stared back at me. No pupils, just yellow orbs. They look at me from the pale, sickly deformed skull. I finally start to be able to move after 45 or so seconds, and this thing just bolts off at this speed I cannot explain. It was at the top of the hill, and then was down at the other side of the pond, in what I'm assuming was just seconds. I will never forget this, and that night is forever burned into my memory. I heard things moving outside the home as well as strange noises and even something walking on the damn porch at one point. So to begin, this story happened back in 2018. I arrived in this small, rural town near Cape May. At the time, the company I was working for sent me to go door to door advertising cable and Wi-Fi that they wanted me to sell. I was getting weird vibes throughout the day as the town itself was very small and creepy, with people staring at me or giving me the cold shoulder for the entire day. It seemed like many of the townsfolk I encountered that day were on edge, and it was a weird tense atmosphere that I shrugged off, as people were funny all the time. I continued doing my job, chugging a Red Bull to keep me going, which didn't really affect me, surprisingly. Besides the weird atmosphere, the scenery was quite nice once you got away from the main road. I had to stop at different streets, some were in the woods on long, seemingly beautiful endless roads. It was scenic. Before sunset, I was scheduled to visit a few houses on a small peninsula. To get to this peninsula, you had to go down a very long road past a summer camp area, past a trailer park, past the woods, and then you finally arrived in a small open space with a bay marsh,
a couple of tiny expensive houses, and shore access. The houses were so close to the water, it seemed to be a code violation, but I'm sure they were built to withstand the storm since they looked so expensive. Every house had its theme, and the area was mostly deserted. Only one place had someone inside, whom I had talked to after knocking on his door. I was so distracted looking at the houses and scenery that I overlooked how fast the sunset was approaching. I realized I should start returning to avoid being alone on that long, deserted pathway in the woods. As a smaller female, I've never really felt comfortable after dark in isolated places, especially without cell service. I was making my way down the path. So far, so good, as it wasn't completely dark just yet. As I approached the wooded area of the road, I walked a bit faster since there were no streetlights, and the sunlight was rapidly disappearing. As I walked at a decently fast pace, I noticed something. The woods were eerily quiet. All the life that I had heard before was now gone. There were no crickets, no birds, just pure silence. I stopped in my tracks and got chills down my spine as I felt I was being watched. I looked around the dark woods for any sudden movements, and then, like clockwork, something up ahead made its way out of the tree line. It looked to be some large animal. My brain went into overdrive, analyzing whatever this animal was. Was it a bear? A dog? No. It looked like a large dog, but dogs don't get this big. Though I was intimidated by its large size, whatever it was apparently not noticing me quite yet. Even though I was scared, I didn't want to walk back and go into that one man's house. As a woman, I would instead take my chances with a wild animal than be alone with a man I don't know in a deserted holiday neighborhood. Suddenly, as I was thinking this, the large animal in the distance finally noticed my presence. It was observing me, unsure what to do with me. There wasn't enough light to see the animal's face, but I felt terrified. What I was looking at was too big to be a black bear. With a shoulder height of at least 5 feet in all floors, comparable in size to a brown bear, the mass on this creature was extensive, as the outline of what I could see looked like a wolf on steroids. It was very muscular. I also noticed the shape of its face was very similar to that of a German shepherd or a wolf, as it had perked its ears, and it had a long snout. In the heat of the moment, I could only hear my heart palpitating as fear and adrenaline started to crawl their way into my bloodstream. It felt like time stood still, and then it dawned on me. What I was looking at was not a normal animal, and it was simply far too big to be any animal I could recognize from New Jersey's catalog of fauna. And if this thing wanted to, it could attack me, and I would be powerless against it. It was simply too big. Though, to calm me down, I threw the idea that this creature was out of the ordinary because I felt like this could be rationalized somehow. I made my brain go back to the concept of this being maybe a large dog or coyote. I also did not believe in cryptids and was utterly unaware of what size coyotes are supposed to be, so I made a quick decision. Realizing that this could very well be a life or death situation, I concluded that this vast dog-like creature was probably a skittish coyote that I could scare off, at least temporarily, to calm down my nerves. What other choice did I have? The longer I kept standing there, the more aggressive I might come across to this animal, and I did not want it to get territorial or get the idea that I was easy prey. So I decided I would make the most hideous, loud, confusing, and startling scream or howl that I could muster, and sprint the rest of the way. After I screeched this ugly sound out of my body as hard as I could, the animal quickly changed its body language to defensive. But then it quickly changed its mind to deciding I wasn't worth a fight as it ran a distance into the woods. Not far, though. I sprinted as fast as I could, passing that area beyond. I flew until I reached the end of the road and noticed there was a summer camp area with streetlights near me. I rested on top of the table, out of breath and feeling my heart pound out of my chest. However, I was still very shaken up and felt like I was being watched. I kept my eyes on the tree line. My eyes were darting around looking for any sign of this animal. I could still feel it there. Once I felt like coast was clear, I located the next house I was scheduled to visit and quickly made my way over. I met a lovely family who ended up buying cable from me, and I told them what happened to me that night and how the locals treated me. The lady of the family, who I presumed to be the mother, said, I don't know why they sent you out there alone. These woods are dangerous after dark, and some creepy people live here." The impression she gave me was that there were animal encounters she couldn't explain, and that there were many ex-convicts in the area, and people should have been arrested, but never were. She was equally concerned about the people and the animals around this place. This gave me goosebumps. How many times could my life have been taken today? They were highly concerned for my safety and told me to contact my team leader so I could get picked up. They said they didn't want me to go outside again, and that I should call it quits for the night and not make it to the other houses. To this day, I still have no idea what creature I encountered that day. There are strange things in the woods, things people don't speak about or cover up. I felt like the townsfolk of that town knew something about what I encountered, but they refused to share any information.
Hello, Swamp Dweller. I have been listening to your stories lately, and it's brought back some memories from about 5 or 6 years ago. For some context, I live in a very large and urban Texas city. My neighborhood, however, had a big problem with coyotes. Every night at around 4 a.m., my uncle would get home from work and come across this one large coyote lurking in our front yard. Now, my whole family dismissed this as just a coyote enjoying our garden, but I believe that it could have been something else, and here's why. It began in the summer after I finished 6th grade. As a teenager, I had nothing to do, so I would stay up very late texting friends or playing something. One night I was doing so when I heard tapping on my window. It was around 1 a.m., and since my window is on the side of the house, there was no way it could have been my uncle. Plus, it was way too early for him to be coming back home. I looked out the window after it happened, but there was nothing there. On the next night, at around the same time, I heard the tapping again. This time, it was followed by whistling. It was like they were trying to whistle that Twinkle Twinkle Little Star song, but it was all wrong. It was out of rhythm. Their voice kept breaking. I was frozen because I had never experienced anything like this at this hour. That morning during my breakfast, my uncle told us he saw a coyote lurking around the yard and to be careful whenever we go out. I thought the whistling would come back the next day, but to my astonishment, it did not. I did not tell my family about it because, let's face it, who would believe me if I said somebody was whistling Twinkle Little Star outside of my window? I didn't hear it again until the next summer. At around the same time, an entire year later, the whistling returned. When I first heard it, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but it was very clear. Now at this point, my uncle did not work overnight anymore, so he didn't see the coyotes, but my neighbors did. And the morning they told us that they saw a coyote in our front yard at night, the following night, the whistling began. I know I should have recorded it, but I always froze whenever I heard it. Skip forward another year. It was now summer, a summer of staying up late that I would hear whistling outside my window once again. So, to battle this, I would try to fall asleep listening to music. One night as I was drifting off, I heard a horrendous scream. Now, I would listen to metal music, but this scream was not in the song. I paused it, and it kept going. It was the loudest, ugliest, most terrifying thing I'd ever heard. It sounded incredibly high-pitched, like an infant, but somehow with developed vocal cords. I didn't sleep much that night, afraid I'd be woken up by the screaming. That morning, I asked around the house if they heard anything, but no one apparently did. I was entirely shocked because it was incredibly loud. Loud enough to go through my closed window. Since it would always happen 2 nights in a row, I thought it would happen again the next night, but thankfully it didn't. I never heard anything like it again, actually. Fast forward to this year, and I'm regularly listening to Skinwalker stories to help me pass the time at work, and it got me digging into their history. Now, I personally didn't see anything other than coyotes, but the way whistling and shape-shifting seem to be common signs of Skinwalkers has me thinking, could this have been something malevolent or just a creep tormenting me at night? No one has seen any coyotes ever since that night that I heard the screaming though, which is something else that I've also found very peculiar. Hello, Swamp Dweller. My name is Peter. I am 27 years old and I have been listening to your channel for quite some time now. I was listening to your stuff on Spotify and was reminded of an experience I had at the age of 19 years old. It was Halloween of 2013. The poetry of it. Anyway, I lived in southeast Montana, and it was my freshman year of college, and we were out due to a pipe burst. Like I said, the poetry of it all. I received a message in my friend's group chat. It was a good friend of mine, who for discretional purposes I will call L. Myself, A, D, M, and G, who was my girlfriend at the time, were invited to go drive around in his new truck. We met in the junior parking lot of the high school that bordered our neighborhood. We gave a homeless guy enough money to buy an ungodly amount of beer. We talked about numerous things, and among them was the subject of tonight's gathering. We came to the conclusion that being that it was Halloween, in the spirit of the occasion, we had to do something spooky, which in all honesty, would probably end up having us break into a poorly maintained, abandoned building or getting drunk off our asses in a graveyard. There were more than a few suggestions about what we would do, but my less reckless idea was initially driving the abandoned Highway 87 off of Elkshire Drive. After about an hour of preparing for a 3-hour ride, we set off around 5:30. We gossiped about neighborhood drama and exchanged relevant family situations and talked about crushes, grades, rumors, and what have you. At one point, I believe we even played Truth or Dare, but that's irrelevant. The first thing that struck me as odd was that the road that led to our destination was dead. Not a soul to be found, in a vehicle or otherwise, seemingly for miles in every direction. Now, bear in mind that we didn't know a damn thing about this road, aside from that it was abandoned and poorly maintained. We knew it was abandoned and could be the subject of urban exploration. I pity the poor fools who may have tried their hand at urban exploration in that area before us, or after us. We finally got to the exit that was fenced off with roadblocks that led to the highway. They seemed old themselves. Since I coined the idea, I was condemned to get out and move the roadblocks to open the gate. The moment I stepped out, I felt an insatiable feeling of dread and angst. The kind that a soldier would feel knowing that he was marching into his demise into an unseen danger. I felt like there was something ancient held behind this gate. I felt its presence, and though it didn't seem to be immediately near us, I got the strange sense that I knew it was approaching, entering its domain. I know it sounds juvenile, but it's true. I walked backward back to the truck, ensuring I never took my eyes off the road. When I got back to the car, everyone looked at me with blank faces and distress hidden underneath their facade of calmness. L asked me if I was sure I wanted to do this, as I'm sure he figured out I felt something and perhaps even felt it himself. I said yes in a fake, calm, collected tone, and we drove on. We drank a ton. The intensity, it permeated the air beyond that point. A quick reminder not to drink and drive, or you may cause yourself and others some serious problems, and nobody wants that. We were just stupid, quote-unquote daring teens back then, but that doesn't justify it at all. Just don't do it. I digress. I don't know where we were going. I think we were just waiting to see some creepy crackhead or ghost car out of the middle of nowhere so that we would have a story to tell. But you have to be careful what you wish for, lest your wishes be granted. And probably you won't want that, even if you think you do. It's hard for me to tell you exactly how long we had been driving for. Being pretty intoxicated made it kind of hard to tell what time it really was, but I do know it was around 10 p.m. The road was set up in such a way that there was a slope separating the two lanes, and we were on the lower of the two. Below us, maybe 6 to 8 feet tall, was another slope that just led into miles and miles of dense, unchecked Montana backwoods. I'm not gonna lie, even while drunk, that forestry below us, especially looking into it, instilled a sense of dread in me. That's when a decently sized rock flew up from the woods at the driver's side window. From the woods abruptly, and let me say that again, from the woods. L abruptly stopped the car and we all instantly sobered up. We looked at each other and we were all pale as sheets. After a long and excruciating silence, M finally said, "Guys, please tell me this is the result of drunken hallucinations. But did you guys just see I cut him off saying, rock come flying out of the woods and hit our car?" M started mumbling something that I couldn't make out, but I could tell he was terrified. Maybe it was other urban explorers or some stupid kids playing pranks. It is Halloween after all, D said. Her voice was shakier than ever. So, what was our brilliant solution to this spooky dilemma? We drank some more and got soused again. Out in the middle of nowhere, we decided probably hundreds of miles from any notable civilizations. At the same time, there was potentially dangerous individuals or animals feet away from us, only separated by a small, albeit steep slope with no service or internet, and we'd also need some time to recover and get sober outside again. So we got out, sat down, and had some food we had packed. We sat there not saying anything, just drinking despite our contrary solution. The last thing I remember that night was that D and M climbed up the slope to the other side of the road to stretch, and we made fun of the two lovebirds for wanting to do it out in the road. I woke up the following day around 5:47 with a hellish hangover. Next to my girlfriend G, and A and L passed out in the two front seats of the truck. I woke everyone up groggily. We all unlocked the doors to stretch for a moment to catch our bearings. And then, something caught my eyes. The tires. They were all slashed. I instantly started panicking. "Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap," I said unevenly, trying to think of a way to fix it. Everyone walked over and saw it, and their eyes went wide. I walked over to the rundown railing, looking onto the canopy of forestry and woods, trying to come up with some sort of fact or term to figure out what could have caused this, you know? "Oh crap," I muttered. I heard an echo mock me from the canopy. I overlooked it and didn't pay it much attention. L's reaction was angry. It was his truck after all, and A had a similar response to me, whereas G was throwing up due to what I figured was a mixture of stress and hangover after effects. I walked over to L and told him this was all his fault. "You dumbass, you got us into a world of crap," I yelled. Me? Me? This was your idea from the start. I don't believe that it's my fault that you don't weigh the consequences of stuff like this, you moron. We argued and bantered with many profanities in between each before G interrupted us. Guys, all three of us stopped and looked at her. "Where are D and M?" she exclaimed. She was correct. They weren't with us. We hastily climbed the slope to see at a higher level. They had gone the night before in this direction. There was nothing. There was nobody. I couldn't even tell anyone had been there. We all started yelling their names. We hopped back down to the original level, continuing to call out for them. Then it hit me. I stopped talking and hushed the others. Why was there an echo? It made zero sense. The natural structure of the canopy and wilderness did not correlate with auditory recircling. It seemed to only come from underneath my level, like it was following me. I thought about it for a moment. The slashed tires, they weren't the shape of a knife or a blade or whatever else. They were shaped like 4 sharp fingers had sunken into them. D and M had disappeared without a trace, and there was an odd and illogical echo from the dense forest of which, mind you, we could not see into. Everything put together. The rock that was thrown at us, the dread we felt when opening the gate, hell, even the vacancy of the road. Either there was a once-in-a-lifetime perfect alignment of the stars and this was just insanely inopportune, or there was something inexplicable happening. I accepted it was the latter. Something was wrong. Something was hideously flawed. I could see the cogs clicking into place in everyone else's minds. After a long, intense pause, I said, "Oh, hell," and the echo repeated it. Only I was paying attention now. It was indeed an echo, but it was wrong. It was all wrong. It was garbled and inhumanly deep and monotone. I said, "Oh, hell," to hear it again, "Oh, hell." The echo repeated back in a grotesque mimicry of me. I slowly turned back to my friends. They knew it.
This was wrong. This was all wrong. "Oh hell, oh hell, oh hell," I said slowly, backing away from the railing. "Oh hell, oh hell, oh hell." The creature, as I concluded this was indeed a beast, mimicked back. This time, it seemed to move, not stopping, but continuing to repeat "oh hell." It was perverse and a demonic tone. It was moving to my right. I looked over to my right and saw something that could have possibly been the end of me if I had not noticed it. The railing about 20 feet to my right had collapsed, leaving an opportunity to fall, or, what I was more worried about, climb up with relative ease. I screamed at the top of my lungs for everyone to run, and we all booked it the opposite way. I swear I could hear it calmly but loudly echo back in its chillingly otherworldly and malicious mannerism. As it repeated me again, it made it up to our level. As it turned out, our bout of terrible luck seemed to have ended, and as luck would have it, as we ran the other way, we saw a black beater pickup truck slowly approaching us. About 50 feet away from us, this guy was definitely shady as hell, and under any normal circumstances we would have avoided it at all cost. But this was far from normal circumstance. The other three hopped in the truck's bed and I got in the passenger side, where it was plain to see this guy was a meth head. Let me tell you, I've never been so glad to see a meth head in my entire life, and I never thought I would be either. We got out of there. Eventually, when we got back to the safety of, civilization, we called the police and told them everything, crying hysterically and sobbing. Once we finally got back to our parents, we finally felt safe again. Everybody asked us what happened, and we kind of refused to tell them. The guilt was too much. Statements were taken, crime scenes were investigated, and reports were filed. No remains of D or M were ever found, although officially they were classified as deceased. I never saw their parents again. I guess the grief overcame them and they never went out after that. But who knows? There is one thing I do know though. I'll never go back to Highway 87. My name is Riley and I am 26 years old and a guy from Milwaukee. I'm about to tell this story and it is entirely true. It took place about 3 years ago. Here's a bit of background information. It was late summer, probably early September, and a group of my friends and I decided we wanted to go on an urban exploration. We had often done this in some more rundown areas of Milwaukee, usually in the northern side. It was pretty risky because of the area's history of drugs, gang violence, and settlers. However, we were always cautious in these situations and had pretty good luck with never running into crazy people. You could say we were just fascinated by what was inside of the buildings itself, and it gave us a bit of a rush. The night we left, there was a small group of us going, 5 in total. It was my friends, Jamie, Kevin, Vin, and Ty. We all were suburban white kids except for Vin, who was half Asian, and Ty, who was black. We were all relatively the same age, except Ty, who was 29, and had gone to the same high school in the suburb of Bayside where we had lived. My friend Jamie was the only girl going and happened to be the one who would drive us there because she had a large SUV that could fit us all. She also happened to be Kevin's girlfriend at the time. We drive to North Milwaukee, past some terrible neighborhoods and many rundown buildings. The location we were going to was an old elementary school that had shut down back in the late 90s. We had learned about it through an urban explorer group on Facebook and managed to get in contact with a guy who had been there twice. He told me the building was quite large and had 3 floors and a basement floor that was destroyed due to flooding and exposure. He said it still had a stage down there where the little kids would perform in plays and musicals. I remember him telling me that he found some old costumes the kids used to perform in, but he also warned me that there was a lot of black mold and asbestos. Nonetheless, we parked in a large parking lot behind the school that at one point was a busy plaza, but was virtually empty now, and was highly cracked and had weeds growing all across it. We approached the back fence that separated the school playground and the lot. Most of the playground equipment was broken, rusted, or missing. We all walked together to a small opening in the fence by the swing set that would just allow you to get through if you were careful enough. Kevin stood at 6'5" and weighed about 230 pounds, so he knew he couldn't get through. It didn't matter though, because we did need one person to wait by the car so it wasn't broken into and to keep an eye out for any cops or any weirdos who came in after us. However, Jamie chickened out due to the weather and wanted to wait with Kevin, so we let her. Ty, Vin, and I got through the fence and made our way across the playground towards the school's back doors. Along the way, I noticed a no trespassing sign a few feet away from the fence, but quickly pushed it out of my mind. There was a chain on the double doors that kept people from entering the school, but it looked like someone had cut it a long time ago, and I kicked it off to the side, where it laid coiled up and rusted. Now, I'm going to talk about the weather that night because it adds a lot to the story. It was in the high 80s, but it felt much higher due to the humidity. In the distance, I remember there were large storm clouds, so I knew we had to hurry with the exploration. Vin had brought a camera with him and Ty was recording with his cell phone and had a flashlight app open. We never ended up not needing the flashlight because obviously it was dark. But there was a little bit of light trickling in so we could see just enough, from the broken ceiling and broken windows. As we entered, the door opened with almost no noise, which was strange, but the floor was covered with pieces of damaged roof, paint chips, trash, and dust. The air smelled very wet and musty. The temperature inside felt much hotter and more humid, but we just wiped our foreheads and held our water bottles in our hands. We looked around the floor, which was the ground floor, for about 15 minutes before we decided to move to the second floor. Ty suggested the basement, but the Facebook guy's description of the staircase condition changed all of our minds. Vin led the way, followed by Ty and me at the rear. The stairs were covered in debris, so our steps made deafening crunches up the staircase. Keep this in mind. We had gone on these explorations many times and have never run into anyone except a very nice homeless woman and her dog many years ago who told us to stay away from heroin. You could say we were overconfident and had our guard down. We reached the second floor, which had more classrooms than the bottom floor. Most of the rooms were trashed entirely due to the weather or vandals coming in. The desk lay all over the bed, either broken or knocked over. Most of the windows were boarded up or broken, and graffiti covered most of every inch of the building that we had seen. However, some rooms were spared and looked as if students who once sat in them had just vanished into thin air, while nature slowly took over the building. Many of the desks still had supplies in them, and the coat hooks still had coats on them. The chalkboard still had things written on it. Ty even found a desk plate with a teacher's name on it that read Mrs. Johnson. After we wiped away the dust, it eventually became clear that people just kind of abandoned this place. I found a folder on one of the desks that belonged to a kid named Kiana. I gathered that she was a girl in 4th grade. It even saw a date on her old assignments that indicated it was from February of 1999. Many of the rooms in better shape had things like this, so we eventually got bored and decided it was time to move on. As we approached the staircase to the 3rd floor, I had a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. You know, the kind of feeling you get when you think someone is about to jump out and scare you at any minute. I told Ty and Vin about it, and Ty told me not to be a wimp and keep on moving because he was starting to hear thunder in the distance. I noticed that it was starting to get more relaxed in the building, and it was much easier to breathe as we came up to the 3rd floor. It was here where we had run into a strange and frightening situation. I noticed that the school's 3rd floor was different from the other floors. The floor had much more trash on it. The trash appeared to be pretty recent though. Many old pieces of furniture were put in the back part of the first hallway. Then, Ty said something that gave me a good cold chill up my spine. I couldn't tell you why. He noticed that the floor was not nearly as dusty and had fresher footprints than any we had seen earlier. We walked for a few more minutes and I could tell that we were very nervous about running into somebody. Just before we reached a hallway with many classrooms, I decided to text Kevin to see if there was any strange activity outside. He replied within 10 seconds and said that it looked normal, but it could rain at any second. I told him to stay focused and message me if anything odd happened. We looked through many of the old rooms and found nothing but trash, old furniture, and rubble. One of the rooms Vin had walked into had half of its floor caved in. He was lucky that he saw it when he did. A few minutes went by and Ty said, "Dude, check this out." Vin and I walked over to him and saw a bag full of old used syringes. The needles looked very old and the plastic Ziploc bag was torn and tattered. I told him to drop the bag before he got hepatitis or AIDS. We chuckled and continued to walk down the hall toward the furniture pile. We noticed that behind this pile was a staircase wholly filled with old shelves, chairs, and tables. To our right was a large room that was relatively clear but had mattresses scattered about. There were a lot of cigarette butts lying on the floor, and an old rusted oil drum was in the middle of the room. Vin said that the space used to be a library because of a small plaque he had seen above the doorway. It made sense to see why there were so many shelves piled up right outside the door. As we got closer to the far end of the room, we examined the mattresses. There were about 5 of them, and they were all filthy and torn up. Some had disgusting-looking stains on them and horrible body odor smells to them. Vin noticed a small stack of pornographic magazines by the bed on the farthest side of the room. We all got a good chuckle out of it. The room had 2 large windows parallel to each other, but they were boarded up and allowed almost no light into the room. As we got to the back of the room, we heard the sound of music being played. All of us froze in unison as the door swung open. There was a man at the entrance of the door. His face told us that he was not happy we were there. He was of average height and had a shaved head and short, scruffy beard. He wore a faded brown shirt and some old white basketball shorts. His shoes were white at some point, but now they were stained brown. He was a white man, but his whole body was covered in a thicker layer of dirt. I'll never forget his eyes. They were very pale blue and looked like the eyes of a wolf. However, I noticed the man behind him, who gave me chills at the same time. This man never once stood up and sat on a lawn chair with his left shoulder pointing towards us. He turned his head and looked at us. The man had bright pink hair, tied in a ponytail, and appeared to have no teeth at all. He looked very skinny, and his skin looked tight and pale. His eyeballs bulged slightly and gave him even more of a frightening appearance. He wore a white t-shirt and black shorts. This man never said a word to us. The man at the door spoke in a very rough and direct voice. He asked us what we were doing in the building, and if we were cops. Ty answered him that we were filming a documentary of the old historical buildings in the area, and we had no intentions of bothering anyone. The man appeared to relax more and asked us how long we wanted to stay. I jumped in and told him that we were almost done, and that we were about to head out before the weather got bad. The man lit a cigarette and asked us if we wanted one, but we all declined. He then offered to give us a tour of the building, but we quickly said no. The man's demeanor changed again as a dark and angry look fell on his face, almost as if we offended him by refusing the tour. He eventually chuckled and said okay. He introduced himself as Walter and said the pink-haired man was Ronnie. To our surprise, the man cupped his hands as he hollered out quite loudly for someone named Marty. There was no reply, and the bald man said he must have gone to somewhere else. As we talked for a few more minutes, I took out my cell phone and saw that Kevin sent me several messages. The message said that a man had walked into the building about a minute ago and that we needed to get the hell out of there as soon as possible. The man asked us how many of us there were altogether. I lied and said there were 7 of us because at this point I was feeling very, very uncomfortable. There was just something off about this guy. I was ready to crap myself. The feeling in my stomach was coming back. Something told me that they were very dangerous. Vin and Ty felt the same way and had edgy looks. The radio continued to play, but Walter ordered Marty to turn off the damn radio, and that it was giving him a migraine. As he did, 2 things entered my head. He said the pink-haired guy was Ronnie, not Marty, and that as Ronnie or Marty or whoever the heck reached for the radio, I noticed a bungee cord wrapped around his arm and a syringe in it. I don't think Walter saw any of the things I was picking up on, but another man entered the room before anything could happen. This guy was by far the weirdest and most unsettling of the group. He was pretty short and had medium-length, Bieber-style dark hair. His clothes looked so much newer but by far too big for him. He had a blue Milwaukee Brewers t-shirt tucked into his oversized red sweatpants. His face looked sharp and leathery, but he appeared to have a skin condition. His eyes were a beady black color and wide open. Parts of his face were very bright pink and had many bumps on the lower corner of his bottom lip.
He spoke in a more high-pitched, rural accent. The other two men remained where they had been. Walter is in the doorway, and Marty and Ronnie in their chairs. The new man said his name was George and that he was very interested in Vin's camera. He asked what kind it was, where Vin got it, how much it cost, and why he had it. Vin went on to explain that his hobby was filming videos and that he would often photograph at weddings and other events. This was all true, and the man immediately perked up and smiled. The kind of smile that gives you an uneasy feeling in your gut. The best way to describe it would be how the Grinch smiled in the old animated movie. As creepy as this was, this is when things really started to get bad. He asked Vin if he ever recorded any little girls' beauty pageants or stuff like that. Vin told him no, and the man genuinely looked disappointed. He went on to say some more creepy stuff about how hot the girls were on those pageants, and how he would die to be alone with one of them. Our faces told the story of how we felt about hearing this, but the man seemed oblivious. He asked us all if we had any kids of our own. Ty slipped up and told him that he had 2 twin girls who were 2 years old. The man giggled in a very creepy and cringy way. He then asked Ty if he had ever left the girls alone by themselves or if he had a babysitter. Ty told him that he and his fiancée watched the kids most of the time and would occasionally have his aunt babysit them if they could not. This guy continued to ask creepy questions, like if there were any pictures of the girls. For whatever reason, Ty showed him a few on his phone, and the man asked an odd question. He wondered if he would be allowed to date this guy's daughter. And I'm sure Ty wanted to drop this creep by this point, but he also knew that the other 2 were behind us, so we didn't know if they had guns or knives or what. Instead, he just said that he would have to get to know him more. The man giggled again and said that he would get to know him when he babysat them. The tone of his voice still sends chills down my spine. It was told in such a slow, seductive way that it just left that there was no doubt that this guy was indeed a creep. I saw Ty's brow drop when he was getting pretty upset at this point. I took my phone out and texted Kevin to honk his horn many times. The creepy weirdo stepped toward me and asked me who I was messaging as I did this. He was close enough for me to smell his bourbon breath. I leaned back slightly and told him that we needed to leave soon before bad weather. Walter spoke again and said that we might as well stay since the storm was beginning at any moment, and he didn't want us to get wet. Vin explained that we had 2 friends waiting for us outside. Just as he said that, we could hear a car horn blaring. Both the creep and the bald man showed no reaction to what happened and insisted we stay and invite our friends in. We all stood there and explained that we have to leave, and eventually they agreed. Nonetheless, George insisted he walk us out, and so we walked and got to the ground floor. As we crossed the floor, we could hear his creepy muttering, and I don't even know, every so often he would giggle to himself. We stepped outside. The weather was much more relaxed. The air smelled of ozone, and there was a static feeling in the air as tiny droplets of rain hit my face. George walked us over to the area of the fence we had entered. Ty slipped out first, followed quickly by Vin. They both tumbled down the steep hill and waited for me to go. As I tried to get through the fence, George pushed it against my chest. I was on edge, but it still caught me off guard. I gasped and leaned in close. The smell of bourbon made my head slightly turn. I'll never forget what he said to me in a rapid burst.
I know you know what I am. It doesn't matter, because I like it. You're lucky that that fine girl in that car was with that fat man, or I would have done whatever I wanted to her.
He said whatever. He said it much slower, seductively, and emphasized like he had dreamt about this. He licked his lips slowly at the end of the sentence. His beady eyes widened, and he let go of the fence. I quickly slipped through and tumbled down to the concrete. I was wondering, but I looked up to the creepy psycho. Ty, Vin, Kevin, and Jamie were all there to help me. They all looked at me and looked at this man in shock. Ty hurled an insult at him. George slowly rose up and looked at Ty through the fence. He put his tongue on the chain-link border and made a licking motion. He winked, giggled, flashed his Grinch smile, and said his last words to us, "For your girls," and gave a clear point to Ty. It took everything we had to keep Ty from going after him, but eventually we lost sight of George, and Ty calmed down. We sat in the car for a while as the adrenaline rush dumped and left us feeling exhausted. We told Kevin and Jamie everything we had seen, heard, and felt. In the car, we decided to make this our last urban exploration ever. We all agreed unanimously that this was too close of a call. As I sat in the car, I kept thinking about each of the men we had seen. Who exactly were they? They were addicts of some kind, sure, but something seemed off about them. The pink-haired man said nothing and was like a ghost. The bald man said little, but his wolf eyes spoke so much, and the creepy man couldn't stop talking. I would later try to find these men on a jail mugshot website. I could never find them until Vin sent me a link to a sex offender registry website a few weeks ago. My heart nearly stopped. Pictured was the guy who said his name was George. He looked much younger and his hair was shorter, but it was undeniably him. He even had the same creepy smile in the photo. However, his real name was Charles Earl Daly. He was a wanted sex offender from Arkansas who was considered a very high-risk offender and possibly armed. His crimes included many assaults on minors under 12 years old, and many other things across that, type of thing, if you know what I mean. I knew how lucky I was to survive an encounter with this guy, and if I only knew who he was at the moment, I probably would have tried to end him. It still sends a shiver down my spine to think that we were in danger. I worked at a gas station in my small North Carolina town, 10 miles from Charlotte. I was a 39-year-old wife and mother of 3 daughters. I was a stay-at-home mom, and my daughters were all in school when my family needed a little extra income. The area was predominantly safe. My hours were 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Of course, my duties were being a cashier, stocking products, cleaning, doing nightly audits, and reading every Dean Koontz novel I could get my hands on. All of this by myself, I should add. The company didn't see a need to have a second person on this shift because it was very slow, but very hectic on the weekends. I handled this job like a pro. I loved seeing my regulars at night and the morning workers getting their coffee and heading to work. I was at this gas station in my little town for about a year. We'll call it a convenience store. I did of course have the run-of-the-mill meth heads who liked their sweets. The homeless are looking for free cigs or somewhere to charge their phone. I also had the occasional local police officer that would come in around 12 to 1 a.m. for free coffee and complain about their shift. On this night, I read Dean Koontz' Intensity. I put the bookmark in because I felt like moving around. I went around the counter to the 5-hour energy shots and began to organize and stock. I heard the bell above the door open like I had a million times before. I had so many regulars ranging from my pizza delivery guys to men who just kinda came in. I was setting the case of 5-hour energy shots down to help this customer when I felt something cold and hard against my right shoulder. It was a blade. My first instinct was that this was a cruel prank from a regular. I turned around to say, "Hey," when I was met with the gun pointing at my forehead. It was someone I couldn't quite make out. He had a scarf over his face. I immediately put my hands up in shock. I saw 3 more guys in different colored bandanas with no guns but looking nervous and demanding me to give them all of the money. I walked around the counter with this guy holding his gun to my head and telling me to hurry up and open the register. I said with my hands still in the air, shaking, yes, of course, here." I opened the register for him, and the 4 guys descended on this register getting all the cash in it. Suddenly, the gunman looked at me and said, "This register too." A second register that had a bare minimum for the first shift. I put in my code and opened to that register as well. They cleaned that till too. They saw the safe underneath the first register, and again the gunman pointed his gun at my temple and demanded I open the safe. I said in a shaky voice that safe was on a timer. Suppose you press one button, whether for the $10 bills or a roll of quarters, it won't dispense again for another 2 whole minutes. These guys were all on this safe pressing buttons while in the meantime I'm praying out loud for God to come spare me because I have a husband and children that need me. I kept frantically saying this prayer, and the guys were frustrated that the safe was not giving them what they wanted. I heard one of the guys saying, "Shut that girl up." Another said, "Just shoot her already. We have what we need now." At that statement, I could feel like I was about to lose my bladder and pee on myself. Even though I was scared out of my mind, I was also mad that this would possibly be where I ended. I held that pee in and watched as they started to steal as many cigarettes, wraps, and Black and Milds as possible. One of the guys yelled, "We've been here too long, let's go." 3 went sprinting to the door while 1 is in front of me while I was shaking with clenched hands praying. I looked up and his scarf fell. I thought this was it, but he smiled at me and joined his friends. At the same time, a woman came in to buy a soda. They yelled at her and pointed the gun at her to give him their purse. I thought for sure they would get aggressive. Instead, they were worried about being there too long. They ran out of the door and scattered through the parking lot. I looked at the lady, then the glass door, and could see her partner's truck outside. I told her to get to the car while I called the police. I locked the door as soon as she was in the car. I picked up the store's landline and dialed 911. I ran to the stockroom and locked that door as well. I told the 911 operator all the details she needed, and after a couple of minutes, she said it was safe to go out front and open the doors for the officers. I did just that. I unlocked the door and immediately removed my name tag and threw it into the trash. I felt like this was finally over, and I was quitting. I saw the woman customer confronted by the gunman shaking and rocking back and forth. I put my hand on her shoulder as she gave her statement to the police. I gave the officers my statement and called my manager. She came to the store along with CSI investigators. I watched myself on tape at least 3 times with the investigators. A CSI guy paused the video while the thieves were surrounding the safe, and their back was turned and asked me, "Why didn't you run?" I said because I was afraid I'd be shot in the back. He apologized immediately, realizing how traumatized I was. After the police left, I continued to converse with my manager as she tried to console me. She called her higher-ups because she had never been through anything like this. I heard upper management tell her, "Oh, she'll be alright. No need for me to get out of bed for this." I lost it and told her that she was not a good person. I went home, and at this time it was around 4 in the morning. I went upstairs and kissed my children on their foreheads, then went to me and my husband's bedroom. I went into our bathroom to wash my face. I thought not to wake him because he had another hour to sleep before his shift began. I couldn't help but break down after realizing I was alive and splashing water on my face at home. My husband woke up to this and asked in a slight panic, "What's wrong?" I broke down to my knees on my bathroom floor and explained my nightmare to him. He held me and consoled me. I stayed up until it was time to take the children to school. When I got back home, I called the company's HR. They were very cold towards me. I then called a workers' compensation lawyer. After discussing what happened to me on 3rd shift, by myself and HR being so hard, he took my case. I discovered the 4 guys that robbed me at gunpoint were all 16 years old. I don't know the punishment they ever received. I do know that I got 1 year of unemployment checks and settlement of $25,000. I received therapy for the PTSD I have now. It took about a year for me to be comfortable to go to a gas station on my own. It's been 4 years now, and I'm doing okay. I now have 2 knives and a taser on me at all times.
I started working part-time at a local gas station convenience store over the summer of 2016 to earn some extra money while attending college. When I was hired, I was notified that female employees were never scheduled to work overnight shifts, which I was relieved to hear. I wasn't worried about my safety, but I was concerned about getting enough sleep before classes. It wasn't long before I found myself dreading the days I had to come to work, though, as the job became much more complicated than anticipated. We were always short-staffed, which forced us to constantly multitask between running cash registers, preparing food, keeping eyes on pumps, cleaning, stocking, etc. To make matters worse, the 2 women who managed the place were awful, and I frequently found myself biting my tongue and talking myself out of quitting. I was already on edge when they cut our 15-minute break down to 10 minutes, as I never seemed to have enough time to use the restroom and smoke a cigarette fast enough. But it wasn't until several annoying encounters with a regular, I'll call him James, that I finally started to break. James was younger than me, maybe late teens or early 20s, and he thought he owned the place. Perhaps being the grandson of one of the managers gave him a sense of entitlement to fuck with the people there. When I met James, he approached the counter to purchase some chewing tobacco. As I was ringing him up, I asked to see his ID, and he told me who he was related to, but I politely asked again to see his ID because I was new. Another employee overheard our conversation and assured me that he was old enough, so I went ahead and rang him up. Staring at me intently the whole time, he looked down at my name tag and said, "Mindy, that's a pretty name." I thanked him for the compliment and gave him his dip, but he continued talking to me and asking several personal questions. He wanted to know where I lived, what my last name was, whether or not I had a boyfriend, etc. Meanwhile, a long line had formed behind him, and not trying to be rude, I said something like, "Sorry, there's a line behind you," and I casually motioned for the next customer to move up. But James didn't leave. He simply stepped to the side and continued talking to me and watching me as I rang each customer up. It was immediately uncomfortable and unsettling for me. Still, I did my best to pretend I wasn't bothered, even when his persistence escalated and another coworker told him to leave me alone. James soon began to make more appearances after that, the second time being with his girlfriend and another male friend by his side. Yes, he had a girlfriend, and I was very confused when he started flirting with me again, this time right in front of her. But oddly enough, she didn't say a word. So I brushed it off and played along, assuming he was just the goof that my coworker said he was. But when he sat in a booth with his sidekicks at the back of the store, I could feel his eyes burning a hole right through me. Over time, I grew more suspicious of James, as I would witness him do and say countless things to hurt others. I knew that he was annoying, and I had learned to brush it off as an all-in-good-fun type of humor like everyone else did. But when I caught him making fun of another coworker to her face, all I could feel was anger towards him. I removed her from the situation by taking her place at the register, as I could tell she was very hurt and embarrassed by his comments. And by doing so, it was apparent to James that I disapproved. He would continue to harass this poor girl cruelly, and even some of the customers who came in. But trying to make him stop was like scolding a child. I didn't lash out at him, though. I just began to ignore him. James then started playing these head games with me while I was working. He would take soda and candy, walk outside without paying for it, and then come back in the store and said that I forgot to ring it up, loud enough for everyone to hear. One night, he even filled up his gas tank and took off without paying for it, before returning to say he forgot to pay. He knew he'd always get away with it because Granny was the manager. By this point, it wouldn't have surprised me if he was stealing gas and food from the store. There was something very dark and strange lurking behind his goofball facade, and I avoided him like the plague, though it was nearly impossible to do so at times. Then, one day, while I was working alone with another coworker, we were very busy with tasks as usual, when, lo and behold, James walked in by himself. I muttered, "Pain in the ass," and I walked straight back into the freezer to finish what I was working on earlier. And then, he followed me, inside the freezer. I didn't know he was there until he walked right up behind me and asked why I didn't greet him anymore. Startled, I jumped and quickly turned around, grabbing my chest and asking him what he was doing back there. He laughed as I told him I was busy and reminded him that only employees could be in this area. He ignored everything I said and instead proceeded to ask me personal questions, just like he did the first day I met him. "You never told me where you live," he said. "I'm curious about you. I just want to know. Tell me where you live." He was moving closer and closer towards me, literally backing me into the corner of the freezer. "Are you afraid of me, Mindy?" he asked. I tried to push past him, telling him to move, but he kept stepping in front of me to block my way out. "Not until you answer me," he said. I started calling out for my coworker, who showed up and gave him hell for being in the freezer. I was finally able to push past James, and I made my way to the front counter, where I looked at the clock and saw that it was time for me to go home. I gathered my things and punched out as quickly as possible, but James followed me out to the parking lot. I swiftly got into my car, but James had managed to grab the top of my door before I could shut it. "Come on, just let me see your ID," he persisted. I repeatedly told him no, before I found myself practically begging for him to let go of my door so I could go home. Then he grinned at me and said, "Don't make me follow you, Mindy." Chills ran down my spine. Knowing how bold of a person he was, and because he just cornered me in the freezer only minutes ago, I expected him to follow through. I became angry, threatened by visions of what my drive home might soon look like. I looked at him dead on before shouting, "Let go of my fucking door and stay the fuck away from me." I then grabbed the door handle and ripped the door shut as hard as possible. He tried yanking on the door handle from the outside to open it, but luckily I locked the doors in time. He then knocked on my window, asking to see my ID, but I started my car and backed away from him. I turned the wheels and hightailed it out of there, while he just stood and watched me speed off. I was so glad to get away from him finally, but I was paranoid the whole way home, thinking he could catch up to me on the road, even though I never saw his vehicle behind me. I would quit the job after this, and I didn't care that my hiring manager was pissed about it. I had enough of everything, and dealing with James was the last straw. I didn't bother explaining anything to my manager, because it was apparent that James was probably never held accountable for anything he ever did wrong in his life, and he likely never would be. After that, I never saw him again, and I hope I never do either. James was a jerk, a clown, a joker, but he was also borderline psychotic.
This happened about 7 years ago, when I was 17 years old. My parents went out of town for a weekend and left me at home. This was a rather common occurrence, and my parents trusted me. I would usually spend these weekends away staying with friends or family, as my parents' house is a bit creepy to be alone in, even during the day. We live in a small, rural town where everyone knows each other, and generally, it's quiet and safe. Saturday, I was supposed to stay with a friend, but her parents decided not to let me stay at the last minute. It wasn't a big deal and I had to leave. I was somewhat prepared to go home because her parents got weird about company sometimes. I left her house, which was about a 15-minute walk from my house, around 9:30 or 9:45. While I was going home, I got a weird feeling that I could not explain. I just knew that I did not want to stay at my parents' alone. I called my brother and asked if I could stay with him. At the time, he was living with a woman who had a small child. He told me it would be quieter and more accessible to stay with me since his dog would bark if I tried to come into the house. He said he would be at our parents' house in 20 minutes. Side note that will be relevant later. My brother is a relatively scary-looking guy. He is about 6'3", 200 pounds, muscular, and covered in tattoos. After hanging up, I decided to stop at a gas station and grab a snack before going home, so that my brother would be there when I got there. I pulled into a gas station. There were only a few cars in the lot, which is typical because this is a small town in the rural south, where everything stops working at about 8 p.m. I parked and walked up to the door. A man was standing outside the door smoking. He opened the door for me without saying anything. This is customary Southern hospitality, especially since I'm a female. I smiled and thanked him. Inside, another man was standing by the door. I noticed him staring at me as soon as I came in. He gave me that gross up and down look and said something along the lines like, "Hey sexy, what are you doing here alone?" Very creepily. I just ignored him and walked towards the back of the store. He yelled at me and called me some sort of words, but I couldn't hear it. I still missed him. I figured he was drunk or high or just some sort of asshole. Most people around here talk a big game but rarely back it up. I wasn't too scared, just annoyed. I got my snacks and paid at the counter. When I walked back up to the door, both men were gone. I was happy to not have to deal with any more catcalling. I walked across the lot towards my car, probably 100 feet away from the door. As I was walking, I looked down at my phone to see if enough time had passed for my brother to be at my parents'. When I looked up, the guy who had hit on me was standing at the pump staring. I looked at him for a second and continued walking. "Hey, you're supposed to answer a man when he speaks to you," he said. I remember saying something snarky back to him and getting in my car. He looked pissed at my sarcasm. I locked my doors, and as soon as I was in my car, started it and thought nothing of it. All I wanted to do was put my snacks aside, get home, eat them, and hang out with my brother. I put my car in gear and realized the man had disappeared. Looking around before pulling out of the parking lot, I realized both men were sitting in a car facing mine across the lot. They were both staring at me and talking, occasionally even pointing toward me. I just stared at them, defiant and pissed. I didn't want them to think they scared me at all. While we were there sitting having our staring contest, the man who had opened the door for me smiled and gave me the finger across the throat gesture, as in, "You're dead." I rolled my eyes and pulled out of the gas station, annoyed. To my dismay, they pulled out behind me. I hadn't been scared up until this point. As I said, most people here are all talk with no follow-through. Instead of going home, I took a few back roads that connected back into a circle to see if they were indeed following me, which they were. When they realized I was testing them, they drove up close to me and started lying on the horn. I couldn't see the headlights. They were too close, so I called my brother and told him what was going on. He told me to come home and he would handle it. I started driving home and the two guys were still on my ass, blowing the horn the entire time. Even with my detours, I was only about 3 to 4 minutes away from my parents' house. I slowed down to pull into the driveway and was immediately relieved. At the end of the driveway was my brother, standing shirtless with his shoulders back, hands crossed in front of his stomach, holding a pistol, his intimidating-looking pit bull sitting by his side. The two guys started to pull in behind me until they saw my brother, and then they hightailed it. I have no idea what they would have done if I had stopped somewhere alone or kept driving. I always think fondly of that image of him standing there like a badass, ready to protect me. I'm thankful he was there. So, I am a 25-year-old female, and this story is about my experience with the paranormal and finding out that I am hypersensitive. I don't have many now, but I plan on getting into ghost hunting, so if I have more experiences, I will definitely send them into the swamp. The first part of this story will explain what caused me to become so fascinated with the paranormal, and how I feel I became hypersensitive in the first place, which was told to me by my mom. When my mom was still pregnant with me, she for the most part lived in this place for expectant mothers who had either no place to go or could not live at home. While she was there, she said that one night, while she was trying to go to sleep, she felt as if demons surrounded her. Feeling rightfully afraid, she began praying, at which the demons left. Now, she is very skeptical of the paranormal. She told me that she has to see it to believe it, so I think she was telling me the truth. My theory is that what caused me to become hypersensitive was that. This next part is the most intense and scary paranormal experience that I've ever had. The first one happened one night when a friend of my younger brother's, who is also my friend as well, and I were walking to get a drink from the gas station in the middle of the night. I need to first explain where the house I was living at was situated. Right across the street from where I lived was a middle school. I will not say the name. So as we were walking to the gas station, on the sidewalk in front of the middle school, we approached the end where we had to cross the street. My friend and I both heard in our minds what sounded like an older woman mixed with a witch cackling. Now, I might have written this off as my imagination, but when I turned towards my friend to see if he had heard it as well, he looked at me with the exact same look that I had and practically screamed, "Did you hear that too?" The next part of this story happened in the same circumstances as the first. A middle-of-the-night drink and cigarette run to the gas station with the same friend. But this happened on our way back from the gas station. As we were leaving and heading back to the house, I saw a big bright flash of light by some bushes. I would later come to realize that this was the spirit crossing over into our reality. After which, as we walked along to the house, my friend kept seeing a dog rounding each corner we crossed, but I never saw it. I believed him though, because as he would try to point it out to me, my fight or flight response would be going nuts and I would want to run back to my house like hell. But since my friend was with me, I would have felt like a world-class loser for leaving them behind. I instead kept walking with him. I ultimately resorted to holding my house key clenched between my fingers as a weapon if I had to. Thankfully, I didn't need to, and we got back to my house safely. So, that's my story. Sorry if this wasn't as crazy or scary as the others. If you do read this though, thank you so much, Swamp Dweller. Greetings, Swamp Dweller. My name is Patrick. First off, I'd like to say that I love your show. I started listening and watching just a few weeks ago, while I was at work. I absolutely fell in love, and I thought I should share a story that has plagued my mind for years about the time I saw something unnatural, vicious, and thirsty for blood. Personally, I think it was a demon, but I'll let you and the viewers or listeners, whatever you want to call them, decide. I'd like to apologize for the length of this story as there is a lot of detail that follows what happened. Everything in this story is true. I wish it wasn't, but unfortunately, I must live with it for the rest of my life. This story takes place when I was 17 years old as a junior in high school in Salina, Utah. I only had 2 friends in high school because everyone I went to school with thought I was a freak because I have been able to see and communicate with spirits since I was a child. It's a small town, and everybody hears everything. My 2 friends, Logan and Ryan, and I were very avid paranormal investigators. We loved going all over our community, and our county in general, to investigate abandoned houses that were potentially haunted, and cemeteries rumored to be. Me being able to see and communicate with the dearly departed made the experience even more interesting. We decided to do something a little bit different this time though. We heard rumors that there was a dark figure that roams a wooded park in the mountains of our area. We like to call the mountain Cryptid Mountain, for reasons I'll get into for another story. When we heard about this place, the 3 of us got excited and waited for the weekend so we could go investigate and see what was going on. Fast forward to the day of the event. Saturday came, and the 3 of us could not wait for nightfall to come. So, to pass the time, Ryan stole a pack of cigarettes from his father. His father smoked 3 packs a day and kept cartons of cigarettes in his room. We got in Logan's truck and headed to the park ahead of time to smoke them. You know, kid stuff. We sat in his truck and smoked almost half a pack in about 5 hours. As soon as the sun started to set, Logan started to get a strange feeling. He bent over, holding his stomach. "Guys, I have a really bad feeling about tonight," Logan stated. "Are you okay, man?" I asked as a concerned friend, patting his back. "He's fine, just being a pussy," Ryan replied before Logan could speak. Ryan was always a hothead and could be a complete and total jerk at times. Logan flipped him off and told him he was a dick, which I giggled at. After about 10 minutes, I asked Logan if he was ready to go and if he still wanted to do this. He replied with, "Let's do it, brother." His attitude surprised me. Just 2 minutes ago he was holding his stomach in pain. Now he's hyped up. I was so confused, but his hype got me excited. We got out of Logan's truck and made our way to the destination. As we walked closer to the playground, we noticed that there was a man looking at us from a window of the supply shed. The 3 of us looked at each other in confusion, wondering why he was there. We later learned he was the groundskeeper, but more on that later. He looked scared, and it seemed like he was trying to tell us something while he mouthed something and pointed nervously. At first, we thought he was pointing at us, but we soon realized that he was pointing at the playground behind us moments later. Why doesn't he just open the door and tell us? I thought. So I decided I would go and see what he was trying to say. I made my way towards the window and shouted, "We can't hear you! What are you trying to say?" He made his way to the door and cracked it open and whispered, "Don't go into the playground. Something big and mean is over there. If you're smart, you'll just get out of here." Chills ran down my spine when he said this. He closed the door and backed away from the window into the dark of his shed, not breaking eye contact with the playground. I ran back to my friends and explained to them what the man had said to me. Logan got that feeling again, but Ryan expressed that the groundskeeper was probably just some sort of drug addict or something, and was probably just a big pussy like Logan and I. I told Ryan to shut up jokingly, and we made our way to the playground. Ignoring the warning from the frightened man, as soon as I set foot on the round pebble floor of the playground, I instantly felt, I don't know, angry. I wanted to hurt someone. I wanted to hurt my friends. I wanted to kill them. I shook my head to focus on the task at hand and made my way to the tubed slide, forgetting that feeling. I made my way to the slide and investigated the bottom of the slide and saw nothing, but I could feel that there was something in this area. I looked back at my friends. Logan was combing the area for any evidence, and Ryan was on top of the playset. I stood back up and took one step from the slide. Then, something tripped me. It felt like someone had physically grabbed me by the ankle and pulled me to the ground. When I hit the ground, I let out a loud, "What the hell?" Logan ran over to me in a panic. "Patrick, are you—" He froze in mid-sentence as he looked up at the slide. I looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong?" He just pointed to the slide, jaw dropped and eyes filled with fear. I turned around and saw what he saw. It was a big, shadowed figure staring back at us. It let out a slow, snarled growl. I noticed its hands receding back into the shadows on the slide and saw that it was, like, wet and pitch black. These long claws were like fingernails almost. I freaked out and kicked away from the slide, trying to get to my feet. At last, when I got to my feet with Logan's help, I turned to Ryan and shouted for him to get off the playset. Ryan looked at the two of us and saw the fear in our faces. Then he saw something crawling up the slide. He didn't stay to find out what it was. Instead, he jumped from the highest point of the playset to the pebbled floor below. When he landed, Logan and I heard a loud crack from Ryan's foot. Later, we found out that he broke his ankle in 2 places when he hit the ground. Logan and I picked him up and ran back to the truck. The anger feeling I felt earlier was back as soon as I set Ryan in the truck. I grabbed Logan's baseball bat from the bed of the truck and made my way back to the playground. I know now that this was a stupid decision. Logan and Ryan yelled and cried for me to come back, but I didn't listen. I got back to the slide and searched for whatever it was that scared the living daylight out of us. It wasn't in the slide anymore, nor was it even on the playground. I searched for what felt like an hour, but was only a few short seconds. I looked over at the groundskeeper's shed and saw the door was open. I made my way over in a fury, thinking I was going to mess this thing up. When I got to the shed, the rage inside me left. My body was replaced with confusion yet again. The groundskeeper was gone, as if he was never there in the first place. I looked inside, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I looked back at my friends in the truck to see them waiting in suspense. I felt as if something was breathing on my neck and froze in place like Logan did earlier. In fear, I slowly turned around to see something that will forever be etched into my mind. When I turned around, a shadowed face with piercing yellow bloodshot eyes stared back at me, snarling at me with this decayed and jagged-looking smile, drooling some nasty yellow liquid. I was in a state of paralysis. I couldn't move at all. Then, this thing let out a roar so ferocious it brought me back to my senses. I dropped the bat and ran back to the truck as fast as my feet could take me. When I got to the truck, I hurried and jumped in and told Logan to get the hell out of there. After I got my breath back and Logan began to drive, I looked at both him and Ryan, and their faces were pale. I asked them what was wrong. This is what Ryan told me. "Dude, when you were running back to the truck, something tall, thin, and black was running behind you, reaching out for you." I was speechless. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if it had caught me. Out of all the craziness and fear, we had Logan take Ryan to the ER. After the hospital visit and Ryan's extremely angry dad, we all went home. The next morning, Logan called me and asked if I went back to the park. I said no. Why? Confused. because this morning I was getting ready for my early morning run, and when I opened my front door, my bat was sitting on my porch with scratch marks all over it. My heart dropped. I remembered dropping his bat at the park by the shed. I never went back to get it. What Logan said next still haunts me. It had this yellow stuff dripping from it. Later, we found out that the groundskeeper we thought we saw that night died of a massive heart attack in that same shed 10 years prior to our investigation. I know this because we did some digging and we found an article and an obituary. 2 years later, I learned the shed was torn down by the city for safety reasons, and they will not disclose why to the public though. I'd love to read some comments as to what you guys think this was. Thank you for reading my story, Swamp Dweller. When I have the time, I'll share some more tales from Cryptid Mountain. For some people, this may seem far-fetched, but I can assure you this is real. So basically, I have been a sufferer of sleep paralysis for 10 years. I am 28 years old currently. I can sometimes get it up to 10 times in one night, to the point that I don't sleep at all, and believe me, it is exhausting. So I went to a friend who is a healer, and we have done a range of past life regressions and full moon rituals. I now also have begun to practice Wicca, which is not what people think. Nothing at all witchy, it's spiritual and protecting. Since I have found myself and become open to being an empath, I have been seeing voids every night before bed. Then recently, they have shown up in other places. It's like a strange black shifting, like smoke, that I can feel is a void or like a dimension, if that makes any sense. Sometimes it feels bad, as though something is trying to get through, but cannot due to the protecting crystals, sage, spells, and other powerful objects I have around me in my bedroom. I have begun to hear very loud ringing and voices in my head when I sleep, to which it wakes me up because I feel like things are trying to get to me. So, one night of course, I can astral project, so I decided to see if I could find my spirit guides and ask what is happening, when instead, I come face to face with what I can only describe as a sleep paralysis demon. The one who has taunted me for years, making me feel like he was licking my neck and entering me when he felt like. It basically felt like being assaulted by the vilest thing you could ever imagine. His skin is a shade of green, his hair all bushy and black, and his face, I can't explain at all if I am honest, due to mental blocks. He began to laugh as though he had finally had the opportunity to take over my body. Through research, sleep paralysis isn't real, so I started to think, well, how can I feel and see this thing? And if it weren't real, why couldn't I move? So all of this is flowing through my head. I managed to repeat my sage spell, which helps to cleanse your room and house. Air, fire, water, earth. Cleanse, dismiss, dispel. Over and over. Then, I kid you not, the fear I felt was unreal. If you don't believe what I'm saying, I do not care. But out from the darkest corner, my spirit wolf Nuka leaped out and dragged this hideous thing behind me, tearing his arms from his shoulder and socket, taking it away, out of my sight. Nuka is bright white with yellow eyes. He's been my spirit wolf for the last few years since I went to a past life and found him. He helped me let go of a few things, especially things that were hurting my soul. He then came back, looked at me, and nodded, and was gone. I found my body again through the darkness. This was over a month ago, and I have not seen that vile paralysis demon again. For anyone that suffers, I would always advise you to contact your spiritual guides and sage your bedroom every night. The protection is unreal, and has helped me more than anything else has. I hope you enjoyed my story, even though I know it was more unconventional than most. I think there is a demon or a ghost following my family. I'll start with saying that I'll have to send this in a couple of parts, so it isn't too long. And I apologize, this has been something that's followed me my entire life, but I'll share the most impactful or strange moments.
I haven't told many people this, but since it's anonymous, well, why not? I don't know where to start. This began before I was born with both my mother and my father. When my mom was young, she said there was only one time she felt true evil. She was young and living with her parents at the time. She awoke randomly and saw this tall, slender black humanoid thing standing at the end of her bed. It wasn't sleep paralysis because she went under her covers and screamed for her parents. She didn't tell me much more about it or anything. She didn't really tell me about her other experiences before she passed away either. My dad is very reluctant on sharing his sightings because he has always been told that it was nothing. I've been slowly getting more and more out of him over the years though. Getting on with my personal encounters though. First odd thing that's happened to me was when we moved into our third house. When you walked into the front door, there was the living room down the hall and on the right, and the dining room and kitchen to the left. You go to the living room and there's one hallway with 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. My parents on the left and the rest on the right, and one at the very end. Anyway, both my siblings that lived with me were sleeping in the living room in the sleeping bags because of the move, and my mom and stepdad were sleeping in their room. When my older sister and I woke up, we ran to the back room, which was the one we were arguing about, to see who gets it, because it's the biggest one. When we opened the door to the closet, on the inside to the left of the door, there was a crudely drawn face and Sharpie that looked like a half dog, half human thing. My sister immediately yelled at me for trying to scare her out of getting that room, because that wasn't there the day prior, and no one else went in the room. I know for a fact that I didn't draw it, and when I finally convinced her of that, she said we shouldn't take it off, because it might anger whatever did it. She is a strong believer in ghosts. I wish I still had the picture, but I lost the phone as this was over 13 years ago. Another time, in the same house, my sister and her best friend were exploring the attic, which was off limits, and no one ever went up there because they thought it was very creepy, not even my parents. Well, they discovered some boxes and ran off to tell my stepdad when he got home. He went up there and immediately ran down and called the landlord to take them out of the house right now. He didn't even want to touch the boxes that were up there and refused to tell us what they were. Now when I ask him, he pretends like that never happened, which is infuriating because I'm very curious. Anyway, if you're interested in more stories with this demon or ghost that followed my family, I have a couple of other things that has happened that I cannot explain and might be paranormal.
Hello, Swamp Dweller. I'm a long-time listener, and this is my first time sharing a story. I love your channel as it helps me de-stress and distract me from my anxieties. I'm 36 years old, and this happened around the age of 5 or 6 in Wallingford, Connecticut. We live in a large 3-story brick and wooden house constructed sometime in the 1800s, adjacent to a thick set of woods which was the perimeter of our backyard. We used to play in these woods often as kids, riding BMX bikes, playing paintball, just normal kid stuff. As far as critters go, we didn't have anything too serious to worry about, other than the occasional black bear, but normally just deer, fox, woodchucks, and your standard woodland creatures inhabited our property. I was very familiar with the wildlife we shared space with, even at that age. My bedroom happened to be the only one facing the backyard towards the woods, and my bed was parallel to a sliding glass window with no screen. One night I had sat up wide awake to the sound of the window next to my bed being smashed from the outside in. Shards of glass spewed all over the desk under the window, and the floor next to my bed as if a stuntman was just jumping through the window or some sort of SWAT team breaching a door. The next thing I saw will forever be burned in my memory. Now, bear with me. This is going to sound, well, different, but I will describe this as thoroughly as I can. A small, brown and scaly claw-like hand grabs the side of the window and leans a face that I will never forget. The first thing I notice are 2 bulbous, yellow glowing eyes with pupils locking onto mine, like laser-guided systems. The intense and bulging eyes sat upon a sickly thin face, which I can only describe as a goblin. Its wrinkled skin was a grotesque fecal brown, ridden with black porous-like holes. An exaggerated pointed chin hung under a grimace of gnarly, rotten yellow teeth,
mangled, looking like a mako shark. This thing bared its teeth with an evil smile, its huge, pointed nose wrinkled and gigantic, flappy ears cringed back so its head looked like an agitated dog. Very slightly, this ugly little, whatever you want to call it, lowered his head while maintaining eye contact, revealing a set of recurved black horns, looking like that of an impala. It was roughly 2 to 3 feet tall, as I saw the entire outline of its being squatting on my windowsill. This goblin thing and I locked eyes. I saw it advance towards me about 1 millimeter, and then the memory completely cuts off there. The next thing I know, I am being reprimanded by my parents for breaking my window, as there was glass all over my desk and floor. They did not believe me about the goblin. I don't really blame them, I guess, as I was a very young child at the time, but I do know what I saw. I was wide awake and this was not a dream. I've investigated this as much as I possibly could and found some possibilities as to what it could have been. There are 2 cryptids that have similar appearances, the duende and something called brownies. Problem is, duendes are normally in South America and brownies are in Europe. I was in Connecticut. Duendes are a little smaller than what I saw, and brownies are said to wear clothes, as this goblin thing was naked. I do plan on getting hypnotic regression to revisit this memory, as well as my out-of-body experience, and maybe something else. But this one hit me the hardest. Was it a goblin, or could it have been some sort of demon or something? Aside from the goblin-like features, the darn thing looked like the devil. It's a lot to get into, but I suspect that this might be the case, and I might have had an attachment to this thing. I think it possibly feeds off my negativity. I honestly wonder if it somehow jumped into me. If you want a visual representation of what this thing kind of looked like, search for the band Necrogoblicon. The singer wears a mask that looks very close to what I saw, only it was brown and with recurved black horns. Thanks again for allowing me to share this experience. I don't know of anyone else who has ever seen a goblin or some sort of demon, but I do feel at home sharing it in the swamp. I am from North Carolina. I live in a small town right outside of the Charlotte area, and where I currently live there's barely any paranormal activity. Given that it's an old town, anyways, this took place in April 3 years ago. My family and I went on an unplanned vacation to Maryland back in April of 2018. We spent a couple of days up there, and on our way back, we stopped in Washington, D.C. We toured the city and saw the Catholic shrines. My family has always been very devout to our Catholic faith, so we were excited to see the shrines and the art. We wrapped up the day by going to Mass. We hit the road, and after being stuck in traffic for almost 2 hours, we were able to get out of DC. The car ride was rather normal after that. At around 2 or 3 a.m., we were still on the road, and by this point we were absolutely exhausted. So we looked for a hotel to stay at close to Richmond, Virginia. Unfortunately, we were not able to find a room because there happened to be a motocross event in Richmond, which caused all the hotels to be booked up. So my dad suggested that we just keep going, and we would find one outside of the city somewhere. So we kept on. We kept going, and eventually we found a Days Inn. From the outside, it looked normal. Check-in went as normal, but when we went up the steps to turn the corner, the temperature dropped. The Days Inn was a motel-style building, so keep that in mind. It was a drastic drop in temperature. At first, my mom and I thought nothing of it, but when we got to the room, that's when things started to happen. My parents slept on one bed, and I slept on the other, and we would hear the bathroom door open and close by itself. Finally, my mom was so fed up that she sprinkled holy water all over the room. Sometime around 4:30 a.m., we were finally able to sleep. When I woke up a few hours later, I had perfectly round bruises all over my neck and back. Now, for you skeptics, I had never ever worn necklaces or anything else like that, and I always sleep shirtless at night. I'm also a light sleeper, so if I fell, I definitely would have known. Back to the story, when my mom and I got home, we started to discuss what could have caused the bruises around my neck, and the only logical explanation that we could think of is it may have been some sort of spirit or demon in that room.
that perhaps was not happy with us being there. But one thing I know for sure, Casper does not give people hickeys. Dear Swamp Dweller, I've listened to your stories for quite a while. I finally got the courage to share my own. Mind you, the story at the beginning still may be a little hazy, as it happened to me when I was about 5. But as my story goes on, because it continues until I was 22, it will become much more clear. When I was growing up, I lived in a small town in Ohio. To protect my family and friends, their names will be changed. Now, I have an older sister who I will call Lucy. We lived in a small trailer outside of a small town literally in the middle of nowhere. It would take us 20 minutes to get to any major stores. Now one night, my sister Lucy invited one of her friends over, who we will call Jessie, to spend the night and have a sleepover. At the time, I and my sister had to share a room. Jessie was one of my sister's odd friends. She was gothic and into all this creepy stuff. So she had brought over a Ouija board. Me being 5, not understanding the significance of it, I thought it was just some kind of board game. Well, later that night, I want to say around midnight or so, my sister Lucy and her friend Jessie pulled out the Ouija board and told me to go to bed. After putting a ring of salt around my bed and around them, saying it would protect us and our well-being, I tried to just sleep. But being a little kid, I wanted to see what the big kids were doing. They turned off all the lights and lit a couple of candles. They both sat cross-legged on the floor with their hands on the indicator. I'm not sure what it's called. Then, they started asking questions. Within a few minutes, they started receiving answers. Both had the normal reaction, asking each other if they moved the planchette or not. After a few minutes, they realized neither of them were doing it, and there was an outside force moving it. At one point, whatever was doing it asked them both to lay on the floor. I remember this very clearly. Maybe about 5 to 10 seconds after they laid on the floor, I saw a red orb and a white orb enter the room. I was so confused, I didn't know what was going on. Then, as I watched from my bed, I saw the red orb enter my sister Lucy and the white orb Jessie. For a few moments, nothing seemed to happen. Neither of them moved. Then it was like all hell broke loose. Dark shadows started swarming over me in my bed. I started to scream and freak out. My mother heard all the commotion. When she came in, I was being lifted off my bed by my hair. My sister and her friend were stuck to the floor and could not move a muscle. My mother started chanting something, I have no idea what. Whatever it was, though, it worked. I fell to my bed, and my sister and her friend both sat up at the same time. My mother looked at them and they looked at me. She saw the Ouija board on the floor and asked my sister and friend what they had done. When neither of them answered, she asked me. I told her what I saw and what had happened. My mother was incredibly angry at my sister and her friend. She took the Ouija board and went outside to burn it. As I would later find out, that is not a good thing to do. Now, 10 years after that, nothing happened. My parents would buy a double wide and put it on a basement foundation to make it look like a real home. When building all of this, we had a lot of problems. The biggest problem that I can remember was when we put the basement foundation and the back wall of the foundation fell in. We chalked it up to nothing but natural occurrences. The year I turned 15, my mother had gone to an antique store and bought an antique mirror. She hung it above a 55-gallon aquarium. One day, my sister and mother were sitting in the dining room. We were all talking about mundane things in our lives. All of a sudden, we heard something running to the house, and then a child's laughter, and a bedroom door slam. Me and my mother and my sister both looked at each other in shock. We had no idea what happened, but things continued to get worse. There was one morning during the summer I had woken up late from staying up all night. My mother, they have been working 70-hour weeks and had the day off finally, was sleeping in too. When I walked into the kitchen, I screamed my lungs out. All the cabinet doors were open, and all the dishes were stacked on the counters in impossible variations. I was freaking out. On the counters, there were cans of vegetables stacked on top of some things that didn't make any sense. This was in a way that would be extremely odd for any human to do.
When my mother heard the scream, she came out of her bedroom and saw what had happened. She had started to put the pieces together, so she decided to seek help. She talked to my father about it. My father was a skeptic. He had never been really into the paranormal and had never even been there when these events happened, nor did he believe in such things. This ends in an argument between the two of them. Eventually, my mom would just wait until my father would leave and go to work, and then contact a Wicca priestess for help. The priestess gave her things to bless the house with. She had sent me away to one of my friend's house, and called and asked my sister, who had moved out at the time, for help. I do not know the events that occurred that particular night. I do know that things were okay for at least a year, until one night, I was in the living room. The way our living room was set up is we had one large couch, which was up against the window next to the end table. On the other side was a love seat, so it was shaped like an L, with the coffee table in the middle. Next to the other end table at the end of the large couch is where there was a TV stand. We also had a fireplace in the living room, which was across from the large couch directly opposite. It was a weekend, and I was working on a project for school. My parents were out grocery shopping, so I sat at the coffee table on the floor working on my project while watching TV with my back to the fireplace. Suddenly, I got the strangest feeling like something was watching me. I started looking around. Then I looked at the fireplace. I noticed movement in the fireplace. I thought this was odd. As I kept looking at the fireplace, I noticed a face. Whatever this thing was had scraggly hair and cat-like eyes that were green, and it was honestly a demonic smile. That's the only way I can describe how deranged it looked. It had what looked like alligator teeth. I was so entranced by it, I kept on staring at it. I decided to try to draw it. It moved its head back and forth, bobbing it and weaving it. And finally, I think it said something to me. It said I have been with you for many years, and I will never leave. Even when you think I'm gone, I'll still be there. At this point, being scared out of my mind, I ran to grab my house phone and called my mother and told her she needed to come home right now. When she and my father got home, they asked me what I was doing in their bedroom. They could see me from the window while they were in the driveway coming up. I told them I haven't left the living room the entire time. I was too scared to move. My parents did not believe me, and my mother got upset when she told me that I shouldn't be telling stories. 2 weeks after this event was when things really got bad. My father was away on work again. Me and my mother were sitting in the living room watching TV together. As we are watching TV, we started hearing bangs on our front door. My mother went to check, and there was no one there. She sat back down and started watching TV with me again. Then we heard footsteps running through the house. My bedroom door slammed, and the laughter of a child was heard. I and my mother both looked shocked at each other, sheer terror coming across our eyes. The cabinet doors in the kitchen all started opening and closing, banging hard like someone was very angry. The mirror above the fish tank started vibrating and banging on the wall. At this moment, I and my mother stood up and ran for her bedroom. She went to her side table and pulled out sage candles and the Bible. She lit the candles and the sage and started repeating a verse from the Bible. I started to become very angry and felt sick. About 20 minutes of her just repeating the verses, everything stopped. She asked me if I was okay, and I replied that I don't know, and I didn't feel very well. She put her hand on my forehead and realized I was burning up. A few hours later, we cleaned up everything and I felt fine. The fever was gone. Many years later, I had entered a bad relationship. When I was around 22 years old, my ex and I decided to go on a night drive. It had been raining for a few days, and we went to get out of the house. We were coming down a steep hill when suddenly something was in front of us in the road. When I say something, I knew exactly what it was. It was the same scraggly figure I had seen in my fireplace all those years ago, but this time it had a body. It was about 6 feet tall, had long claws for hands, and was still scraggly as ever. My ex slammed on the brakes to try to avoid it as we swerved past it, and it reached out towards our car. Our tires blew out, and he started swerving uncontrollably down a hill with a curved bottom with an embankment. We went over the embankment and landed on a bush, which allowed our car to land softly, luckily. My ex had hit his head off the window on the driver's side. Luckily, I was wearing a seatbelt and was not too much hurt. He was unconscious for roughly 5 minutes. I was trying to get out of the car and get help. We landed on their side, and the only way out was through the passenger side. When he finally came, he helped me open the passenger door and climb out. Mind you, at this point, we were both in shock. He decided he was going to walk back to his house and pull the car out with his truck. He told me to stay there and wait. As I did, the figure appeared again, and this time, it was 10 feet away from me. It spoke without moving its mouth, and that same demonic smile. It said to me, "I will leave you. He is my new prey. Say goodbye to him." My ex started to come down the hill in his truck when the light hit the figure and disappeared. I didn't tell him what happened. I was too scared. I thought I was still in shock and just hallucinating. A few months later, him and I broke up. I have not seen him ever since, and although I have heard about him, things in his life have gone pretty bad. I do not know if it was the creature's doing or if it was just karma. I do know when I speak about these events that they send chills down my spine. I have not seen that figure since that day. I pray I will never, ever encounter it again. I don't know if it came from the Ouija board or not, but I refuse to have any in my home or around me. I'm sorry if the story was long-winded, but this really did happen. I hope you decide to share this on your show. I love listening to your stories and hope you continue with it. Like any other year, on the 4th of July, my family and I would go to the beaches of Florida and watch the fireworks in the distance. But this year I will never forget the 4th of July. At the age of 18, I still lived with my parents. You can't beat cheap rent and free food. I had very few friends, and fewer coworkers that I actually talked to. So my pool of people to hang out with was very limited. So when offered a free trip to Florida, I was excited and glad to have spent some time with my mom and dad. I was not the only child. My brother not long ago passed away, but I guess that made me an only child now. But now it's just me and my parents. On the 3rd, we packed up everything in the car before the sun came up and began our long drive. We lived in Tennessee, so we had to pass through Georgia to get to Florida, a trip we had taken many times before. But this time would be our last as a family. I stared up the window at nature when I thought I saw something pass through the trees along the car. I chalked it up to the lighting or something reasonable, and decided to put my earphones on and listen to some music to pass the time. I heard my parents scream as the car suddenly came to a stop. My eyes flew open as I lurched forward into my seatbelt as it yanked me back to the seat. My head whipping forward, tossing my earphones, and me smacking my head against the seat. I looked as my dad was gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles. I could see he was in shock and fear from something. I didn't know what, though. I turned to my mother as she had a tight grip on the OS bar. Her other hand was gripping the bottom of the seat. Outside the windshield was the hood of the car, bent towards us like we had hit something, and steam was rising into the air. We were for sure not driving away in this car, especially after this. It was totaled, not fixable at all. The pain was like a tsunami. My head ached, and my neck was killing me. I groaned at the pain and rubbed my neck. My dad turned around and said, "There's something out there." I cut him off with a rude comment. "I'm fine, thanks for asking. I guess I'll look at the engine." Before I opened my door, my mother's door threw open and she was pulled out. My dad was so shocked he didn't stop staring forward. I quickly jumped out of the car and dashed into the forest after her, but after a few minutes, I ran out of breath, and my father came from behind. He was also out of breath as well and said, "Why are you running through the forest?" I looked at him with anger and said, "You're going to let whatever that was take Mom?" He tilted his head at me in confusion and said, "Your mom is at the car. You just dashed out of the car into the woods. Come on, let's go back and stop playing your games." I took a step back and said, "I'm not making this up." My dad stood up straight and said, "Listen, you may be an adult, but you better watch your tone with me. Now, let's get back to the car." I gave in, as the child in me knew he was very serious now, and it was best to listen to him. We walked back to the car, and sure enough, my mom stood there with her phone against her face as she was angrily talking to someone on the other side. She huffed in an angry tone and put the phone down and said, "There is no tow truck nearby, and we would probably be here for 4 hours, which would put us in the dark." My dad nods and says, "It's okay. People shoot fireworks off at night on the 4th, at least the big ones, so I'm not too worried." My mom's glance turned to me as she said, "And you're running through the woods like a madman for—" Before I could say anything, my dad said, "Clearly, she thinks you were taken by something and pulled into the woods." I then yelled, "She was, but I don't know, okay? I know what I saw, and I know that I didn't hallucinate it, so just drop it." My dad was about to say something about my choice of words, but my mom gave him a look as I passed her and entered the car. I turned on my phone and saw it was a low battery inside, as I looked for my charger block. I couldn't find it, and figured I had probably forgotten it. I groaned in annoyance before putting my earphones on and closing my eyes as I laid back into the seat with my legs out of the car. All the running made me extremely tired, so I quickly passed out. The sounds of screaming woke me up. I shoot up to see it was dark all around me. Bugs and nightlife were surrounding me. All I could hear were the sounds of the bugs. I got up and slid out and tried to turn on my phone, but I saw that it had died. I tossed it into the car with my earphones and closed the door. I looked around before yelling, "Mom, Dad, where are y'all?" With my hand cupped around my mouth, I didn't hear anything back. I stretched for a moment thinking about what to do. I glanced both ways down the street and saw nothing on my right, but in that far distance to my left was what seemed to be a tow truck. I waited on it until it pulled closer. Its lights appeared to stay at the same distance, though. My impatient self decided to walk towards the tow truck. Everything seemed normal. As far as I remember, the animals and such were making their noises and calls. Swatting all the bugs away, I finally got halfway. After probably walking for 3 minutes or so, I saw the inside of the tow truck was on, and there was a red light shining down from inside. I thought about how weird it was that the inside of the car would be lit up with red. I sighed and made the rest of the way over. Once I was about 10 feet away, I could see the front of the truck was dented, just like my family's car. A bit creeped out, I approached the door. It was open. I still have nightmares of what I saw to this day. Blood coated the inside of the tow truck, making the light appear red. Guts and chunks of flesh laid throughout the seat and floorboard of the tow truck. I gagged at the sight. I stood there frozen in fear. What could have done this? And what even was this? You would think it was a human, but maybe it was an animal. I don't really know what my mind was thinking. So many thoughts came to a sudden stop when I heard my mom call out, "Jessica, Dad is hurt and I need your help to carry him. Please come out, I need you." I was about to jump in joy at the sound of my mom's voice. I would have ran to her, hugging her right away, but something in the pit of my stomach told me to run or hide. I'm glad I listened to my instinct. If I hadn't, I may not be writing this. I hid under the tow truck, aligning my body with the 2 tires, so where my mom was coming from, she would not be able to see me. She came out of the woods with no light or anything else to see through the woods, except her body was bloody, but walking fine. I could hear her wet footsteps on the hard road as it grew closer. She called out again, "Jessica, I need you. Please come out, my baby." The voice grew twisted at the end, and I could hear slabs of flesh smacking against the ground. I wished I never looked. Luckily, this thing was facing away from the truck as it began to pull away the skin of my mom, and clumps of it were falling to the floor. It was piling around it. As fur began to stick through, and these claws began to become clear, the face and chest of this monster were being exposed. Suddenly, this thing lets out a monstrous screech. I almost lost my hearing as I quickly covered my ears. It was like a radio-static frequency I've never heard. Once it was done, it got on all fours and began to sniff the air and growled. I could hear claws tapping the road as it got closer to me. I thought this was it. I was about to die to a werewolf-like thing. Except it jumped into the tow truck and clawed around, shaking the whole truck, almost tipping it over, destroying the insides. I crawled out quickly and began to run with every mite of strength I had left. I had to get back to the car to call for help. But I didn't make it halfway when I heard the sound of my brother. He called out my name. My heart dropped and shattered in so many pieces as the memory of that day came flooding back. The day I lost my brother. It was my job to watch him, but I wanted to talk with this boy next door instead. I told him to stay away from the water. I heard my mother scream, and I ran back to see my brother's lifeless body floating on the surface of the water. He was still so young. He would be 9 if he was still alive, but due to my greed and my bad choices, he died at 6. My family was never the same. They didn't have to tell me that they blamed me. I already blamed myself and will for the rest of my life. Nothing I could do will bring him back. So standing there hearing the nickname he gave me, I began to tear up. As I turned to see his face as I last remembered, this one made my heart shatter even more. He very slowly walked to me as I said, "I'm so sorry, it's my fault. You died because of me. Can you ever forgive me?" My brother nodded and held his hand to the air for me to pick him up and put him on my back like he used to. I was a foot away when I realized what it was doing. I kicked it away from me and yelled, "It may be my fault you're dead, but you're not my brother, and I will kill you for even trying to become him for 1 second. I don't care if I die, but you will not copy my brother." It shed his skin and grew as it stared me down with a pale white skull. The thing hissed and said, "Did you truly care about him?" in a raspy voice. It took me a second before I said, "Back then I didn't show my love, but I have always cared for my brother." He looked up to me, and now he needed me most. I was not there for him. So yes, I always cared for my brother, and even when he is gone, I still care about him. And I will to this day. This beast, this thing, with its black matted fur, stared into my eyes with its yellow predator-like eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. I waited for a minute as I fainted and closed my eyes. I smiled as I know I may get to see my brother once again. But death never came. Instead, I heard claws scratching at the cement road below my feet. I opened my eyes to see it was gone, and I was spared. After that, nothing else weird ever happened. The cops showed up. I was in the back of a car in shock. They eventually found my parents. They had gotten lost in the woods after being dazed and confused after hearing voices telling them to walk out. I tried telling them, but no one believes me. So now 3 years later, after I tell my story of a monster that will spare you if you have regrets, nobody wants to listen to it. But today is a reminder of the day I lost my brother, and that I learned that there are more things in this world than we can quite process sometimes. Whether it's supernatural, paranormal, otherworldly, I don't know. But monsters do exist. My message to you is to not only be safe on 4th of July, but if you go to Georgia and you hit something that you can't see on the road, you are better off running than waiting for anyone to save you. Sometimes, the past is better to be left alone. I have been a Marine for about 14 years now. I grew up Baptist. I do not go to church often, though. My girlfriend is Catholic, and it has been a while for her, too. I am open-minded to unexplained phenomena. However, I also believe in underlying causes for a lot of things that initially cannot be explained. The following account is a series of events that I have experienced in my house over the last few years. I cannot explain these events at all. At the time everything started, I had been living in my house for probably a year. It was her 2 children, one boy who was 11 at the time and one girl that was 2 at the time. My 2 boys who were 4 and 1. It was summer and the oldest boy was having a sleepover with friends. They were playing in their room, as kids do. Something that I was unaware of, though, is that the children who came over had brought one of these homemade Ouija boards. Apparently they had been playing with this thing for the better part of the night. I found it when they got too loud in the evening, and I went in to check on them. I have never used one of these things. I have never heard really anything about them, and have always kind of stayed away from that kind of stuff, and I've never even considered playing with one. Anyway, upon discovering the board, I quickly removed it from the kids' possession. I took it to my fire put out back and lit it on fire. Well, I tried anyway. This thing, even though it was made out of paper and cardboard, would not burn. I then proceeded to douse it with gasoline and relit the board. The edge charred a little bit, but to my astonishment, this thing still was not destroyed. It took more than a couple of weeks of it being exposed to the elements, rain, sun, etc., before the board finally crumbled away into ash. I found this to be odd but shrugged it off. I later learned that once you are done with a session, you are supposed to say goodbye. This apparently never happened because of my hasty confiscation of the board. I also learned that to dispose of the board, you are supposed to bury it. I truly believe that this is what started the following occurrences. Over the next several weeks after the board incident, odd things started happening around the house. It started with things disappearing and then reappearing in obvious places that had already been searched. For example, I would light a cigarette and put the pack on my nightstand. I would not move from the bed, and when I went to go get another one, it would be gone. I would of course look for it, but I would never be able to locate them. I would then find them either hours or days later in random places. Places like neatly placed in front of the front door, or hidden in a drawer somewhere. Things like this would happen every few days or so. It wasn't limited to smokes, but would include my toothbrush, body wash, anything small that I needed on a daily basis. There are only so many places that these items could be, but anytime I would find these things, they would be sat neatly in a random spot, like the center of my living room, after returning from dinner with the entire family. I would generally brush this off as me being forgetful. I don't know how I would accidentally leave the bath wash in the middle of a living room floor when it belongs in the shower, but these things happened quite often. I would just brush these things off, and things continued to escalate for quite some time. My girlfriend was in our room doing laundry one day, while video chatting with her friend while I was at work. All the kids were in school or daycare currently. She heard a thud coming from the walk-in closet. This is where all my clothes, shoes, and uniforms are. Investigating the noise while still on her video call, she opens the closet door to find every single article of clothing had been lifted off the rack, still on the hangers, and were laying in a huge pile. The shoe cubby had been emptied as well, except it was only the right shoes that had been removed. The left had remained in their designated areas. She called me and panicked, so I came home to see for myself, and sure enough, it was exactly the way it was described. Now, I would have thought it was her trying to play a prank on me. However, when I walked out of the room, every left cabinet was wide open in our kitchen. I walked past the kitchen when I initially arrived home, and it was not like this at all. I would have noticed it. It was odd, to say the least. I can see my kitchen from my room and should have heard or seen this happen. One evening, the oldest son, I had been playing video games with him. My TV and PlayStation sit above the fireplace on the mantle. When we decided to call it quits, I put the controller on the mantle as usual to charge it, and was talking to him about something. I can't really remember what the topic was about. Without warning, the controller flings itself across the room towards us, landing by our feet. If it fell, there's no way it would have made it that far. The floor is straight and not curved in any way. This thing easily shot 10 feet across the house. I've honestly never seen anything like this in my life. The odd happenings continued to occur, and by this time it was December. During my lunch break, I would come home and go for a run around my neighborhood to help keep up my cardio. One day, I came home to run. I was on my way to my house when I passed my girlfriend. She was on her way to pick up some things from the store. We waved at each other, and I went home as usual to change. She had decorated the house with festive things such as trinkets and plants. She had placed 2 poinsettias on the counter in our kitchen as part of her decorations. Doing these things makes her happy, and I let her do her thing. I went on my normal run, a couple of miles or so, and returned home in a relatively short amount of time. I got something to drink and proceeded to shower off fast so that I would have time to eat and get back to the office. It could not have taken me more than 5 minutes to scrub off and make my way back to the kitchen to grab some food. When I walked in, the 2 plants were gone. Odd. I thought my girlfriend's 2 had not returned, so I went back into my room to ask if she had come back and left while I was in the shower. She was still at the store. I went back out, and there were the 2 plants, sitting right in the middle of the floor, spaced a couple of feet apart. Shocked, the only reaction I had was to say out loud, "These don't belong here." I picked them up and returned them to their rightful place on the counter. I called my girlfriend back just to make sure that she had not done anything with this. I explained what had happened, and at this point she was kind of scared. Instead of coming home, she went to the local Catholic church to talk to the priest. Like I said earlier, I'm not Catholic, but from what I know, they are the ones who really deal with this sort of thing. That evening, my girlfriend was doing laundry. Our dryer was out of action, so we had to hang lines through the hallway to hang clothes on as they dried. She was in the back hall hanging up the wet clothes while I was relaxing in my bedroom. Suddenly, she barged into the room completely terrified. She said she saw someone walk past the room doorway that you can see from the location of the washer and dryer. I immediately went and got my pistol out of the safe that is right beside my nightstand. I punched in the code as I always do and it flashed red. It didn't open. I tried again and still nothing. I know the code to my own pistol safe. It is only 3 buttons in a certain order. I tried again and it continued to fail. I quickly moved to my big gun safe to retrieve another rifle. This combo was a locker combo, and it worked. I retrieved my AR-15, loaded it, and I was somewhat excited for the upcoming fight that was about to go down with this intruder. Remember, I'm a Marine. They train us to go towards the danger. I kept my eyes on the entrance of the hall the entire time. There is no door to the outside, just a hall with 2 bedrooms and a window in each. Slowly, I began making my way down the hallway through the maze of clothes that hung about the entire length of the hallway. It was quiet, dead quiet. My rifle was up and ready to dispatch the poor soul who had picked the wrong house to enter. I got almost to the corner of the end of the hall that led into the room where the alleged intruder was now said to be hiding. Before I could pop the corner, I was hit with a growl. Not a dog growl. This growl sounded surreal. It surrounded me. It was deep, very deep. It reverberated through my being, and I felt it in my chest. The only thing I could find on the internet that even remotely resembled this growl was that of a black panther growling that I was able to find on YouTube. I exclaimed, "Holy crap," verbally. That scared the crap out of me, and I don't frighten easily. I pulled myself together and knew I had to get into this room and confront whatever or whoever was in my house. I took a couple of deep breaths and aggressively entered the room to protect my family. There was nothing there, just an empty room. I then made the connection that I wasn't dealing with something that I could shoot to eliminate. At this point, I was convinced that something had taken residence in my home. All the weird things that had been happening over the months, I believe it now. I couldn't ignore it. I heard that growl just like I hear anything else in life. I put away my rifle and went to my Bible and took it off the shelf. I went back into the room and just prayed aloud. I prayed for a long time. I don't know how long, but I didn't stop until I was sure whatever was there definitely heard me. I feel like the growl wasn't offensive. I think it was defensive. Whatever it had, it wanted me to be afraid of it, to get me to leave it alone. I remember from church that if you have the Lord in you, He will protect you. The priest came shortly after, probably a couple of days. I felt crazy telling him all about this. I never talked to a priest and felt like he would think that I lost my mind. He wasn't fazed by any of this. He was very nonchalant about the entire situation, actually. He had us all gather round, and he had said some prayers. He then went through each room of the house, throwing some holy water on all of the rooms, including us. I made sure to have him throw some extra in the room with whatever was there that growled at us. He told us to let him know if it keeps happening, and he would be more than happy to come back. Before he left, I asked him if he has encountered things like this before. He said he had, and that he must do this from time to time. He told me a story that he had done this before, when he was done and leaving the house, 10 vultures landed on his car. They had all just landed there while he was inside. They all looked at him when he came out, and they just stared at him for a couple of minutes, not moving or making a noise. They all suddenly took flight and flew away, all in the same time. Very odd is all I can say about that. I believe him. Why would a priest make up something like that? The next day, the family and I returned to our home. Everything was normal, it seemed. I opened the door to my son's room to begin our routine of bath, pajamas, etc. And to my surprise, his bed was standing on end in the center of the room. Still, with the covers made and everything. It was standing on the headboard vertically. All the doors and windows are locked. I put the bed back where it belongs and went on with my evening. From then on, whenever we left the house, I started playing gospel music on the radio at full volume and would start sermons on full blast on the TV before we would leave. Things have mostly been quiet since then. I feel like whatever it was, it probably lost most of its energy. I don't know what to do, honestly, but I just wanted to share this with you because I listen to your show all the time. Hi, Swamp Dweller. I've been listening to your stories for about a month now, and I want to say you are my favorite narrator I have encountered thus far. I always think the stories you tell are fascinating, and they've got me thinking about things that I experienced myself. I am 18 years old and I live in the Netherlands, so do not expect a Bigfoot, Dogman, or any kind of cryptid story. The forests here are just way too small, and the population density is too high to have such creatures lurking about in the woods. But, as probably many of you know, that does not mean that weird things do not occur. With that having been said, let me tell my two stories that still make me ponder sometimes. When I was about 13 or 14 years old, a new kid joined my class and became a member of my group of friends who I still see regularly. I will call him Brent to make things easier. Brent lives at the border of the biggest patch of woods in the vicinity of my house, which has an area of about 35 square kilometers, or 13.6 squared miles for the American folk. His family has a respectable piece of land for Dutch standards, and has an extra building on the land which is used for office and guest stuff. Next to his land was an abandoned property, which consisted of 4 small buildings, of which 2 were inaccessible. Well, Brent, my friends, and I, being young teens, often went to this property and hung about the place, smashing windows and blowing up toilets and other stuff with fireworks. This eventually grew out to us having a sleepover in the guest house about once a year, during which we would wait until midnight to venture out into those woods. The abandoned property, other towns, or sometimes all of them until the sun came up. We would occasionally build and throw Molotov cocktails in the concrete shed of the abandoned property, set off heavy fireworks, and one time even blew up 15 liters of lighter fluid on the sandy plains of the woods. These woods were mainly coniferous, and, for whatever reason, sometimes had these sandy plains ranging from small to huge within them. We liked one plain because it was about 3 miles away from the house, and sand doesn't burn, so we were confident enough to set off fireworks there and not cause a forest fire. This annual night got a name, which roughly translates to Chaos Night. Childish, I know. One chaos night, there were only 3 of us because the rest of the boys had family things to attend to, because it was roughly around Christmas and New Year's Eve. That night was freezing cold, and we went out to walk to the sandy plain in the woods about 5 a.m. I remember it being so cold that the light yellow sand of the plain was frozen and glistening under the sky. During the walk there, however, something strange happened. We were walking single file, Brent in the middle, another friend called Steve in the front, and me in the back. When we were almost at our destination, whilst we were talking, I heard the whispers or mumble of a woman. Just about 3 to 5 yards away, directly to my right. Brent and I stopped dead in our tracks because we have never heard something like that before. Brent often walks his dogs in the late evenings through those woods, and I have had enough adventures out here with my grandpa at night in the forest to know the common sounds of the Dutch critters as well. Steve has trouble hearing higher-pitched sounds and was a bit further away from where the sound came from, so he didn't notice it. But Brent spun around, and we both looked at each other, confirming that we both heard it. We stood there for a bit, told Steve what we were hearing, and I shined my flashlight in the direction of the sound but never saw anything. This made us shrug it off and continue our little adventure. This might not sound scary at all, but you have to take some facts into consideration. Animals of the woods are extremely shy here, and will run off if they hear you coming, and we were plenty loud. Also, the other animals that would be active on the ground at that time, and maybe would let us come that close, would be a moose, or maybe a rat or something. But I can assure you this sounded way too human. Brent even agrees with me that it sounded like a woman. So, either there was someone hiding from us, or it was something else entirely. The thought of my experience and what it could have been still gives me chills to think about, especially now that I'm a firm believer of the unknown. My second story takes place at Brent's house. This was after our first night of chaos. My friends and I went out to the abandoned property to throw Molotovs again, because the night before was our first time doing a thing like that, and let's just say, a lot of the Molotovs failed. Earlier, I said that we would throw the mollies in a concrete shed for safety reasons. Yes, we were scoundrels, and pretty stupid one. The shed was placed about 10 meters away from the other 3 buildings that were built in a sort of circle. So, during the night, we had not gone to the 3 main buildings because the shed was the first thing you would encounter from the way that we had to come. Therefore, we discovered weird symbols painted in red all over the walls of the 3 main buildings the day after. There certainly was a theme going on because most of them depicted a triangle with an eye that shed a tear in it. The other symbols that were there kind of reminded me of those patterns in cornfields. Me and a friend, Vincent, went into the only main small house, which was the only building besides the shed that was accessible. The rest had collapsed some years prior. We noticed that some furniture had been moved around, rather recently, and we were now able to climb up to the attic. Like I said, it was a small house, so we did just that. Vincent went first, and I followed. He found like this casing that you put on the ceiling to cover up your light bulb. I do not know what it is called, but it resembled a globe and it was white. He was also showing it to the rest of my friends through the broken window while jokingly shouting, "I found the eye of the Illuminati," referring to the triangle eye symbols outside. While he was doing this, for some reason, I had to take a pee, so I went pee into this hole that was going into the ground. When I was done, I walked further into the attic, which consisted of 2 rooms, one in the front in which we entered, and where Vincent found that weird eye thing. The room in the back was dark and only had one tiny window that was about 8 inches by 8 inches. To my surprise, there was this little filthy window there, also, that resembled an eye within a triangle painted in red. When my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw that there was a circle painted on the floor with small candles on the outline of it. In the middle of this circle was a self-made morning star on the ground. For those of you who do not know what a morning star is, it is a medieval weapon which consists of a handle with a chain on the far end of it, and a ball with spikes protruding out of it. I picked up the weapon and brought it to the window, where Vincent was still talking with my friends outside, and immediately after I stuck my hand out of the window to show it to everybody, Vincent threw the eye high up in the air and it landed literally on one of the rocks, breaking it into 1,000 pieces. Vincent's comedy act caused me and the boys to laugh, and therefore we weren't that impressed by all of it. Sure, we were perplexed that something like that would even be there, but not necessarily terrified. After that, we threw some mollies and took the morning star back to Brent's house where he stashed it somewhere. That abandoned property has since been demolished and other people have built their houses there, and the morning star should still be somewhere in Brent's house, although I haven't seen it since that day. We still go into those woods at night sometimes, and we've had a couple of weird things happen again. If someone wants to know more or even see some pictures of the morning star and symbols, maybe I can send them in. Although these stories may not seem scary on their own, together these experiences creep the hell out of me, and often make me wonder what was in those woods that night, and who left that morning star there, and why. If someone has a clue, please leave it in the comments. Thank you for listening, and stay safe. Hi, Swamp Dweller. I don't know if you'd be interested in a story from England. It's kind of long-winded, and not necessarily the most terrifying thing, but it's a weird and scary experience that me and my partner will never forget. To set the scene, we live in a busy city in the South Midlands of England. We have a bully breed dog and take him out for walks in the surrounding parks and woods quite often. I'm quite into the paranormal, and have experienced lots of things. My mom is a spiritual medium, so I guess it comes with the territory. My partner, however, is a science graduate and is a very everything has an explanation sort of person. Anyway, on this day we decided to go to a popular picnic park just on the outskirts of the city. It's almost always full of families, dog walkers, and picnickers. It was late spring, and the temperature was just starting to hit summer heat. It was a sunny day, not a cloud in the sky, and no wind. The park was full of the usual, parents and kids with their families and dogs, old couples going for walks and the like. Here in England, bully breeds are still quite stigmatized and feared, so we usually avoid going where there are lots of people. Not that our dog is dangerous or anything, he's just overly friendly, and people freak out when he trots up to greet them. So we decided to go off the beaten track. To give you a rough idea, the park has a small lake in the center, with paths and benches that surround it. Just off one of those paths are a few farmers' fields and a thick wooded area which snakes around into another path which eventually leads back to the park. We decided to go through the cattle gate, which leads up through the farmers' fields. It was so hot and beautiful that day that nothing spooky or creepy even crossed our minds. Even though you could no longer see anyone, you could still hear kids playing and dogs barking in the distance. As we came up to the wooded area, whilst still on the dirt path alongside it, I noticed a man walking through the thick brush. I thought it was weird because he was coming from the opposite end of the woods, which literally leads to nothing. No houses or roads or anything of the likes, just endless fields and woods. I just told myself, oh, he must be looking for his dog or something. My partner noticed him too, and we shared a look to each other like, what a weirdo, and carried on walking. But I couldn't help but look at him. He looked so strange. It must have been close to 30 degrees, and he was in a thick black hoodie, black trousers, or sweats. He had longish, dirty blonde hair, and maybe around our age, so mid-20s. But what was more strange is he had a dazed sort of smile on his face, and his head kind of tilted to one side. When he walked, he swayed from side to side slightly. I tried to push it to the back of my mind, telling myself that he was just a stoner or something looking for his dog. He wasn't calling or making noises to get a dog's attention or anything, which was even more strange to me. Anyway, I kept looking back over my shoulder. He was in the brush for a little while longer, but then joined the path we were on and began walking our way. He must have been about 30 feet behind us. I noticed how tall he was now that we were on the same path, and how broad he was. He must have been about 6'9", closer to 7. He was huge. Maybe 17 or 18 stone, so something like 240 to 250 pounds more or less. Around this point, we noticed everything was silent. There were no kids laughing, no indistinctive family chatter, no dogs barking, no birds tweeting, nothing. The only sound that I could discern was the sound of our footsteps in the wind. But there was no wind. It was roasting hot, not even a slight breeze yet. We could hear wind blowing through the trees. Even though the sun was beating down, it felt darker somehow. Like everything was, I don't know, desaturated. My partner started to freak out, and strangely, so did our dog. Now this really struck me as weird. Our boy's the kind of dog who would greet anyone, run up to them to play. But no, he wouldn't even look back at me or the man. My partner and dog started to speed up to get away from the wooded area this weird behemoth of a man was in. I really started to freak out myself, but don't want to upset my partner even further, so I kept my cool, quiet, and kept my pace. I looked over my shoulder again, and he was closer, maybe 25 feet away. Now for a bit of context, as you exit the wooded area you come to a path which is surrounded on either side with tall thick bushes, and it curves around widely to lead you back to the main park. The curve is so wide that you can see far ahead, but you can only see the bushes where it curves. Neither of the exits are in view. As we reach this path, I check again, and the guy is closer still. It's still silent. All I can hear is the faint wind sounds in our footsteps, but nothing from the man. He's smiling, still in that dazed sort of way, and still is kind of swaying. Everything still felt weird and dull, and that's the only way I can describe it. I thought to myself, if this weird bloke is going to try something, I'm going to have to protect my partner. I'm only 5'8" myself, and not much of a fighter, so I grabbed my car keys and put them between my fingers in my pocket. If this dude wanted to try anything, I'd smash him in the face and leg it. I'm not fast either, but I convinced myself I'd be faster than him. I check over my shoulder again, and he is still close. I start to hype myself up. He was coming, and I was ready. I realized I couldn't hear him at all, though. He was probably about 15 feet behind me now. My partner and dog had literally hightailed it up the path. But why couldn't I hear any footsteps from him? Another quick glance and he was right behind me, 5 feet or so. This was it. If I was going to do anything, it had to be now. If I could keep the element of surprise on my side, I might be able to stand a chance and give us the opportunity to run. I swung around as quick as I could and went to shout out at him and swipe at him. But he was gone. There was nothing there, no man or no sign of him whatsoever. I paused and looked around. He couldn't have run back along the path. He couldn't be that quick. I would still be able to see him as the path winds around so widely he would still be in view. He couldn't have jumped through either side of the path into the rows of bushes, as I would have heard it, and seen the rustling of the bushes or the hole he would have made. He had simply vanished. I stayed there for a moment, and only when I decided to walk on to check on my other half and the dog that I realized I could hear the park again. The wind noises had gone, and the day returned to normal. The sunlight was no longer dull, and everything seemed normal. I got shivers and ran to catch up. I asked my partner if they had seen him go anywhere, but they didn't see anything. They just said he really freaked them out and they didn't want to be there anymore. I could see that they were really shaken up. The dog was back to normal though, wagging his tail and wanting to play and explore. We decided to cut our walk short and drive home. After we got home, I rang my mom and told her all about it. She advised me to check reports for missing people or deaths related to that area, which I did, and weirdly enough, lots of people have died there by suicide or overdoses, but none of the people I found online matched this description. I tried to forget about it and get back to normal life and all that. I was applying to go back to college at the time, so I didn't really need to be thinking about giant ghost men. After a few days, it had left our minds and we got back to normality. A few nights later, I wake up in the middle of the night and open my eyes. As they adjust to our darkness, I look up at the ceiling where the orange glow of the street lamp shines through our window, and my heart stops. He was there, stood over our bed. He was so tall with his head just below the ceiling light. He still had that weird, dazed smile, all lit up with the orange glow. I jump up and punch at him as hard as I can, but my fist doesn't mean anything, because there was nothing there. I turned on the light and looked around, found nothing. I absolutely ransacked the house and found not a single person. I've never seen him since, but after seeing him in our bedroom, our apartment felt horrid afterwards. It never felt homey or safe again, and we would hear horrible things. For example, at one point in the middle of the night, I heard my own voice call my partner's name from the other side of our bedroom. We heard walking in our attic, which was too low for people to walk in, and our pets would not sleep alone. They would always growl at corners of the house. We left that flat after a year or so of dealing with the weird ghostly experiences. My partner, of course, kept denying that it was a ghost. She just said that it couldn't be explained. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I've sent in a few stories in the past, going under a different alias, speaking about my creepy experience with camping a few years ago. But around a week ago, I had another very strange thing happen to me. I'm 14 years old and from Belfast, Ireland. I go out a lot on nighttime walks with my friends, and most nights we only go on short ones. But this night we planned on doing something else. I met my friend on her street, and then we went and picked up my other friend. For the story, I'll call one Katie and the other one Ellie. We walked to the bus stop closest to my friend's street and got a bus to the university area of my city, as there are lots of cafes and restaurants around there, and it's quite bright. We got off the bus at the stop and started walking, looking for a cafe to go into, but we couldn't find one, so we decided to walk straight into the city center, which was a short walk away. We found an open cafe and decided to go in for a snack and something to drink. It was around 7 p.m. and it was getting dark outside, so we decided to leave the cafe and get another bus back home. We got on the bus that would take all three of us home, but at the second stop, a ticket inspector got on and kicked us off the bus when he realized we had no tickets. It was now raining slightly. We decided we would just walk to another bus stop and get on a bus that we knew would be inspector free. We walked around 5 minutes to get to that bus stop, and when we got there wasn't another one around for about 20 minutes. Damn it, let's just take the other bus to the field and then walk through it to get home, I said to both of my friends. They agreed, so we hopped on the bus and took a seat. On the bus ride back, it started to rain even heavier. When we got to the last stop, we were the last ones on the bus, and the stop happened to be in a very Protestant area, so we already felt quite unsafe being there, as 2 out of 3 of us had very unique Catholic names, and were afraid of some people hearing them and potentially harming us. I know it might sound a little weird to mention this, but unfortunately it is a true issue in the area we grew up in. We walked through some streets, and finally got to the football field that backed onto the forest that we would need to cut through to get home. We sprinted across the football field, trying not to get our shoes too wet, as it had been raining for a few days, and the field happened to be quite flooded. We got to the edge of the forest, and when the rain got a little bit heavier than it was before, the forest was pitch black, so we turned on our flashlights to see where we were going. We began our walk into the forest, taking careful steps as to not slip on the wet, muddy ground. Now, I spent my whole summer in that forest, and I would be confident in saying that I knew it like the back of my hand. All 3 of us do. When you walk in, there's a straight path that leads you through 2 small fence posts after walking for about 2 minutes. When you get past those fence posts, you take a right and walk for about 2 minutes. Then you arrive at the other side of the forest, where you exit into a huge field, which then leads you home. Although, when we took a right at the 2 tall fence posts, it didn't lead us there at all. The whole forest changed shape. We had been walking down this path for around 5 minutes now, and the rain was so loud we could hardly hear each other. This was when we started to panic. We were running around now, trying desperately to find the way out of this place. We walked up a small hill to a big tree, a tree that we had never seen before, a tree that was not there before, ever. I looked around to see my friend Katie as pale as I had ever seen her before. "What do we do now?" she screamed. I shouted back to her that I didn't know. Then her flashlight flickered. An iPhone flashlight. Phone flashlights never do that. Then, mine went out. I started to panic as it was now so dark you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. Then, just after that happened, my friend Katie got a call from my friend Ellie's twin sister, who happened to not be there that night. Katie spoke to her in a panic, but this only lasted a few seconds as her phone randomly hung up on her. Out of the blue, it hung up all by itself and died. Weird. It was fully charged. We continued our walk through, still trying to find our way back. After taking multiple turns that we had never seen before, we finally reached the clearing that we had been looking for. It felt like hours of walking, and there's no telling how long it actually took. We stopped for a minute or 2 to calm down, when from behind us, I heard twigs cracking, almost as if there was someone walking in circles around us. I told my friends we had to leave immediately, trying not to panic them. We got to the bottom of the field we had ended up in, and I checked the time. It was 8:45, but we arrived at the start of the forest at 8:39. There is not a chance in hell that whole thing only lasted for 5 minutes. It felt like all 3 of us had been there for an hour minimum, but it was only 5 or 6 minutes. I got home and couldn't stop shaking the entire night. What just happened? Why did it feel like such a long time? Why did the flashlights flicker and then go out? Why did the forest change shape completely? Why did my friend's phone hang up? And lastly, why did I hear someone circling us in the clearing? We have all agreed to never go there in the dark, unless we are with a large group of people. If anyone has any idea what this could have been, or what we could have experienced, please feel free to inform us in the comments down below. Hello, Swamp Dweller. To start this off, I'm a 29-year-old man, and 3 times a year I head up to Georgia in the mountains to camp, fish, and have a great time. But after my last trip, I doubt I will ever go again. I had been super excited the week before. I was to head up to Georgia, and when the day finally came, I could have died with happiness. I loaded up my dog, Buddy, and all of my gear, and started the trip. About an hour into my trip, I saw a road that I've never been on before. I decided I would take it and just go down for about an hour, since I was ahead of schedule, and then eventually it would go back down to the main road. I lost track of time, and before I knew it, the sun was setting. I grabbed my gear and Buddy, and we hiked out about 10 minutes before finding a nice clearing in the forest. I set up camp and looked around my camp. I saw a small, man-made trail leading into the dark trees and decided that me and Buddy did need to take a walk. I grabbed my walking stick, Buddy's leash, and a headlamp, and we headed on to the small trail. I knew something was wrong when I couldn't hear a single insect or animal. Me and Buddy stopped at a little creek when I saw something terrifying. 2 eyes reflecting off of my headlamp. This thing was tall, 6 or 7 feet, and the eyes were too big to be human. My dog was usually very protective of me, but instead of barking or doing something, he whimpered and peed on my leg. I've never seen him act like this before. He's seen bears before and has scared away mountain lions and squared up with many other animals, but has never peed in fear. As Buddy kept whimpering, I felt terrible, like this thing hated me, and it could rip me to shreds if it wanted to at any given moment. Then it made the scariest noise I have ever heard. It sounded like a maniac screaming. Me and Buddy bolted back to our camp. In our camp, I could still hear the thing. I was absolutely not staying here. I packed up the camp as Buddy stood watch. We ran to my truck and got the heck out of there. I went straight home and didn't sleep that entire night. Later, I looked up on the internet what could have made that noise, and nothing I could find came close to it. I really don't know what that was, but there's something weird in the woods of Georgia.
Hey there, swamp folk. Let's be real. New Year's resolutions can be a struggle. We all say we'll hit the gym more, but getting out of bed when it's still dark outside, that's a different story entirely. But what if you could make your resolutions a bit easier, almost automatic? While they can't help you hit the gym, Acorns make saving and investing super easy to set up on autopilot. Imagine if one of your past resolutions, like working out, cooking more at home, or actually reading those books, was as simple as letting Acorn handle it for you. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns let you invest with the spare money you've got while you have it. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. You don't even need a ton of time. You can create your Acorn account and start investing in just about 5 minutes time. You don't need to feel like some sort of financial wellness is impossible. Acorns gives you small, simple steps to get you and your money back on track. Basically, Acorns does the hard part so you can give your money a chance to grow. Personally, when I was younger, I got into some trouble myself financially. I didn't fully understand how credit, debit, all that stuff fully worked when I was young, and I had to learn the hard way. So that's why I believe something like Acorns is incredibly important and positive for us. Head to acorns.com/swamp pumped or download the Acorns app to start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/. Knight's Landing. I'm afraid of that place. I haven't been back in a long time. I'm scared to go there. Somewhere in Northern California, an hour from the coast in a dry valley, there's a place. This place was my second home. I spent almost every weekend there for many years until I was a teenager. A property in the outskirts of a boring small town near a creek in a well-sized patch of woods. We did a lot of things there, and we had room and confidence. A creaky old house, dimly lit, covered by trees, and a small garden to the side. The light only went so far from the windows and porch before it was total darkness, and a short walk to the other two buildings, old, long, empty garages filled with tables and chairs for parties. Probably about 50 feet long, 10 feet wide, side by side, and although they said no further than 20 feet from each other, they both had very different atmospheres. One was a beacon of light in the darkness, rather a checkpoint, before it was total darkness. They were bustling with life from family gatherings and parties, but never the second. Only 20 feet away, it was always too dark even to see. And on the other side of that, well, that's the scariest part of that place. The 4 mysterious homemade concrete graves. Right next to this building, and beyond that debris, giant rocks and tons of firewood picture almost a scrapyard with zero light. The building was scary, but at least it was closer to the light. I have plenty of stories from here, ghosts and intruders and otherworldly and not worldly things. But this time, I'm going to concentrate on beyond those property lines, beyond the empty field adjacent to the old building, Cache Creek. Back then, the rules were don't go into that building at night. But we always did. They told us not to stray past the graves at night, but we always did. They told us not to go to the scrapyard, but yet we always did. But what we would not do is go past that field. It was almost an unspoken rule. No one ever brought it up. No one ever suggested attempting to make the trip, and we were reckless as kids, but not suicidal. We remember when we would sleep over when we were younger. My grandma would put us in the house before 12. That creaky old house. Too many for one story, 3-bedroom house. You could see the end of it from where you enter. A straight shot. Living room, dining room, kitchen. All the rooms to the left. Room 1 by the front door, room 2 by the end of the living room, and room 3 by the dining room and the bathroom in the kitchen. And then out the back door. We all funneled into the living room while the adults slept in their rooms. We slept on the floor, and we'd stay up longer than them, but not for long. We'd get too scared. I'd remember no one talking about these things, just a look on everyone's face. Then everyone lays down and pretends nothing happened. These types of occurrences were daily at this place. But there is something that I will never forget more than anything. One night, while everybody was asleep except for us kids, it was maybe 30 minutes after everybody went to sleep, and the house was all quiet except for us whispering away and talking. Honestly, when I started hearing the noises at first, I thought they were maybe just insects or maybe a cat or something. But then we started hearing distant screams far off. A chill ran down my spine instantly. Suddenly it sounds like something slams into the front door and starts scratching at the walls, the door, and the sides of the house. Everywhere. It sounds like something is running around the house. The scratches, like I said, started at the front door, and then suddenly they were at the back door, then the right, and all at once. Sometimes it just sounded like one finger, and other times it sounded like a full claw. We were all scared out of our wits. The scratching then stopped, and for a moment everything went silent before we heard a massive thud on the top of the roof. I felt fragile under it. I felt like at any moment that the roof would cave in on top of us, and we would be this thing's meal, whatever it was. Eventually, the adults woke up and went to see what was going on, asking if we were horsing around. Once they saw how scared we were, They walked outside. The wind seemed to calm, and everything seemed to drift off into silence. I survived that night somehow, and so did all of us. The next day, when I asked the adults what they saw, they wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me if it was wolves, big coyotes, nothing. No response at all. All I knew is I heard something that night. I was young, maybe 5 or 6 at the time, and now I'm 22, and I can tell you for a fact that my reckless curiosity still gets the best of me sometimes. But I know one thing is there was something out there that night. I can't explain what it was. How's it going, Swamp Dweller? I hope all is well with you and those in the swamp. I've been listening to your channel for quite some time now, on the way to work and on long trips. I've wanted to submit my story for a while now and just haven't found the time to write it up. I currently live and work in Texas, but I'm originally from a small town in middle Georgia, where this story takes place. I can't give too many specifics about the area since there are some significant archaeological finds, and the landowner doesn't want trespassers to mess with them. He also doesn't want anyone from the government showing up on his front porch and trying to take it. Anyways, I lived a good way outside of the city limits. Nothing but dirt roads and trees as far as you wanted to drive. A couple of neighbors here and there, but they were few and very far between. Every summer when the mullet would run up the rivers from the ocean to spawn, we would spend as much time as possible on a particular sandbar on that river. One of the dirt roads ended where a logging trail started, which also happened to be right by my aunt and uncle's house on the left side of the road, and one of my cousins on the right. The trail led from the road, snaked through planted pines and hardwoods, and eventually found its way to the sandbar on the river. My uncle and cousin were good friends with the man that owned that land between the house and the river, which I learned was about 500 or more acres. And when they invited my dad down there, he realized it was a man he had worked with. They didn't know each other very well, but they knew each other well enough that the man told my dad he could come down here whenever he wanted. So, whenever he was off work in those summer months, he was down there with a salt block and a mesh bag full of chicken, stabbed into the ground with metal poles in the middle of the river to bait up the mullet. After baiting them the night before, he'd buy the worms and beer, find him a piece of river cane, or buy a cane pole if he was feeling a little lazy, and get everything ready to leave at the crack of dawn the next day. And almost every time my mom, my little brother, and I were with him. We were familiar with a good portion of the trails because when we weren't fishing, we would spend all night riding four-wheelers and taking hikes on the logging trails down there, hitting every mud hole in sight, pushing 1-inch thick sheets of ice out of the watering holes in the winter, just seeing how much we could do before our toys broke. Sometimes we'd have as many as 10 or 15 or so four-wheelers, and we'd all stop at this shack on the river and build a bonfire. My brother and I were around 13 to 17 years old as this went on for a couple of years before and after my encounter. My dad never explicitly gave us a beer, but we knew if we snuck a few when he was not looking, he'd assume he drank them. But I'm just rambling about the good old days. Anyway, I'd often wander off through the woods when my dad was fishing because, at the time, I hadn't gotten into fishing myself yet. I will tell you this is in the Oconee River. There used to be Native Americans who lived on the river. There's pottery and arrowheads galore. I would visit the rock houses where they lived. There's even a fishing trap they built still in the river. It's in a part of the river that winds through the land. These are the reasons we don't want people there. I'd walk these trails barefooted and shirtless all day long like the kid I was, and still am at heart. And with no cell phone, just a Bowie knife for protection and a couple of water bottles, I'd disappear early in the morning and come back about 4 or 5 in the evening because I knew my dad would barely eat all day if the fish were biting good, and he'd be ready to eat supper. My parents never worried because they knew I belonged in nature more than I did in the real world anyway. I was around 15 at the time of this encounter. The day started like always. I got to the sandbar and helped unload another salt block and some more chicken feed to keep it from running out during the day. I was swimming with my brother for a little while, and then I put my jeans back on and disappeared. Picture something like Huck Finn, with my cheap straw hat and blue jeans rolled up like I was expecting a flood, the likes of which haven't been seen since Noah built the ark. On this day I had a fresh pouch of Redmond Chew, Golden Blend to be exact, that I had gotten a friend's dad to buy for me, and I was loving life. I packed a fat chew and set out on my search for more pottery and arrowheads. As I got closer from the sandbar and deeper into the woods, I noticed pebbles flying through the trees and landing near my feet. Occasionally, one would bounce off my back or whiz past my ears. I thought it might have been my brother sneaking around and messing with me, but after dealing with this for over 2 miles, I was coming to a point in the trail where usually I could turn around on the four-wheeler and go back home, but ahead of me was a dried-up creek bed about 3 feet deep, which is why we would turn the four-wheelers around. I saw it just as I was about to turn around and walk somewhere else. About 10 feet ahead of me, right in the middle of the trail, was the perfect arrowhead. It was the best one I had ever seen. I guessed spearhead would be more proper for it. It was about 3 inches long and an inch or so wide. When I picked it up, I noticed that it was completely intact. No broken points or anything. And it was like a solid deep purple color. I bent down to pick it up and examine it for a minute, and excited would be an understatement. But as I looked up, I noticed something else. Behind a tall, healthy pine tree about 30 feet in front of where I was now standing was a massive arm, and peeking around the trunk of the tree was a face. I didn't get time to make much sense before I saw this thing move behind the tree and try to hide there in all its glory. It just stood there, arms by its side facing me, never once making a threatening move towards me. It was at least 7 or maybe even 8 feet tall and covered in matted, rust-colored hair or fur. From what I could tell, it had a very muscular physique. The face resembled that of a man but was more ancient, leathery, and wrinkled by the hands of time. But the eyes stood out to me just as much as the non-threatening posture. They weren't some abysmal black pits, they were glowing red orbs of anger and hatred. They were like our eyes, although I can't describe the color. It was like the sun hit them and reflected a goldish green color. The look in its eyes seemed very intelligent. I feel like it was studying me as much as I was it. It almost seemed to question what I was and what I was doing in its home. And why did I not mess myself and take off running? I can't tell you. There was also no eerie silence at any point, no putrid smell. The birds were still chirping, the chorus of frogs and crickets never skipped a beat, and I smelled the delightful scent of the wind, honeysuckles growing wild and free nearby. It was almost as if this thing were a spirit, but I can tell you it was accurate as any person you've ever stood before you in your life. We studied each other for what felt like an eternity, but was no more than 10 seconds. Then, without taking my eyes off this creature, I crouched down and placed the spearhead exactly where I had picked it up from, and almost as if I had read this thing's mind, it sort of nodded, turned around, and walked back into the dense forest. It never faded out of existence as a spirit might. I watched it disappear as it effortlessly walked through the vines and blackberry patches, and even after I couldn't see it anymore, I could hear it moving, branches crunching out of its way. After I no longer heard it, I turned around and walked straight back to the sandbar just in time to get in the truck and go home. I didn't say a word to anybody about it for quite some time. Then one night, as we were on one of our four-wheeler rides, I brought it up after we snuck a couple of beers, and my friend just gave me this weird look. But one of my other cousins who was there with us, who was also known to be a jokester, was the first one to say something. Until then, I had never heard him say anything as serious as this in all of our lives. I could hear the sincerity in his voice when he spoke. He told me that while he hadn't seen the creature himself, the loggers did. He asked if I ever wondered why they only cut small portions of the trees. They left their equipment down there one night, and when they came back the next day, a door to one of the trucks had been seriously damaged. It was severely smashed in and pulled open. They figured it must have gotten hit by a big log or a piece of equipment, and nobody wanted to get in trouble, so they didn't claim it. They decided they would deal with it after work, so they continued about their day. A few hours later, they noticed something in the creek bed I mentioned earlier. At first, they thought just maybe it was a hog, as they were a nuisance in the area. Then it stood up on 2 feet. They said they could see about 5 feet of it, but as I said before, the creek is about 3 feet deep. It chucked a huge log, and they hurriedly got out of there. They returned to get their equipment within the next week and never returned to this day. My cousin then went on to tell me some of the strange experiences he's had for himself down there, and I told him some more of mine. Those will have to be said later though, as it's getting late and I must work tomorrow. I do want to mention that after the encounter, I never stopped walking the trails. As I said, I didn't feel that this thing was threatening me, and I almost feel like it was a protector of the woods. The loggers were destroying the place and it showed aggression. I barely disturbed the area and always thanked the creator of the arrowheads or pottery I found for giving me a glimpse into the past, and I was spared. On later walks, I still had pebbles plinking through the trees and heard branches snapping, but it always made me feel safer knowing I had something watching over me. In roughly 11 years, I've only told one other person this story. Thank you for finally giving me a platform to share this story with like-minded individuals. I hope you have a blessed day, and always keep an open mind about things we know nothing about. Not everything is out to get you. Today's episode is sponsored by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get farm-fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. You can skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. You can choose from 55 weekly options featuring pre-portioned, high-quality ingredients picked at peak ripeness. HelloFresh delivers fresh, quality produce from the farm to your door in less than a week's time, so you can savor summer's flavors right from home. HelloFresh is 72% cheaper than dining at a restaurant and is even cheaper than grocery shopping, and that's money back in your pocket. So, join me and many others in the swamp today. Go to hellofresh.com/swamped16 and use code swamped16 for up to 16 free meal and 3 free gifts. Again, go to hellofresh.com/swamped16 and use code swamped16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. I live in a city in northeastern India, but my parents and I always go to visit our grandma's house on the holidays, and on some occasions in the countryside. I'm 18 years old. The small town, which is kind of a village my grandma's house is in, is on farmland surrounded by many woods, if you get what I'm saying. So let's cut to the scary part. The town is like any other ordinary small town in our state, but the people have been seeing some weird stuff throughout the years. There are countless stories, so I will try to write the ones I remember. The oldest I can remember was told by my dad when I was a kid. He said that he and his friend and some of my uncles were drinking and talking in the cabin attached to the back of my grandmother's house in the backyard. The backyard is attached to a small pond and a few square kilometers of woods and farmland, since my family from my mother's side owned many parts of the property. So as I said, they were enjoying the stuff when they saw a fireball going through the bamboo trees in the backyard. He said fireball, but it wasn't attached to anything like a stick or a lamp, and they didn't hear footsteps or see anyone. The odd detail is, they said the fireball was blue. I don't know, but I saw those associated with spirits and stuff somewhere. Next was an occasion I can't quite remember. The whole incident is very foggy, but my aunt was cooking in the kitchen, and she heard a whistle in the backyard through the window in the kitchen. After some time, my dad and one of my uncles returned to throw away the previous day's trash. He said he saw a guy using our abandoned toilet in the backyard. The bathroom's made by my grandpa, since many people in that area are very poor. So my dad and my uncle approached the guy and asked what he was doing, when he had just said that he was there to use their toilet since my uncle sensed some danger, like the guy could be a robber or something. Hence, he and my father returned to the house to pick up some tools, phones, torches, and a safety knife. But the guy was not there when they returned. They went in for just a minute to collect the supplies, and my aunt in the kitchen, looking out the window, said that he just vanished. I don't know if it was paranormal, an attempted robbery, or something else. Now, there are other events like one of my uncles who partied late at night was coming back one night when we heard something following him. The road was of course dark, mildly foggy, and no one else was out there. Such a cliche. So of course he got scared and began looking back with his phone flashlight and walking fast when the footsteps started creeping him out. He started saying God's prayer and played a song on his phone, he began walking faster. Still, after just a few steps his phone died, and he could hear the footsteps chasing him. He sprinted through our backyard because of a shortcut. Our backyard and farmlands are all connected to the road. When he came home, I don't remember what exactly happened, but still I remember him saying to his mother, which is my grandma, that he was chased by something. He said it was a solo footstep though, like it was something with only one foot hopping after him. The following day he told the whole story that I just wrote, and most of my family shrugged it off as a mild paranormal incident. As I said before, this town has bizarre things going on, so it's natural to become used to it. This happened to my friend Alex and me a couple of months ago around March of 2020. We both attended a school on California's Central Coast. One weekend in April sometime, Alex invited me to join him on a drive a few cities up north where he was picking up a dog he was interested in fostering. Once we picked up the dog, who is a lovely boy, we drove a bit further north to eat before heading back down to go home. We ordered ahead, and once we arrived, we picked up our food. Dine-in regulations are already in place because of COVID at that point. Both new to the area, we Google a park nearby to head out to eat. We pulled up to an empty park. There was only one other person there. He parks on a curb in front of another car, which is important. We quickly walk a few feet to a bench and a table near the curb, tie the dog to a public barbecue grill next to us, and began to eat. We were almost immediately approached by a man intent on talking to us. He specifically asked us about the dog, how old he is, his nature, is he mean, does he bite? Alex is busy answering the man's questions while trying to calm the dog down, and eventually shifts his attention only to the dog. The conversation ends with the man stands there for a minute or two just staring at us, but only I notice because Alex is still making sure the dog doesn't try to escape. We both, however, agreed that the conversation was quite weird. Anyway, the man walks away towards a shaded area next to the restrooms, under a large canopy type thing. Many parks in California have these. I don't really know how to explain it. I noticed that he sits with another man I had not seen previously, but I wasn't thinking much of it. At this point, the dog is still being troublesome, but I continue to eat. I feel like we're being watched, and I looked over, and the two men are just staring at us, not talking at all. I think it's weird, and I start to feel incredibly uncomfortable. Alex is still struggling with the dog, and when I look over again, I only see one of the men, the one who had not approached us. And when I look again, the one who did was coming for us, hiding behind a vending machine, poking his head out, looking at us ever so slightly, and I catch him. Without hesitating, I tell Alex to grab his stuff and get in his car. He doesn't even question me for a second. We gather our stuff and put it in his car. As we do so, the man still sitting and watching us approaches. And as soon as we get into the car, he begins to talk to us, asking us about the dog and its temperament again. He asked if he's protective and if he bites. Alex barely answers him and starts the car. The man then walks past our vehicle, gets into the car parked behind us where someone has been inside watching us the entire time from just a few feet away without either of us realizing. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, we pull out of the parking lot, and the other car does the same. We immediately fear that they might be following us, so Alex does a random series of turns until we end up in a neighborhood, and sure enough, the car is still behind us. They are tailgating us at this point, and we're both very freaked out, so we do a few random turns until we enter a roundabout, in which Alex very poorly exits, and they lose us. Very stupidly, we map another park for us to finish eating and arrive at a garden with a good amount of people, only a few streets away. We park, sit on a bench, and keep eating. Maybe 5 minutes later, Alex notices the same car entered the parking lot, and they park near where we were eating. No one exits the car, and we grab our stuff and leave, this time down south. The car starts to pull out too, but luckily we lost them, because we got on the street first.
A little backstory. I am a female chef and have been in the industry for the past 11 years. I have been through my fair share of some messed up things and have seen plenty of horrific things. At the time of this story, I was working at a high-end Italian restaurant/wine bar. And by the high-end, I mean, I work there and I get the scraps, but I couldn't afford to actually eat there. This bar is located in a busy and nice side of the downtown area that I live in. It was New Year's Eve turning into New Year's Day as we closed the bar at 2 in the morning. The ones closing the bar with me were the sous chef, who I will call Jay, and the bartender, who I will call Mike. We close up the restaurant and chug a beer for us to finally ring in the New Year's without being slammed with orders. Jay goes to an after-hours bar while Mike goes to his car to drop off his things and follow after Jay. I'm off to go to my car, which is a 10-minute walk away. Walking past a group of 3 guys who stopped talking as soon as I approached them, I thought nothing of it, pulling out my phone. I decided to play some Pokemon Go with all the Pokestops that are along the way. After stopping to try and catch one, I saw out of the corner of my eye the groups of guys slowly making their way towards me. I get a bad vibe from this and move along in the alleyway and try to call my husband. Of course, the one time I really need him, he doesn't pick up. I call him again, and then bam, I run smack dab into a gate. Silly me didn't stop to think about if they closed off the back way of these restaurants when they are closed. Here I am, all 5'3.5" of me, trapped with 3 guys blocking my way out of the alley. They were pretty big guys. Taking on one would be a problem, but all 3? No way. So with a strong voice, quote unquote, I told them to back off, but my voice cracked at the end. They stopped, looked at one another, and then the biggest of the 3 smiled in a perverted fashion. It was then my mind screamed at me to do something, anything. The big guy said I looked cold and lonely, and that they could make that all change. Don't go down without a fight, I thought to myself. I dropped my purse and pulled out my pocket knife, flashing it at them, yelling at the top of my lungs, not caring how crazy I looked or sound. The bigger man came running at me, screaming incoherent words at me. I closed my eyes and started to slash as I wasn't going anywhere without the will of the gods. If I go down, I'm going down swinging, goddammit. Through all of that, I didn't realize that someone came to help me. It was Mike and Jay, and I almost cut one of them in my blind swinging. I don't know what happened in that short time. I had my eyes closed, screaming at the top of my lungs, but I didn't care as I was saved. My photo wouldn't be on the news in the morning. After the whole ordeal, the boys walked me to the bar to look over to make sure I wasn't hurt. Again, I tried to call my husband, and again, he didn't answer. Somehow, I knew those bastards were gonna pick on you, of all people out here on the streets, Mike said to me after I hang up my phone. I gave him a puzzled look. They were upset they couldn't find a girl or 2 that would let them have their way. One of them said they're just gonna take that next bitch they see, which I guess was you, Mike said in a tone that turned dark. Alright, Black Magic, we're gonna get you to your car. Stay here. Do not unlock the doors till we get back. Tell me when you are parked. Jay said as he gave me a glass of water. They left, and only 3 minutes later I hear glass shattering. I hid in the dish machine, not knowing what else to do. I could hear screaming. It was the same drunken screaming from the alleyway. I was terrified as I thought they followed me, and now I'm alone again. I flipped out. My mind was racing and I kept thinking, what am I going to do? I didn't need to. Flashing lights showed up. The guys didn't know who I worked for, and obviously had forgotten that the police station literally was a block over. I came crawling out. I saw my car pull up and police started questioning all 3 of us. I don't know what happened to those guys, but I'm thankful for my coworkers sticking around and helping when they did. Who knows what would have happened if they didn't? I'd probably be dead. As for the husband, well, I gave him the cold shoulder for the next 3 days. Nowadays, I don't work the night shift, and I moved to a different bar that's a 20-minute walk from that Italian bar. I still on occasion go in to have some wine, as the chef and owner always gives me a happy hour price. I don't leave there alone, that's for sure. Jay moved out west and Mike opened up his own wine store, where I'll be his guest chef when he's doing pairing classes. It's been 3 years and we still talk. The 2 of them always check on me on New Year's Eve.
I was in Mexico at a bar called Mr. Clown's. I had to pee, so I went to the restroom. When I walked in, it was empty. It was a small restroom. 1 door, 1 stall, 1 urinal, and 1 sink. Nobody was in there. I did my business, and it took maybe 30 seconds at most. When I turned around, to my surprise, I see 2 dudes just going at it. Now I should note, I have no problem with who someone chooses to love. This is not, ew, gross, gay guy story. In fact, I have no problem with these dudes doing their thing, other than the fact that I wanted to wash my hands, but the sink was otherwise occupied. Here's where it gets weird. I head back to my table and begin to tell my friends what just happened. As I relay the story, I keep waiting for these dudes to come out of the restroom, which we can clearly see from our table, so I can point them out. As I'm telling my friends, it starts to dawn on me that the timing's all wrong. I didn't hear the guys enter the restroom or make any noise. It was a small room. It wasn't like these guys were sneaking. They weren't just getting started when I turned around. They were at full stride. That process is not a silent one. I would have noticed 2 dudes walking in on my heels and immediately starting to screw less than 6 feet away from me. At this point, there's still nobody walking out of the restroom. 10 minutes go by, and my friends have gone from waiting to see who walks out to thinking I'm pulling a fast one on them. So a friend and I get up and walk back over to the restroom. Nobody's in there. It's empty. We were watching the whole time, and nobody left. My drunk buddy immediately says, "Dude, ghost." To which I asked, "Gay ghost? Gay exhibitionist ghost?" We took this suggestion back to the table, and another drunk friend suggested maybe these were the ghosts of some gay guys who were tragically gay bashed, and this is how they haunt the location of their murderer. It'd certainly be justice of all sorts that would make their attackers as uncomfortable as possible. We all had a good giggle and laughed it off. But the fact remains to this day, nobody came out of the restroom, and there was no door or window out. I did not hear these guys enter or make any noise at all until I turned around, and there was suddenly very audible smacking noises. When we went back over, they were gone. I know what I saw, and I laugh about it to this day, but I also know it doesn't add up, and it creeps me out more than a little.
Last night, my best friend and I were bar hopping on Pink Street in Lisbon. I'm listing the location because I think this guy will try to pull this again with another person. While walking to another bar, we met a guy named Armando. He seemed genuine and sweet, so we had a casual conversation for a few minutes before heading inside. During the conversation, he said,
"Be careful in Portugal. You are not as safe as you think."
While it struck me as odd, I thought a cultural language barrier was the reason for the way he said it. I thought he was just trying to remind me to be safe. It should also be mentioned that at this point I was pretty drunk, as it was about 1 hour till bar close time. We split up and head into the next bar and continue to take shots with other bar hoppers. Armando pops up at the bar we're at, and at this point, there's no reason for suspicion. He buys me a shot or two, and we take like 2 selfies and all as well. Some time passes and I'm talking and dancing with another guy who I'll call Mr. Brown. My friend and I continue to meet other people and keep dancing until bar closing. After closing, my friend and I separate ourselves from the crowd so the Uber can find us easily. Armando approaches us and says to add him on Instagram. His phone was dead. Thinking nothing of this, I let him type in his name, but instantly he swiped to the main screen and called himself on my phone. He goes to call a second number and I stop him and say, "No, 1 number is enough." I take my phone back and we engage in a very light conversation while waiting for the Uber. We were slightly annoyed, but my guard was down so I didn't feel afraid. I typically have a very strong intuition, so I'm sure the drinking impaired my judgment heavily. Eventually, we get him to leave and our Uber shows up. The night was over and I was ready to go to bed. When I woke up this morning, my friend told me that she had a horrible feeling about him. Well, I received a message from Mr. Brown on Insta this morning saying, "Your boyfriend almost got hurt last night when he pulled a knife on me." I replied to say my boyfriend wasn't at the bar, so it couldn't have been him. I was able to send the selfie to Mr. Brown for confirmation that it was Armando. It was. Honestly, I'm just really freaked out right now, and I figured I'd share it with you guys. If you're on Pink Street and a guy named Armando approaches you, he wasn't with anyone when we initially thought he was with someone. Pay absolutely no mind to him, and definitely don't get too close to him, because he might just try to stab you. Last Friday, after a particularly difficult week at work, I wanted to meet up with some friends at a local wine bar and art house that we are regulars at. My poetry was actually debuted there and I am good friends with the owner. I texted my friends during the day, and I was thinking that it's going to be fun. I work close to the wine bar, so I head there straight after work, arriving before my friends. I order a glass of wine. I greet the owner who is behind the bar, and there is an older man there who seemed excited to have a conversation, but I cut it short. He seemed intoxicated already, and take it out into the patio to relax. It's quiet at the bar, but by the time my friends arrive, 45 minutes to an hour later, it begins getting really busy. They order their drinks while I get a second one. We find a spot outside of the patio to catch up. A few of their friends join us while chatting with a group of guys who we have never seen before. They try to come up and hit on us as well. They are saying things about how they like the way we look. We shake them off politely and keep chatting. My boyfriend texts and says he would be by in a few minutes to drop something off. He knows the owner. It was a piece of art for the bar. My boyfriend pulls up and drops the item off. I walk him to his car and give him a kiss goodbye. I go back to my friends, and they are chatting and having a good time. The group of guys comes up to us again, and we shake them off again. I finish my second drink, and my friend asks if he wants to go to the side of the building to smoke a bit. I was down with this idea, so we went to the side, continuing our chatting. My friend was rolling her joint, and this is when I start to feel strangely lightheaded and began having hot flashes, like when you are about to pass out. I remember turning my head to look out towards the road and everything seemed very far away, and then everything went black. I remember bits and pieces of trying to get to the car, and my legs not working. My friend's trying to hold me up, and the next thing I remember is sitting on a couch crying with my friend. She tells me that she called my boyfriend to come stay with me, and that they think someone put something in my drink. I notice my legs are scraped and bleeding, but I don't remember falling. My boyfriend stayed with me all night. I remember bits and pieces of it, most of this being crying, confusion, and being extremely uncomfortable. Yes, I am happy and grateful that my friends were there to notice and got me out of there safely, but I was greatly affected by the way I felt. I don't feel safe anywhere anymore. I feel uneasy. This may be because I have prided myself on being able to take care of myself and my ability to protect myself. This is a place I haven't felt the same. I have had sleep issues and anxiety since this happened as well. My boyfriend wants to bring me back when I am ready so I can have good memories there and experience it in a good way again. I don't know why I'm really writing this other than to attempt to get some sense of relief. If you ever go to the bar or social gathering, always be wary of your drink and who you have around you. Thank you, Swamp, for allowing me to share my experience with you. A few years ago, I worked in a bar in my hometown. I was 18 at the time. It was one of the busier spots and one of the few open until 2 a.m. I had worked there for about a year at this point, and people from the sixth form would regularly come by. This particular night wasn't too great for me. I had some terrible customers and wasn't feeling too great. I also suffered from anxiety at the time, so if my stress levels peaked, I just cried uncontrollably. Attractive, I know. Anyway, as I'm working, a group of people come in who I went to high school with. In the group were Dan and Felix. Felix was the nicest guy I've ever met, although Dan was an arse. I and Dan flirted when we first met, but nothing came of it. We were still friends, then suddenly we weren't anymore, and he would always make me uncomfortable. He'd constantly ignore me and talk about me, etc. So I tried to avoid serving this group because of Dan when they came to the bar. Luckily, another server, Leia, gets to him instead. Everything is going well until Dan stumbles to the bar and knocks over a drink someone had just ordered. Leia tries to get his attention but can't, so I try to help so he doesn't get in trouble. When I shout at him, not maliciously, just the music was loud, he comes over. I explain he knocked this woman's drink over and she wasn't happy. It had apparently spilled over her too. He turns to the woman and apologizes and offers to buy her another. When he orders, I realize he is beyond drunk. I've never seen him this bad, but I let it go. Leia grabs the bottle from the fridge and then we turn back around and Dan has now walked away. Now, bar policy was if someone didn't pay for a bottle that was opened or a drink that was poured, they were removed for the night, unless they came back to pay. We try to get Dan's attention, but he isn't listening. I got one of the managers that night, Max, and explained what happened. He goes around the bar and tries to talk to Dan. He also takes a member of the door staff with him because of how intoxicated Dan is. You know, just in case. At this point, I leave and serve someone in the middle of the bar, away from all of this. About 2 minutes later, Dan is being removed. As they walk him out, I shout over to Felix, who didn't know what was going on. I explain what had happened, and he wasn't banned. Just needed to leave for the night. Felix, being Felix, says okay, sorry for the hassle, and goes to find Dan. Before they can get him to the door, Dan decides to run back in the bar and at me. He leans over the bar and shouts in my face about how I'm a bitch, etc. Before being forcibly removed. This was too much for me and I ran off to the back of the bar and burst into tears because of my anxiety. Not too long later, the other manager who wasn't involved, Joe, comes to get me. Joe was a shoot first, ask questions later kind of woman, so when she got to me, she started shouting that I was unprofessional and shouldn't run off the bar like that. Then she realized I was crying and asked what had happened. I told her the part where we didn't get on, so that was probably why it was worse. Joe was very protective of staff, so she brought me outside to see if he was still around, to identify him so she could ban him for upsetting me. I didn't want this because I knew it would just make it worse, but she insisted. We had a sister bar, so to speak, next door, and she went to see if he was there. He was. What Joe did next, I think, was really wrong, though. She sent a member of door staff in, didn't explain anything, and they physically removed Dan from the building. He was obviously very mad, and they started screaming at each other. She accused Dan of abusing me, her words, not mine, among other things, but she also made me stand and watch. Dan was infuriated and started shouting at me, saying I was full of it. I understood his anger, but I couldn't defend myself because I was crying so much. Then Dan lunges for Joe. It was ridiculous. The door staff got involved before he could do anything, at which point Felix ran outside and dragged Dan down the street. Joe asked if I was okay, and I was sent back to work. Now, all of this was just a huge mess, but I figured I could deal with the aftermath when I saw him next and explain. He had other ideas. Apparently, Dan decided to sit outside the building and watch the rest of the night, for about 2 hours roughly. I didn't know at first, but Joe noticed it would go out and keep tabs, but she didn't tell me. My boyfriend worked at the same bar at the time, and Joe told him what was happening and asked him to work near me in case I noticed. I think she thought it would calm me down. At the end of the night, we cleaned the bar, mopped the floors, etc., before going home. As I'm getting glasses from the windows, I saw Dan and he's staring at me. I don't know what he was going to do or if he was going to do anything at all, but I panic and start hyperventilating. Joe and other staff notice, as it turns out all the staff was aware at this point. They were told to get me in the cellar if he came near the building. I was made to go to the cellar at the end, where I had a minor panic attack. For the first time ever, that night door staff stayed until we all finished work. Then, one of the door staff, along with a member of the bar staff, had to scope the area before I left. Another member of bar staff also drove me home that night when I normally walked. I was so scared. I avoided going anywhere near him at school after that, and after we finished school, I barely went out. He had told all my friends his side of the story, whatever that was, and I was removed from all group chats and they cut off contact with me. He never came back to the bar, and I've only ever seen glimpses of him walking past when I visit home. To this day, I still panic when I see him. I often go to a local bar with my girlfriend. We live less than 2 miles from downtown and decided on one Friday night to enjoy the nightlife. Everything, in the beginning, is generally pretty chill. We find a parking spot, we walk to the bar, sit down and order drinks. After about 10 or 15 minutes of drinking and talking amongst ourselves and the bartender, this odd-looking gentleman walks into the bar and asks if he can sit next to my girlfriend and I. We of course obliged and allowed him to take the empty chair next to us. Now, you gotta understand, we were sitting at the main bar, so it's not like we invited him to a private table or anything. My girlfriend, being the nice individual she is, decides to introduce us to him and make some small talk. Everything is going fine until I head to the bathroom. I ended up doing this a few times that night, as for whatever reason, alcohol just seems to go straight through me. As I came back the first time, my girlfriend gave me a bit of a strange look, but I brushed it off thinking nothing of it. As I sit back down, I can hear this guy going on and on about how he hates his wife and wants a divorce, and witness him time and time again fail on picking up every woman who walks by. Probably 30 minutes later, I've downed a few more drinks and make my way to the bathroom once again. This time when I come back, my girlfriend immediately whispers in my ear that this man has been saying some really concerning and outright disgusting things to her. He was saying things like, if your boyfriend doesn't work out, you can live with me and I'll take care of you. And if you need me to remove your boyfriend from the picture, I can. After hearing that, I gave my favorite bartender the flag that I was cashing out my tab and was leaving. This is where I wish it ended. The guy somehow found us on Instagram of all things the next day. He began to send us tons of creepy and nasty messages. Things about how he wanted to do sexually explicit things toward my girlfriend, and some truly bold and choice statements made towards me. This isn't really the scariest story by any means. Considering the sheer amount of stories I've read on this channel over the years, it was a very disturbing and a creepy experience to me personally though. I have had a few more creepy experiences at the bar, but I don't know how to make them into interesting stories as they sound so mundane in retrospect, but were incredibly creepy at the moment. I was traveling in Taiwan when I was 21 and went out to a bar with a few guys that I had met in Taipei. I'm an American guy. There was a middle-aged Italian chef, a Canadian that worked in finance, and a Welsh guy. This Welsh guy is a bit important as he was the main proponent for following this girl we met. He was visiting Taiwan from mainland China where he lived full-time, and he had a girlfriend that he couldn't stand back there, so he was hungry to cheat. Anyway, we were out at a bar downtown and I spotted a girl who was sitting alone, so I thought I'd invite her to our table. Turns out she was actually there with someone, but he was inside getting drinks. Either way, we had invited them both over to join us. They were both Americans. She was from Boston, and I remember they both were young. I'm not certain of the girl's age, but I actually remember the guy was around 20. We learned of this via the reason he was in Taipei, which was the first red flag for me. He was escaping the US because he had sex with an underage girl, and I'm not sure of the details. He was waiting for her to turn 18 before he went back to the US because her parents called the police on him. Fast forward a few hours of her rambling about how she wants to help underprivileged people, and I was ready to have a change of scenery. She excitedly insists that we go to a bar that's nearby. In fact, she mentioned that she has 3 girlfriends who are waiting there at this very bar right now. I felt a bit suspicious of her already, but I actually had heard great things about this bar from other people, so I figured it would be okay. As we arrive at the new bar, it ends up being closed. Instantly, and even without checking her phone, she says that her friends are actually at a different bar, but for this one, we should take a taxi. That's the end for me, and I let the guys know that we need to get out of here because she is being too strange, and we were getting into a less populated part of the city. Luckily, we had too many people for one taxi, so we get the address from her and agree to meet her there. We load up into our own taxi and go straight to a different bar. Once she realizes we weren't coming, she starts to message the Welsh guy. We had all exchanged Facebook information and was begging us to come to meet her. She told him that her friends are there and they want some guys to hang out with. To my shock, this guy even tries talking us into it. We all refuse and just continue the night at the bar that we're at. Throughout the night, she didn't stop messaging him and even began to message me and another guy. I asked her to send me a picture of her and her friends, and she quickly responded with a picture of her and 3 girls. But seriously, she had on a different outfit on that we saw her in before. Eventually, she sends us messages saying she is back at the original bar waiting for us, and that her friends are getting tired but really want to meet us. Finally, we convinced the Welsh guy to stop responding and wind down for the night. This gave us the creeps a bit, but the best part happened in the morning. When I was having breakfast, I was recalling the strange girl to a Danish guy I had met. As soon as I mentioned how she tried to lure us to a bar, he said, "Wait, was she from Boston?" Apparently, she had done the same exact thing to him and some friends the previous weekend. I'm not sure what would have happened if we went along with her plans, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have ended well. Always trust your gut instinct and be wary of people trying to lure you away from a bar, especially if they're acting strange or suspicious. This was back in the 1990s. I was a single mom and picked up a Saturday night bartending job at a place that was off the highway on Frontage Road. Not immediately close to anything, but in between some pretty large towns in the affluent suburbs of North Chicago. This place was hopping after work hours, but sadly, not on Saturday nights, and I'd often find myself alone or with only a handful of customers. This particular night was dark, rainy, and a thunderstorm was raging outside. In walks this rugged, handsome man. Windswept blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, nice build, and he sits at the bar. It's just the 2 of us, and I walk over to take his drink order. He orders, I make the drink, and he put out $2.25 on the bar. I hand him the drink and realize that he didn't give me enough money, so I tell him that I need another quarter. The drink is $2.50. Mind you, we are alone in this good-sized bar. It's a dark night, and thunder and lightning are raging outside. It's not close to any other businesses that I could run to or where other people might be able to help me out. He looks me straight in the eye and calmly says, "I'm Satan. Tell me what you really want. I can give you anything you want. What is it that you really want?" At this, I'm shaking in my shoes. Not sure how I even mustered up a response, and I looked back at him and said, "I want another quarter for your drink, and I want you to stop being scary." He gave me the quarter, downed his drink, and left. I had to close up alone, and believe me, I was on edge until the following morning. I didn't work there much longer after that. Seeing Satan once was enough. I wanted to add, he had the most unusual and beautiful gold pendant on. It was an ornate octopus, and now that I read a lot about conspiracies and high strangeness, the octopus symbolizes the Illuminati. The bar was close to, but not in a very affluent Chicago suburb. I can't help but wonder who he actually was, or worse, what he was actually up to. So let's start with some background. I'm a male and have been in college for a few years now. A group of people from my program would always go to this dive bar on our college's street every Thursday night. They did karaoke, so it was a fun way for us all to blow off steam once a week. Unfortunately, as the school year went on, the bar got sketchier and sketchier. Weirdos showing up, creepy old guys hitting on very sober college girls, etc. Until one day, this group of guys started showing up. They weren't the cleanest, friendliest, or even the soberest of people, frequently hitting on some of my friends and making some very extremely uncomfortable. One time, one of the guys walked up to my friend and flat out asked in the middle of our conversation if we wanted any cocaine. He of course politely declined. Anyway, now that some background is out of the way, on this particular night we decided to stay until last call. Not unusual for us, but it was also not a regular thing. I had heard some of the cocaine guys saying how they wanted some college ladies that night. Concerned for my friends who weren't dressed the most PG of the group, I asked a couple of my boys to stick back with me to make sure that we were safe. They of course agreed because they're bros and they were concerned as well. So we chilled at the table near the door and waited until they came out of the bathroom half an hour after the last call. This is about 2:30 in the morning now, and we see to it that they call their Uber and get in safe. Once they drive off, my buddies and I start walking back to the residence, so it's just the three of us, me and my two friends. Walking back at 2:40 in the morning, we get about 5 minutes away from the bar when I hear the scuffing of shoes behind us. I turned around to see one of the shorter cocaine guys walking a little ways behind us, in a quick fashion. It was late, I was tired, and I made nothing of it. Big mistake. 5 more minutes pass and I hear someone say, "Hey, wait up!" from behind us. It's Mini Cokehead, and he has a taller friend with him now. I immediately get this terrible feeling in my gut. We ignore them and start walking faster, but Mini Coke squeezes between my friend and me and stops dead in front of me. Crap, I think to myself. This is where I die. Rip me. Nice knowing you, fellas. The bigger guy looks at us, almost sizing us up, and says, "You boys know there's a tax for walking out here so late, right?" We all look at each other, with a mix of annoyance and confusion. Mini Coke chimes in with $30 each, now. Now, with us being poor college students, we don't carry cash on us, and we made that known. "Give us your wallets then," the big guy said. We lied through our teeth saying we didn't even have those on us either. So big guy puts his hands on my buddy's shoulders and says, while pointing down to a very poorly lit street, "Then you don't mind if we pat you down over here, do ya? You're not carrying wallets, so there's nothing to worry about, right?" Of course, I mind you, weirdo, leave us alone. My buddy had the same idea because he shoved the guy's hands off his shoulder saying, "Nope, not gonna do that." Then the big guy out of nowhere grabs my buddy by the throat and punches him square in the jaw. My other buddy tackles the big guy off him, while Mini Coke jumps on his back. I'm standing there basically frozen, and having never been in a fight before, let alone a mugging, my buddy realizes it and turns to me shouting, "Run!" So I start to sprint away, looking back and seeing my boys not too far behind. The big guy yells,
Get back, you cowards!
Obviously, we had no intention of returning to them, so we just sprinted, eventually losing them. My buddy calls the cops, they met back us with us at a residence, and we give them our statements. I take the officers to the bar and where we got attacked. They say they'll let us know if they find them. One of our other friends, who just so happened to be up at the time, came and invited us up to his room for some celebratory whiskey, cause the only reason we stayed behind and got mugged was cause we wanted to protect our lady friends from those guys. It's been a couple of months and I've heard nothing from the cops, but needless to say, we had to find a new spot for our Thursday night outings. This happened last year in 2018. This happened to my cousin, so I'll be telling it through her perspective. She and her boyfriend, are sitting in an old bar in Chicago enjoying a drink. There are a few people milling about, a substantial space with pool tables, pinball machines, etc. It's not a huge crowd. She keeps seeing this little girl in a very old-timey dress with a huge bow on her back, going around the patrons. She says to her boyfriend something to the tone of, "What a cute old-timey dress. I wonder what kind of performance is going on here." And he replies that he sees nothing, so she chalks it up to some mistiming. This happens a couple of times. Finally, a little while later, she sees the girl interact with the pinball machine for a spell, apparently trying to peek up and see what's going on inside the machine, but not able to play the game. She says something. There, she's back over there, the girl at the pinball machine. He looks over, sees absolutely nothing directly where she is pointing, and says, "So?" They proceed to have a conversation about the discrepancy. She proceeds to describe everything this girl is doing, where she is walking, what she is looking at, and so on, and he just denies it repeatedly, getting worried for her mental health as his eyes follow empty space around the room. I asked her questions like, "Did you try to interact with this being?" She was like, "No, it was weird," and she interacted with the pinball machine, but if this was a ghost, pinball wouldn't have existed back in the 1900 era her style belongs to. How does she know what a pinball machine is, and how can she interact with it? She says she doesn't know, but she acted as if she did this all the time, as if the little girl knows the place well. They apparently asked the establishment owners and were told the place had some history of being there a long time. That's all I remember, but I thought it was super fun. It opened up my mind to the possibilities that ghost-like entities can actually become familiar with elements from our time and aren't just stuck in a time loop or whatever. There are different types of spirits out there, some that are more human-like and can learn. She is definitely one of the soundest mind people I know and would not make something up. Nor has she ever hallucinated, nor does her family have any form of insanity she would inherit. I believe she saw some kind of being, like the ghost of a child maybe. I know this isn't much of a story without all the details, but I thought it was worth mentioning here. My name is Sam. I grew up in northeast Georgia, next to Lake Hartwell. This happened around the late fall of my senior year in high school. There was a big patch of woods behind my house, and back in the corner the woods led to a big open field. I put up a deer stand in the corner of the woods, so I could be hidden by the trees and still see into the field. The first time I saw it, I got home from school and went straight to the stand. It was about a couple of hours later that I looked across the field, and about 175 yards away, a deer was walking through the field. I took a look down the scope of my rifle to get a closer look. This deer was not right. It was sickly looking, and its limbs were too long for its body. It looked like it was sniffing around when all of a sudden it jerked its head up toward my stand, and it seemed to look straight at me. It then let out a blood-curdling scream. I bolted down my stand and back to my house. I was very, very freaked out, but I was never one to believe in the supernatural and paranormal, so I shrugged it off and thought maybe it was just one screwed up deer. Fast forward to a couple of nights later. My dad had to go spend the night with my grandma because she was sick at the time, so it was just me at the house. Now in the living room of my old house, there was a sliding glass door that looked into the backyard. You could see the tree line of the woods from the door, and some of it was illuminated by a lamppost we had in the backyard. I was chilling in the living room when I glanced outside through the door, and in the tree line, I could see the same deer from the day before. I was very amused, so I went outside to get a look. It noticed me, and it looked at me. I called out to it, "You okay, fella?" What it did next still haunts me to this day. In the driest, most monotone voice it spoke. "Help me, Sam." I about crapped myself from terror when I ran back inside and grabbed my rifle and locked myself in my bathroom. I'd never been so scared in my life. I could hear it let out another scream just like the first time. I was crying at this point, just wanting it to go away. After a few minutes, the screaming stopped. I didn't come out of the bathroom till the next morning. I never went back into the woods behind my house, and I abandoned the deer stand. I couldn't chance ever seeing this thing again. I've only told a few people about this, but they all seem to think it was either really tired or tripping balls at the time. I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't a hallucination. I still go hunting and fishing outdoors a lot, but I never run into anything like that. For the longest time, I didn't know what it could have been. But after hearing stories on your channel, I think I might have found what it was. I think it's a Skinwalker or a Wendigo. I find this weird because I didn't think those things would be in northeast Georgia of all places. I'm a 14-year-old male from Grand Junction, Colorado. I'm 6'1" and a previous smoker. I was an irresponsible teen back then, but I have changed. Anyway, me, my cousin, and brother went to a nearby small forest that we called the Glade so we could smoke because our parents didn't allow it. The forest is only about 2 miles from the outskirts of my town, and barely any cars are on the road here at night, so we weren't worried about getting caught. We started walking to the small forest about a half a mile long and a quarter mile wide, and we found the entrance to one of my favorite spots. If you walk about 5 minutes in, you'll see a giant pit that looks like a giant foot. By the time we got there, it was pretty much dark. I lit a fire and sat down and started to get high. I only took one hit when I heard a crash coming from the end of the forest. I panicked at first, but eventually I calmed down and smoked some more. There was a second crash, but this time it was closer. The crash continued again and again, getting closer with each time. We started panicking, stood up and started walking back to the dimly lit road and halted in our tracks. I saw this thing under the street lamp that was flickering. It moved in one fluid motion into the tree line. We walked on the other side of the street and this stench washed over us like compost on fire in a trash can. It was revolting, to say the least. We continued up the road until we hit a crossroad that turned left heading into a bridge that was like 20 feet from the woods. I turned my head and saw a hand grasping a tree, its head poking out. I'm 6'1", but this thing towered over me by at least 5 feet. I felt as though its yellow eyes were looking into my soul. This monstrosity let out a blood-curdling scream, and I yelled to run. We took off so fast I sprained my ankle. I retched in pain and stopped and turned around and saw this thing fully in the street lamp. It was disgusting. It looked as if its flesh was melting off, and it started to steam, like taking the lid off a boiling pot. It stood up and looked at me. Right before my eyes, it had my brother's shoe and turned into him. It yelled to come here and that he wasn't going to hurt me, but it sounded like a person from a different country speaking English. I thought of saying, "Be gone, Skinwalker," but the only thing that came out was a low lion-like roar. It looked at me and tilted its head and dropped the shoe and fled back into the woods. I keep hearing it now at night. It's been 4 months since then. Let me just get this out of the way. I am not an avid believer in any paranormal stuff, but I love listening to scary stories and collecting weird antiques such as dolls and haunted paintings. I was one of those, if I ain't seen it, it ain't real, and I had never seen anything remotely paranormal until about a month back. My name's Charlie, and I'm 27 years old, tough looking, with a long beard and tattoos. In truth, I'm a softie, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, but I was born in Germany and moved here and to live with my boyfriend about 3 years ago. I worked at a company that repairs and resells old phones and computers. It's got decent pay and is close to home. Perfect for someone like me who has got no ambitions career-wise. I drive a 1960s Chevrolet Impala that we inherited from my boyfriend's dad. Even if I don't know anything about cars, there's a sense of pride riding around in one of those old machines. But that's enough of context. So, One day I got off really late, around 9 p.m. because I had someone quit and left a month's unfinished paperwork for me. I was compensated for my time, so I didn't mind. It was dark when I was finally on my way home, and I blared loud music because, in all honesty, I'm a bit scared of driving home in the dark. We own a lot of land and also inherited some from my boyfriend's dad, so our house is pretty far from any neighbors. To get home, we need to drive down a dirt road for about 10 minutes, then down our driveway, which takes about 3 to 5 minutes. So it's a lot of driving in the dark for someone who doesn't like it. As I was going down the dirt road, I see something run in front of my car, making me slam on the brakes. I got a good look at it before it scampered off, as it stopped in the middle of the road to stare at me. It was some sort of deer. It looked sick to all hell. Its skin was sunken, and you could see every bone in its body, especially where the fur was missing, which was almost everywhere. It had big, bulging eyes that looked super creepy when reflecting. Its teeth were exposed, like if you have ever seen a dead animal where their lips were kind of curled in or pulled back. The legs were the worst part. It looked like they'd been run over and then healed back in the wrong way, poking against the skin. I drive home and I call the wildlife service, worried it had some sort of disease that could spread to the other animals we kept on our property. They said they'd check it out tomorrow, and we let our dogs sleep with the animals to chase it away if it came too close. We didn't hear anything from them and assumed it wasn't anything serious, so I kind of forgot about it until I was watching TV with my boyfriend about a week later. We were in the living room, which has 2 large floor-to-ceiling windows facing the horses' grazing grounds. My boyfriend suddenly gets up from the couch and points outside. He told me to look, and that's when I spot it too. Just a few feet from the window, looking over the fence to the horses, is that deer. It looked much bigger than last time, and in much better condition, but the legs are what told it away from any normal animal. I got up and banged on the window, hoping to scare it away. It turned around and its face made us both jump. Its eyes were glossed over and looked like they were about to pop out of its sockets. Its teeth were still exposed, but they looked way too big for its mouth and were protruding from its jaws. We had a terrifying staring contest for what seemed like hours, but it was really just a few minutes. And then it ran off, but in a way that still gives me chills. It moved both its legs on the right side, and then its left side separately. It looks like some sort of toy. It made me nearly crap myself. It wasn't limping or walking, it was running. My boyfriend was scared out of his mind, and it only took many hours to calm him down, but at the time, he didn't tell me why he was so panicked. It wasn't until last week when we had our most recent and hopefully final encounter with this thing. We were driving back after visiting his mom in the old folks' home. It had gotten dark. We were going down the dirt road just chatting when the color from his face drains and he's fixated on something outside my window. I was driving, by the way. I look out and see that deer running alongside the car. We picked up speed and tried to lose it, but even when I sped up, it kept pace. We couldn't race off since it had been raining and the road was full of tracks. It could send us rolling into the woods if I tempted fate. We drove past our own driveway to not bring it home, and kept driving until eventually it began lagging behind. I watched its yellow, reflecting eyes fall further and further back in the rearview mirror, just before the thing completely disappeared in the dark. I kid you not. The eyes rose up, like the animal got 3 times taller, or stood on its hind legs. It kept running after us like that for a few seconds before disappearing. We were both so scared we ran into the house and cowered in our bedroom with our dogs, being too afraid to even go to the bathroom alone. I wanted to call the police or something, but my boyfriend insisted we talk to his grandmother in the morning instead. Neither he or I managed to get more than a few hours of sleep that night, and we drove out to see his grandma the next morning. We kind of managed to talk to ourselves into thinking that it was possibly a dream or something, but there were long scratches on the back of our beautiful car, which honestly pissed me off more than anything. At least we knew we didn't imagine it. Anyway, he told her about all the things that had been happening, and his grandmother said that she said my boyfriend's father had given him the land, given what lives on it. She's Native American, but you wouldn't guess she and my boyfriend were related because his mom was Canadian, and he got most of his features from her. She blessed us in our house and offered to stay for a few nights just in case it came back. I'm not used to this, and wasn't sure what to think of it all, but the sincerity in my boyfriend and his grandma's eyes make me want to believe them. He told me it's a Skinwalker, or Eid Lushi, so I've been reading up on it, and I'm scared out of my mind. We haven't heard or seen anything since, so I hope it's gone now. We got some rules to follow, such as not leaving food out or speaking its name, and I intend to follow them to the best of my ability. I do not want to encounter that thing again. I'll update you if anything else happens. I'm not sharing this because I want to scare people on the internet. I just want to warn people to be careful because there's stuff out there that just isn't natural. My friend and I were sitting at his house on a nice hot summer day being bored. It wasn't long after we decided to go exploring a trail in his woods. So we got ready to go on this little adventure. We got his dog to go on us with this walk because my friend said weird stuff had been happening out in those woods. Didn't really believe him, so we started walking through his woods until we got to a trail. We started walking on it and kept trying to scare me as a joke. It wasn't really scaring me, more than annoying me. So we kept walking, enjoying the sun and the adventure. Soon, his dog started whining, and his dog is bigger and didn't really get scared that easily. So, I was just walking, minding my business when my friend started running with his dog on a leash. He looked at me and said, "Run!" I didn't believe him, cause he was trying to joke around with me before. But he looked back at me with a really pale and terrified face and yelled, "Run!" once more. Then a sudden rotten smell got really bad, so I looked back, and there it was, towering over me, and just observing me. This thing was not human. It had long fingers, pale skin, and was almost white as snow. It stood over everything by almost 2 or 3 feet. Mind you, I'm like 5'8". I was scared, so I took off without hesitation. The thing got on all fours and took off into the woods. As I and my friend were running, I looked over in the woods next to us, and there it was keeping up with us, running on all fours like some kind of animal. Then, I and my friend got to the little trail that led to his house, so he booked it back to his house. I've never felt so scared in my life. About a week later, I came back to his house, because we were bored. So I said, why don't we go back into those woods and see what was really there? So we did. It was just me and my friend this time. We left his dog behind. We walked through the little trail to get to the bigger trail. As soon as we got to the big trail, we heard a really distorted, high-pitched scream. Nothing like anything I've ever heard before. It spooked us to the point that we started running back to his house as fast as we could immediately. When we got back to his house, we started doing research on what it could have been. It turned out to be something along the lines of a Wendigo, in our opinions anyway. In the end, my friend and I agreed to never go out into those woods again. I'd like to remain anonymous if I can. I live in a small town in Texas where not much is happening or going on. To spice up life in the town and cure the boredom that hung over it much of the time, I decided to throw a huge ranch party about 25 minutes outside of town. The party went well and everyone there had a good time. It was such a rousing success, I gave thought to doing more of these events in the future. At about 2 in the morning, things wound down and everyone was going home. I cleaned up with the help of some friends, and then I got into my car and started to drive home. On the drive home, a black cat appeared out of the middle of nowhere on the road and glared at me. Surprised and unable to stop my car in time, I hit the cat. I felt really unsettled and bad about it, but continued my drive home knowing there was nothing I could do. Upon arriving home, I parked in the carport, shut my engine off, jumped out, locked the car, and ran toward the door to go inside. before I could get inside, however, I heard a burst of disturbing laughter. The laughter was deep and it sounded distorted. That's when I went for the light, and to my horror, upon turning it on, I saw the same cat I had run over, staring at me from the hood of my car. Freaked out, I shut off the light and went inside, locking the door behind me. I was so freaked out I slept in my brother's room that night. Further research later on has led me to believe that I encountered a skinwalker, or some sort of shape-shifting creature, maybe a fleshgate, I don't know. I'm curious to know your thoughts though, and thank you Swamp Dweller for sharing my story. I live and have lived in northeastern Missouri my entire lifetime. I've always believed in the paranormal and cryptids and such, but I'd never had a real encounter with anything like this before. That is, until a few years ago. I'm 18 now, but I was about 14 or 15 when this happened to me. My mom had brought home a glow-in-the-dark Hasbro Ouija board and informed me to never play with it in the house. I, being the dumb teenager I was at the time, invited my friends over for a session one night when my mom was out of town. We played with that thing in our bedroom. As I said before, I never believed anything would come of it. During our session, none of the usual telltale signs or events occurred. The planchette didn't move on its own, and there was no electrical issues or anything of note to speak of. As such, I thought nothing of it when we finished playing around. A few weeks after we'd used the thing, I began to have these horrific nightmares where I'd see a little girl in a white dress with black eyes moving closer and closer to me. Every time, she'd have these weird faces, and she'd be whispering something I couldn't make out. She would get to me sometimes, and I would wake up sweating and freaked out. Also, this happened as I always was unable to move, similar to like some sort of sleep paralysis event. This continued for 3 months, at which point the dreams changed. Initially, I thought it was over. I soon had dreams about Wendigos. Before having said dreams, I knew nothing of Wendigos. The dreams would always start out in a field. There were dead trees, plants, and nature around me, but no sounds whatsoever. Although I could and would run in any direction, it never felt like I was actually moving at all. Each time I'd have this dream, I'd eventually turn around to see a creature standing upright. The creature's legs were deer legs, its torso was human, and its head was the skull of a buck. It also had long claws like fingers on its hands. This creature would never say anything at first, but it eventually started screaming in an ear-bustingly loud manner. "The ones you love do not speak the truth." It would say this again and again. I would later find out it spoke the truth. Shortly after the dreams, my parents got a divorce, and I'd find out my dad was not truly sober, and my mom was lying about not having cheated on my dad. These dreams were mortifying for someone at my age. They went on for about 4 months before they abruptly stopped. I have not had these dreams since, and I've never touched a Ouija board again. Last year, from late August through all of September, I began researching things about the occult, the paranormal, and even lore and such like skinwalkers. I knew of a few other people who had done the same in the past, and their paranoia grew the more they researched such things. I have had a similar experience since researching these things. As for my story, things started off pretty standard. I got a feeling of being creeped out. Having done enough research on the paranormal and having experienced enough paranormal things myself, I brushed the feeling off as nothing. As time went on, the dog in the neighbor's yard started losing it roughly 2 to 3 hours at a time, for a period of 3 weeks or so. This seemed to be happening for no reason. This, combined with my uneasy previous feelings, was enough to make me stop going out to smoke at night. Eventually, This stopped for a short time. One late August night, I had a friend over, and felt comfortable enough to go out and have a smoke when the neighbor's dog suddenly started barking. It was going crazy, like it was going insane. Observing the dog's behavior, we thought it odd. Suddenly, my friend stopped and stared over at the tree next to the doghouse. Weirded out, I questioned my friend's behavior, at which point she informed me that she saw what looked like a person near the tree. Looking over, I saw nothing, but I couldn't shake the unease. The next 2 mornings, my friend got up for work and informed me she saw a dog we'd never seen before lurking around her car. She said every time it'd just stare and growl before leaving entirely. We weren't sure what was up, but we even discovered handprints on the glass outside of my window underneath the screen. I'm not sure if this thing is a skinwalker, a stray dog, or something else entirely, but it didn't feel exactly normal. This, coupled with the oddities happening around my house, have led me to believe that some more nefarious thing could be happening. I'm open to any theories anyone may have. For now, though, it remains a mystery. I used to hunt fairly often. The day everything changed started off relatively normal. In the end, however, I would never go hunting again. It was a hot summer day and I was wandering the woods, heading for my tree stand. I really enjoyed nature, and so when I reached my tree, I sat down feeling fairly relaxed and excited at the idea of another day out in nature. This would change rather quickly. I was sitting there for a solid 67 seconds when I hear a noise. It didn't sound like the normal deer or coyote I hunted. It was odd, and it startled me at first. Eventually, the noise went away though, so I forgot about it. I got a little stir-crazy, and after a bit I began walking. About 6 or 7 minutes into my walk, I heard the strange noise again. Baffled and a little curious, I looked through the scope of my rifle, and that's when I see something I have never seen before. The mere sight of the thing had me sprinting through the woods. It looked part human and part monster, but when it got closer, I saw it was a man with a knife. Freaked out at the presence of this guy, I ran. It wasn't more than a few seconds before he somehow caught up with me. At that moment, I was so startled by this I shot him. This quote-unquote man slowed down and began screaming in pain. I thought to myself, I stopped my pursuer. Good. The thought was short-lived, however. As soon as he starts running again, I'm at a loss, like what the hell? I'm positive I shot this guy and he shouldn't be running. It was clear he could outrun me, so I thought the next best thing I could do was try to hide. I ducked behind a rock, the only cover I could find close to me, and this man or thing slows down and starts walking right in my direction. I think I'm screwed, and am preparing to unload everything I have into this guy when he stops right in front of me. And by some saving grace of God, another shot goes off in the distance. The strange man runs in the direction of the shot, and seeing my only opportunity to escape, I book it to my house. The second I got home, I called the cops and they went to check the woods. It took them a solid 2 hours before they finally came back. They informed me they searched high and low for this quote-unquote man, but they couldn't find anyone. They didn't even find evidence of anyone out there besides myself. I thanked the officers for the time and decided that right then and there I was never hunting again. I looked into things such as wendigos, skinwalkers, flesh skates, and all those kind of things, and I kind of think it fits into there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments though. I need some advice. I don't want to give up my location, but I will say I'm in an area based close to Navajo land. The most identifying information I can give is I'm in Maricopa County. My issue is that I work at night, and about mid-April, I noticed something strange. I've never heard bird calls at night until this happened. I stopped my car to have a smoke, and was getting ready to hop out when I had the striking feeling to turn my radio down and roll down my window and listen. The well-lit parking lot I was in filled with what sounded like this weird noise. It sounded like 3 loud bird calls, is the best I can say. It was like several birds were talking loudly across the parking lot at each other. The sound was piercing and tittering, and the bird calls itself filtered through what sounded like several types of different calls, all in a single sequence. I got the sense these birds were practicing their types of calls or something, if that makes any sense. They were loud and did not stop, but chittered faster and more excitedly as I stepped out with my smoke and lighter. My chest tightened with panic, and the darkness that pressed against the edge of the parking lot filled me with deep terror. I climbed right back into my car and got the hell out of there. As I drove away, I caught sight of my car's clock and tried not to think about how unsettling it was that birds were so active at 1 a.m. I heard that ominous, cycling bird call follow me to work and home for the next week after that. It didn't take a single day off. One time in the early morning I heard it begin to imitate a younger sounding bird, and since then it's varied between that and the cycling chirps. The week after that, the calls have been present but less persistent. Tonight, I had a dream I was driving with a neighbor I'd never met before, when a human-sized animal on 2 legs came up to the car and stopped it, placing its fur molted mushroom-colored hands or hooves on my passenger side of the hood. I wanted to scream and warn my neighbor, "That's it, that's the Skinwalker!" But before I could say anything, and before I knew the creature would turn its head to look at me, and I would wake up. I had this dream today, and I knew I needed to ask for help. I've had several Navajo clients who I've thought of asking, but I didn't want to be rude or bring up bad luck, so I'm hoping to find some help here. My gut instinct is telling me to just punch this thing in the face if it shows up, but I figured I should find out the correct answer before I came to that. Since the first parking lot incident, I've strongly felt that this is a Skinwalker, and I'm not sure why. Since I began my channel 3 years ago, the most requested topic I have gotten, without a doubt, are Skinwalkers. There seems to be a fascination among the masses with the modern-day boogeyman. Now, I have done an in-depth look into the lore and backstory of the Navajo Skinwalker legend. This video is focused on a more specific area of the Skinwalker legend, a place where these dark witches are said to roam wild, alongside other supernatural beasts of all shapes and sizes. In recent years, there have been many movies and documentaries made on this rural ranch in the middle of nowhere, Utah. This is the strange and true story behind the Skinwalker Ranch. Before I get into the meat and potatoes of the spine-tingling mystery, let's get acquainted with the basics of the ranch and a brief overview of the Navajo culture. Before I get into the meat and potatoes of the spine-tingling mystery, let's get acquainted with the basics of the ranch and a brief overview of the Navajo culture and the role Skinwalkers play. Skinwalker Ranch, aka Sherman Ranch, is situated on roughly 488 acres of land. Safe to say, plenty of room for spooky stuff to happen. The ranch is located southeast of Ballard, Utah. Ballard is fairly well known for stories of UFOs and other paranormal anomalies. The name Skinwalker Ranch comes from the dark, malevolent witches of Navajo lore, Skinwalkers. The Navajo Nation covers nearly 18 million acres, or roughly 27,413 miles. The Navajo Nation is located in the area known as the Four Corners in the southwest United States. The Navajo actually have retained the largest land area among any Native American tribe, which, if you ask me, is truly tragic in the first place. From Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico, the Navajo lived and respected the land. With all cultures, the Navajo did indeed have figures of good and evil. It is important to understand the role and meaning behind medicine men and Skinwalkers. First and foremost, medicine men were spiritual healers and protectors of sorts. They also had knowledge of herbs and other various remedies for physical ailments as well. Skinwalkers are essentially anti-medicine men. Instead of healing, protection, and guidance, their purpose is to curse, maul, and torment. Notlushi, the Navajo name for the Skinwalker, has the ability to possess and disguise themselves as the animals around them. This is, of course, a crude and very brief introduction to what these entities are. If you would like a more in-depth exploration into Skinwalkers themselves, check out my 20-minute long documentary on them. Let's get back to the ranch itself. Trying to pin down the start of the Skinwalker Ranch story is kind of hard, honestly. Between my reading from journalists, books, and research online, I could find that the most popular publicized claim seemed to have been in 1996. I do realize there are reports from around the area and history that shows people lived in the area before these 1990s reports, but the ranch itself didn't seem to get notable coverage until this time. I did find a timeline that shows a UFO sighting did occur in 1974, but this was 10 miles away from the ranch. The Desert News, a local Salt Lake City newspaper, and its counterpart, the Las Vegas Mercury, had begun publishing a series of articles from George Knapp. These stories claim that the Sherman family was experiencing some truly terrifying events that you could only imagine in the movies. This all started after they had recently purchased the ranch. For reasons unknown, the ranch was abandoned sometime in 1987. The property was vacant for upwards of 7 years, until 1994, when the Sherman family finally purchased it. Terry and Gwen Sherman, along with their 2 children, had thought they had found their dream home. A vast piece of land, a comfy house, and solitude. What more could you ask for? Terry was a cattle breeder, and was in the hopes that nearly 500 acres of land would give his livestock plenty of space to feed and roam. Not to mention, this could be the break he needed to take his livestock business to a higher status. Terry had bought the ranch for a very good price, far cheaper than the land was worth. He was excited and honestly bewildered that no one else had jumped on the offer. Upon moving in, the Sherman family immediately noticed some odd things. They stated the number of deadbolts used to secure the home was insane. We're not talking about 1 or 2 deadbolts per door. We are talking 3, 4, maybe even 5 deadbolts on a single door. This also was the case for many of the windows as well. This was also the case for the doors on the inside of the home. They had found heavy metal chains attached to the walls, likely used to keep big dogs from escaping. The Sherman family initially thought the previous owners were just overly paranoid about home security. They would soon find out that on the Skinwalker Ranch, you can never be too safe. I have found experiences and claims of UFOs around the area on the ranch itself before 1996. In the 1974 book, The Utah UFO Display, a scientist report written by Frank Salisbury and Joseph Hicks, this book details nearly 100 alleged experiences from the Oneida County region, where the Skinwalker Ranch just so happens to be. These experiences detailed stories of cattle vanishing into thin air and or being found mutilated beyond all recognition. Sightings of UFOs and orbs were also mentioned numerous times, as well as sightings of creatures with blood-red piercing eyes. Even after being shot, these creatures were unhurt and seemingly unbothered. The mutilated cattle have been a part of the lore and area for decades. A retired U.S. Army Colonel, John B. Alexander, had conducted scientific investigations on the ranch, which revealed mixed results. Getting back to the Sherman family, they mentioned upon signing the paperwork they had noticed a lot of strange things in the agreements. One interesting thing was that the Sherman family was not allowed to dig on the land without approval from the previous owners, which, if you ask me, is incredibly strange and makes me think of the amount of potential dead bodies buried out there more than spooky paranormal stuff, but I digress. Even though everything felt weird, the family went through with the purchase anyway. According to Terry Sherman, things got strange almost immediately. Literally, on the first day the family was moving in, they noticed a figure off in the distance in their southern pasture. As they observed closer, they could tell that it was a wolf. It was moving rather quickly in an odd S formation. This, of course, put the family on alert. Maybe not for the simple fact that wolves lived in the area, but the size of this wolf, according to Terry Sherman, was impressive, to say the least. Terry firmly believes it was around 3 times the size of a normal wolf. At first, the wolf seemed friendly and non-threatening to the family. It approached them calmly and slowly. All the livestock seemed to be terrified. All but one curious calf, that is. This baby calf had its head sticking out between the metal bars of the fence. In what seemed like a split second, the wolf quickly ran towards the calf and attacked it brutally, snapping its large jaws down on this calf's head. The wolf tried to drag the calf out of the pen. In a moment of bravery, Terry ran to his truck and grabbed an axe. He began to attack the animal and kicking its back legs to no avail. The wolf would just not let go of the calf. Terry yelled to his son to grab his .357 Magnum and bring it to him. Terry had shot at the wolf, apparently hitting it in the abdomen area. Even after being shot, this wolf would still not let go of the calf. It almost seemed as if this wolf was bulletproof. It apparently did not yelp or show any indication that it had just been shot, nearly point blank. Terry fired another shot at this rabid wolf. Nothing seemed to be bothering this monstrosity. Finally, after shooting this beast for a third time, it finally backed off. This of course had everyone freaked out and uncomfortable. What animal could realistically take multiple shots from a .357 Magnum and still be standing just fine? Upon further observation, Terry could not notice any wound or blood on his coat anywhere. Apparently a fourth shot was taken and the wolf began to retreat more. Terry was concerned this wolf may be thinking about attacking the calf again, and since he clearly can't protect his livestock, he is terrified of that outcome. At this point, Terry called for his son to bring him his .30-06 rifle from inside the house. His son returned in no less than a minute's time. Terry quickly took aim and fired at the beast, but instead of dropping dead or even running away, this wolf just looked back at Terry like it was annoyed more than anything. Rightfully freaked out past the point of no return, Terry lets off another shot, and this time can clearly see a piece of flesh rip off the wolf as it hits it this time. This still did not seem to faze the wolf in the slightest. The wolf would look at the calf and then back at Terry and proceed to run off back the way it had come from. Terry knew he couldn't just let this large wolf roam his land. He and his son strapped up and went after the beast. They tracked the wolf for nearly 2 hours, catching small glimpses of it, running between trees and patches of woods. They came across a muddy bank, where they found many of the wolf's paw prints. They followed them until they abruptly ended in the middle of the mud bank. This had perplexed Terry to such a degree that he questioned everything he knew. The wolf would have to jump 50 yards or so to have avoided leaving more tracks, which is just ludicrous. Wolves can typically jump up to 15 feet long and roughly 12 feet high, so jumping 50 yards or 150 feet is a real superhuman feat. This wolf had just vanished. After returning back home, Terry had picked up the piece of flesh he had shot off the beast. Terry noted that the meat was not fresh at all. It had looked and smelled rotten and putrid, almost as if it had been out in the sun for days on end. Terry, to this day, still questions what happened to him that day. This was just the first day. I could sit here for hours retelling the plethora of stories the Sherman family claimed to have experienced. You can find those stories in the various books, documentaries, and films centered around this ranch. I wanted to relay this one in this video, as it is personally my favorite story from the Skinwalker Ranch legend. If you have seen any of the films or read the books, you will know this strange wolf shows up more than a few times. I also wanted to share a few shorter stories that really stuck out to me. Aside from little experiences, such as unpacking groceries and leaving the room to come back to find them all back out again, and things from the family just up and vanishing, Gwen Sherman reported some seriously creepy stuff happening. She initially brushed it off as her going insane. These small events were leading Gwen to worry about the state of her memory. Gwen and other members of the family claimed to have seen tall, dark entities peering in from the windows at night, even entering the home and watching them at the end of their beds. Aside from some serious poltergeist activity happening within the house, the mutilations of cows, strange lights in the sky, and even odd noises that would come from the ground, sounding almost like explosions. These events only continued to get worse and worse around the property. The noises from the ground interest me a lot, simply because neighbors claim to have heard them as well, adding just a bit more validity to the claim in my opinion. To make things even worse, the Shermans had been seeing strange creatures all over their land. These creatures would range from Bigfoot to almost ungodly looking. Nightmarish werewolf hyena-like creatures would ravage their livestock and vanish into thin air seemingly. I could go on and on about these happenings. It seems to honestly never end. I have found a very interesting and captivating video series on a majority of these smaller events compiled by a channel named Bedtime Stories. I would highly recommend checking out their coverage of the Skinwalker Ranch events. In 1996, the property was sold to NIDS, the National Institute for Discovery Science, after the Sherman family could no longer stand the terrifying events and the financial ruin they were in from it. NIDS is a rather interesting group that focuses on the fringe sciences of the world. A group of highly respected and educated scientists who approach the world of the supernatural with a skeptic mind, but are open to what results may reveal. Let's get into some of the more boring details here. These details may be boring to those looking for a supernatural thriller. There was actually a whole new mystery behind who recently purchased the land and what they were using the land for. Robert Bigelow, the business guru behind the Budget Inn motel chain, Bigelow Aerospace, and NIDS, bought the ranch for just $200,000. Bigelow claims he was convinced to buy the ranch after hearing the stories of mutilation, strange lights, and weird markings in the earth told to him by the previous owner, Terry Sherman. Bigelow allowed several studies to be carried out on the property, treating the ranch as an open laboratory of sorts. Bigelow stated he thought secret military machinery was responsible for the torment of the Shermans. It seemed to only fuel the legend more than providing any real answers. There seems to be a lack of information on what he had been doing and what studies had been going on there for the past 20 years. In 2016, Bigelow sold the ranch for a whopping $4.5 million to an unknown corporation simply named Adamtanium Holdings. That is one serious return on his original $200,000 investment. The biggest question I have, though, is what was happening for the past 20 years? What research was being done, if any? This is where the state of the Skinwalker Ranch truly becomes odd. Not to say a property known for strange and supernatural events isn't odd in itself, but once Adamantium Holdings came into ownership, so did a shadow of secrecy. As far as I can tell, this holding company is a shell corporation, and their origins are, well, rather unknown. A shell corporation, for those who are unaware, are corporations that technically only exist on paper. They have no real employees or office space, but have a bank account or passive investments like intellectual property rights or IP rights. Essentially, intellectual property rights to your favorite show or character. These passive investments make them money, thus technically making them a business. When this holding company purchased the property, they closed off all entrances with gates and signs. This is where things seemingly explode on the ranch. According to Robert Bigelow, he only agreed to sell the property as long as the research continued. Shortly after, it seemed the activity increased tenfold. Images of alleged UFOs have been taken over the homestead, and sightings of lights and creatures have stayed steady. The mystery of exactly who spent $4.5 million on the ranch still remained, though. That is, until recently. Sometime in 2017, the trademark for Skinwalker Ranch was filed for and was obtained in 2018. After a long-standing mystery, Brandon Fugel came out as the owner of the ranch. Brandon is a real estate tycoon and seems to be using this as publicity. The question still remains, why is the ranch suddenly so secured? What are they doing out there? Does revealing the owner really change any of the decades-old mysteries said to come from the ranch? In my mind, no. Not really. While knowing who owns the land is helpful for contact reasons, it really doesn't change the long history of unpleasant experiences on the land. In a recent documentary about the ranch, Hunt for the Skinwalker, the new owner says that he thinks people who don't believe there is something supernatural happening on the ranch are delusional. This gives me some hope that even though the ranch is highly secured these days, that research may still be going on inside those gates. Research into what, you might ask? I haven't the slightest idea. For a place so well known for the insane activity that would make the bravest explorers shite themselves, it seems the reports of skinwalkers are less common than you would expect. Many of the creature sightings have been attributed to skinwalkers, though, as the surrounding natives would claim. What truly resides on the Skinwalker Ranch? What makes this location such a perfect breeding ground for the supernatural? We may never really know. We can continue to create theories that will keep us up at night. So I have submitted 3 stories to you, and you have graciously read 2 of them on your channel. My name is Evan, and the 2 stories you read were about cryptids, and so is this story. The difference is that this story is from my mom's point of view. As I stated in the last 2 stories, I live in rural Maryland, but my mom grew up in the mountains of Tennessee. Her father was an avid hunter and cared for his family very well. They lived on a large section of woodland near a dirt road, in a log A-frame home. Her father worked at car auctions and was often gone for weeks at a time on road trips with his team. This led to my mother Lisa becoming a very accustomed person to exploring the woods with her sister. Her mom took care of the property, but also worked at a local restaurant 4 days out of the week. Again, this left my mom and her sister with the task of occupying themselves. My mom loved the outdoors and the woods surrounding her home. It was perfect for exploring. Her father whittled a small wooden slingshot for her, and she would spend all day shooting pebbles at the creek and climbing small trees. Now, this encounter took place when my mom was 9, in July of the year 1979. My grandma had taken my mom's sister to the doctor because she had sprained her ankle the day prior and was having trouble walking. My mom decided, like most days, that she would do some deep woods exploring. She grabbed her slingshot and set out. Her mom called after her to not be too late for dinner. The sun was already getting low in the sky, and the thick trees didn't help this matter. My mom wasn't scared of the dark. She ran through the brambles, singing and stopping every once in a while to shoot her slingshot. She eventually got to the creek and sat down on the soft bank to refill her pebble supply. As she was picking up pebbles, she heard a noise. Whenever she retells this to me or any sibling, she always says, "It's like the crickets lost their voice and the birds had no more songs to sing." The forest was utterly silent, as she recalled, and she didn't realize why at first. She got up from the creek bank. Standing across the creek on the other side of the bank is what she called a big hairy man. She wasn't familiar with the stories about Bigfoot, but she knew this was no human. It looked at her and she said it felt like it was staring right through her soul. Then it let out a massive, guttural call that she felt in her chest. She tried to cry, being a little girl in the deep woods with a Bigfoot in front of her. As if the thing realized it scared her, it stood up to its full height and she realized it was only kneeling. She said it must have been 6 feet tall while on its knees, but around 9 feet standing up. As my mom turned to run, she heard it let out another call, even louder than the first one. My mom got back to the house in record speed, and her clothes were torn and her legs were bloody from tripping twice. When my grandma asked why and what had happened, she said she fell from a tree. I don't think she thought my grandma would believe her. She never told this story until maybe about 5 years ago. I was shocked but believed her because my mom is no liar. So, that's her story. I appreciate you sharing my stories I've sent you, and I hope you can share this one as well. I hope you're doing well during this crazy time, and be safe out there, folks, because there are some things that we just can't explain in life. I am an avid outdoorsman and a fellow swamp dweller. I was once a well-known outdoor survivalist YouTuber from the early years of YouTube, when 10K subscribers was a lot. So, I won't be using any names just in case a few of you may remember us. This took place in Florida back in 2010 during the summer. Me and 2 friends were camping on the Alafia River, on a bend in the river not too far downstream from a county park built around a local spring. We loved the spot, and went there frequently in the early years of our channel. The area is much more developed now, and since we made videos out there, the place lost its charm as more and more people have discovered it. We seldom go back now. This particular trip, we decided to camp right on the river in a spot that afforded a beautiful view of it, and the surrounding flora and fauna. To get there, you just had to follow the trail that eventually went down an embankment and turned to run along the river for a dozen yards or so. We usually camped atop said embankment and even had semi-permanent shelter up for a while, but decided to go down and set up camp along the river trail instead. We set up camp, gathered wood, started our fire, cooked, drank, and relaxed. Night eventually fell, and we all turned in around the same time. I believe it was around 10 p.m. or so. We had of course been telling stories of the skunk ape, which is Sasquatch's smaller and smellier cousin from Florida. I have an odd habit of not being able to sleep much when I go camping unless I am the first person to fall asleep. If not, I kind of just doze off and wake up every few minutes. I'm never really ever asleep. In this case, I was not the first one out. I soon heard soft snoring from the other tent shared by my 2 companions on this weekend trip. So I settled into a comfortable position in my little dome tent and drifted between wakefulness and sleep for a few hours, always keeping an ear out. One thing about rainy Florida summer nights is the sounds of the swamp. Being right off the river, there was a constant cacophony of frogs, toads, crickets, and the odd nocturnal bird, all screaming into the night as they try to get laid. While it can be loud, there is a natural rhythm to it that I enjoyed. There were even some coyotes yipping somewhere off and across the river from us. Suddenly, all the sounds ceased. I came fully awake and laid still for just a moment, eyes open as I tried to puzzle out what was off. It was when I heard the gentle trickle of water from the river that I realized everything had gone quiet. I sat up and tried my best to peek out from under the rain fly of my tent, which was covering the screen. I would normally be able to see out of it, but I could not see more than just a sliver. It was so dark outside, it really didn't help anything either. I heard crunching and the rustling of leaves on the embankment above us, in the spot that we would normally camp. I listened for a moment, figuring it was either the raccoon I had chased off earlier with a slingshot, or, even more likely, an armadillo, which was abundant in our area and can make enough noise in the brush to make you think it was a bear charging at you. It was then that I noticed the crunching was following the pattern of a person walking through the brush on two legs, not the slithering rustle of a small game moving around. At this point, I figured either one of my companions was up trying to spook me, or a local had come out and was walking around at night with no flashlight, which was a pretty disturbing and questionable prospect in and of itself. The footfalls moved across the embankment above me, towards the top of the trail that led down to where we were. My tent was set up in the grass at the base of the trail, right where it leveled off and turned to follow the river. My companion's tent was set up a few yards away on the left of the trail. The footfalls made it to the top of the trail and stopped. They were maybe 10 or 12 feet away from where I sat. My trepidation grew as seconds passed in eerie silence. There was a sudden loud crack of wood from the embankment above me, the unmistakable sound of a tree branch being whacked and broken against the trunk of a tree. I knew this for certain because we had been doing the same thing earlier in order to break down large dead branches of firewood. Another whack sounded, this time closer to my tent. I reached over and quietly scooped up my large Maglite LED flashlight and my machete. I placed them both in my lap as I sat up. I was sitting cross-legged, waiting patiently. I usually carried a pistol with me, but left it in the car on this trip for a reason I can no longer recall. The footfalls at the top of the trail started again, one after another. This time I could feel the weight of them in the seat of my pants as they came. This thing was heavy. The ground vibrated with a thump under its weight with each step. My skin began to prickle as my neck and ears grew hot with the sudden rush of fear. The footfalls stopped within an arm's reach of my tent. I listened hard and thought that I could make out the faint sound of something breathing quietly, ragged, in the darkness outside. I knew it was focused on me. The crushing weight of its attention drove me to near panic, as though some long-forgotten instinct woke inside me and knew that I needed to get out of here. It needed me to run. It's the only survival. My breathing grew rapid and shallow, my chest tight as I continued to listen to the dead silence outside of my tent. Then as suddenly as it came, the dreaded weight lifted. I felt and heard the thing move past me down the trail towards my friend's tent. The frogs and crickets resumed, causing me to nearly jump out of my skin at the sudden rush of sound. As the thing moved past me, I was able to will myself to the flap of my tent where I slowly unzipped it enough from the top corner in order to get my flashlight through. I clicked my flashlight on and kept a tight grip on my machete as the bright LED beam lit up the night like a white mini sun. I swept it back and forth and saw nothing of what had just passed. Still too scared to get out, I zipped my tent up and resumed my cross-legged position. For the rest of the night, flashlight and machete held across my lap in case it came back. Dawn came 2.5 hours later. I heard the zipper of the other tent open, so I also emerged. I saw my friend exit his tent, bleary-eyed as he moved off into the thicket of bushes to relieve himself in the pre-dawn light. I approached and asked him if he heard anything last night. He said he did, but he figured it was me walking around trying to creep them out. Told them it wasn't. He kind of shrugged it off and went back into his tent. I stayed outside and searched for signs of the thing, and I found nothing. No tracks or depressions in the ground. No bent or broken branches or twigs. No tufts of fur or hair. Nothing. When my companions fully awoke and emerged from their tent for breakfast, I addressed it with them again, and they again said they just thought it was me walking around. I described what I felt, but only got looks of disbelief from them. Something to note about this experience: there was no smell, which is of something of a telltale sign of a skunk ape in the other folks' accounts of running into one. The only thing that really points it to being a skunk ape would be the tree knocking. And the one thing that makes me dismiss it as a person was the feeling of dread that it brought with it. I have never felt anything like what I did that night. I had once been stalked by an elusive Florida panther, and it was nothing close to this thing. What was it? I may never know. Camping and hiking in the backcountry has always been my passion since I was old enough to go out on my own and travel to different locations. I've been fortunate enough in my life to be able to go to some of the most remote and beautiful places in the United States. Needless to say, I've seen some pretty strange things, and at times I've been downright terrified of the encounters I've had out in the bush. I've always believed in the supernatural and the unexplained, having grown up in an extremely haunted house which sat on an old Native American reservation, but that's a story for another time. With all that being said, I still can't begin to explain what happened to me and one of my closest friends in the mountains of Arizona one night. After a long week of work, my friend John and I decided we would go to a well-known mountain range just north of Phoenix to hit up some of the off-road Jeep trails and spend the weekend camping at one of my favorite spots. For obvious reasons, I won't disclose the exact location, but if you live in the area, you probably know exactly where I'm talking about. After a few hours of driving across the rough terrain, we finally arrived at the trailhead. We parked our Jeeps and gathered our gear and began our half-an-hour hike to the campsite. The trailhead is not well known or heavily used at all. I've gone to the spot for years, and hell, sometimes I still drive right past it if I'm not looking hard enough. After a while of hiking, we finally reached the campsite. Now, this place is absolutely beautiful. It's right on the edge of the mountain overlooking the Salt River, and usually, there's not another soul for miles. I've made countless solo trips here and have always felt at ease, even after a close encounter with a mountain lion coming inside of my camp. But this time, I don't know, something was definitely off, and I could tell that John felt it too because he was a lot more tense than usual and seemed to be on high alert. We tried to brush it off and ignore it as best as we could, and got our campsite set up. After a few beers and sitting around a small fire later that night, we started to relax just a bit. It was starting to get late, so I decided I was going to call it a night. Just as I started to stand up, a rock the size of a baseball comes hurling out of the wood and nails a tree right beside my feet. What the heck? I stood there stunned for a second, before reaching for my rifle. John jumped up and pulled out his pistol. "Hey, if there's someone out there, you better make yourself known right now," I yelled as I and John started walking in the direction that rock came from. We got no reply. No sound of footsteps, not even a slight breeze. It was dead silent. So much that my ears were ringing. After a few minutes of investigating the area and finding absolutely nothing, we returned back to the fire and decided it best to stay up and be alert for a little longer in case something else happens. About an hour goes by and John and I are starting to calm down and are just sitting around talking. All of a sudden, a large tree branch flies out of the trees and lands on John's tent, ripping a massive hole in the roof. We jumped up and both aim our guns in the direction that the branch flew in from. We fire a few rounds. Maybe this was not a good idea, but we did it anyway. We hear something massive tearing through the trees. At first we thought it was running away from us, but we realized it was running a circle around us. We shined our lights in all directions, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever or whoever this was messing with us. At this point, we were both shaken up and started gathering what we could to stuff in our packs and get the heck out of there. John grabs my arm and says, "Stop. Do you hear that?" He started looking back towards the edge of the mountain. At first I didn't hear anything, but after a second I could make out a low hum. It was a very low, but high-pitched whistle that was vibrating the ground slightly, but it was coming from about 50 feet past the edge of the mountain. Like, there was no possible way anyone or anything could be out there, unless it could fly. I started walking towards the sound slowly, scanning the tree line around me. As we slowly moved towards the edge, I lift up my light and shine it towards the unexplained sound. As I did, rocks and large sticks and even parts of a cactus flew in from off the edge, bombarding us. It was like shrapnel. We ran the full 30-minute hike in about 10 to 15 minutes to our Jeeps and threw the few things we managed to grab in the back and just hauled absolute ass out of there. We never went back to the tents, and I haven't been camping in that place ever since. I've heard a lot of scary stories about that area, ranging from Bigfoot to UFOs and even skinwalkers. But after those events, I still have no idea what terrorized us that night. I don't plan on going back to find out, but if you live in the area and know kinda where I'm talking about, if you are unlucky enough to stumble upon an abandoned campsite at the edge of a mountain, do yourself a favor. Turn around. and go the other way. Hello there. I've been listening to your program for a while and decided to share this. Maybe another listener has had this happen to them, because I still don't really know what this was. I grew up with acres upon acres of woods behind my house. A farmer owned most of it, but no one paid mind to us. There were huge fields on both sides of the woods, and the farmer at one point had trails going through the woods to move cows from one pasture to the other. My brother, sister, and I would regularly be found playing out there. There was a creek back there too. We could fish or swim, or muck-luck, or whatever you want. Muck-lucking is basically playing in the mud, catching frogs and salamanders. We'd been out there in any weather, any season, in the daylight, in the dark, you name it. I used to hike the woods on moonlit nights as a kid and was quite comfortable in its surroundings. The location of my home was in southeastern Pennsylvania, Chester County. The area still had plenty of open space at the time, and wildlife was really just foxes, raccoon, deer, squirrel, etc. Nothing too scary or aggressive, and the coyotes hadn't come back at this point. I'm about 10 or 11 when this occurred. My friend Haley and I had been hiking for most of the morning and had gone up through the hills, through the woods to the top of the pasture. The trees were less there, and they had these huge vines that we used to make swings out of. We had hung out for a while and then headed back down the hill towards the woods. The day was sunny and clear and a really nice autumn day. As we entered the woods and made our way to the trail, the clouds started to move in. It got grayer and a little cold. Nothing major. Haley and I were enjoying shuffling through the leaves, and it sounded like the sound of the leaves were being echoed, like we'd shuffle and something would shuffle behind us. I stopped and told Haley that something was copying me. She shuffled forward and said, "See, I'm not copying you." After she shuffled, we heard the leaves move behind us up the hill a bit, and we both turned to see if it was a deer or something else. But what we saw was something entirely different. It was like a man deer or a deer man or whatever you would want to call it. It was coming right towards us. We know how protective they get, and we knew that the buck could get a little gnarly too. So, as we were looking, we hear the lowest growl that made the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. Haley grabs my arm and we slowly start backing up. I swear on my mother's grave that we backed up. You could see the leaves moving like something was walking through them, but we couldn't see them actually move. It was only about 30 feet away, and we would move behind trees to try to get a better look while backing up. I was trying to rationalize it in my brain by saying it was just a deer. The leaves moved out of the way of whatever was walking through them, and it was large. It kept coming down the hill just behind us, and the growl came again, louder this time. A growl that rumbled in my chest. We turned tail and bolted it out of those woods as fast as we could, and it felt like this thing was close behind. I can remember Haley falling when we reached the line between the woods and my backyard, and I remember dragging her by the arm until she caught her feet. I was still trying to catch a glance and trying to see if I saw anything, but I still saw nothing chasing us. We ran straight to the house and hid, looking from her bedroom window. We had a clear view from her window to our woods, yet nothing ever came out. We didn't go into the woods for a while, and even so, we only enter a couple of feet before we'd feel like we were being watched. My brother and his friend had a similar run-in, but luckily had their quads. They were further in the woods and were fishing, just like our day. He said it started to get cloudy and colder, kind of out of the blue, and he said he heard someone on the trail further down. This is opposite of where the trail goes from our house. It's deeper in towards a waterfall. He said it sounded like someone was riding their horse down towards them. He called out to them because he didn't want the rider or the horse to get spooked, since everything is kind of on a bend. Instead of a voice, a growl was the response. He then said he and Gary didn't waste any time. They left all their tackle and poles and flew home on the quads. I hadn't told my brother about what happened to me and Haley, but I think these occurrences are definitely connected. What do you guys think? It was near the end of 2018, sometime around November, so it was damp and pretty cold out, but nonetheless still comfortable for me when I got a call from my friend Joe. He wanted to come up to my house and stay for a few days to get out of the city, so to speak, because I live up in the mountains. The usual middle of nowhere type old wooden house with my mom, who rarely was home for more than 2 to 3 hours at a time due to her job in the mountains of Tennessee, yada yada. You know, backwoods areas, you've heard this story a million times. We have neighbors, but they're a good distance from our house, so we don't know them all that well. Enough details for now, though. So I get off the phone with Joe and proceed to drive to the city where, of course, me and him hang out for a while and play some video games, and slightly we lost track of time. When we left, thanks to the time of year, it was already dark. It was maybe around 6:30 to 7 p.m. when we got back to my place, and it had begun sprinkling rain on the ride up, but we get there no problem. We go in and start setting up the game stations to begin the night of games and movies. Typical stuff we did. It's around 10 p.m. when we have everything set up and slight rain had subsided, so we opened up the window to cool the room a bit. The backyard is dark, and I mean dark. It leads straight into the woods beside the small shack in my yard. But it never bothered us because we were halfway through our movie when I and Joe both heard a faint metallic-like sound coming from the woods, which caused Joe to pause the movie and ask if I had heard the noise. I said I had, so we had listened for a moment and heard it again, but it sounded closer. It was windy, so I blamed it on the wind, and plus we have a tin roof, but we resumed the movie and kind of forgot about it, until about 30 minutes later when we heard it again, but this time much louder than before. It sounded like someone hitting a metal baseball bat against a tree. So I paused the movie again, and I and Joe just look at each other and decide to stay quiet and turn the lights down and take a look out the window. We saw nothing but keep hearing it move around the woods, so to speak. We started getting a little freaked out, but turned the movie back on and lowered the volume mostly, as a ploy to act as if we were ignoring it again. But we were really listening intently to the outside noises, and the sound quickly stopped. They now transitioned to the side of my house, just under the opened window. We froze, and for what felt like 5 minutes straight, we just stared at my window, seeing nothing but the darkness and slight glow of the floodlight coming from outside the house. We soon saw a shadow in the light, and then all at once the light shook and went out. We turned and ran into the front room and grabbed the light and anything we could use as a non-lethal weapon and bolted outside to the area from which the sound was coming from. It was coming from just under the window, but there was nothing there. There was no sound, no light, but my floodlight was unscrewed and on my porch, which really freaked us out. So I quickly put the light back up, and we had a brief look around when it began raining pretty hard. We stopped our search and came to the conclusion that whoever or whatever unscrewed this thing was gone. We assumed it didn't want to stay in the rain, as we didn't either. We got back inside thinking about what had just happened. As I went to look out the window, I saw what looked to be a man standing in the dark looking at me from behind the shack in my backyard. I was scared, I won't lie. But I kept talking to Joe as if I didn't see him. I walked over to Joe, who was at my desk, and I calmly told him what I saw, and retrieved the 9mm handgun I had for home protection due to previous incidents. I stow it in my lap and hoped that whoever it is outside would just leave. It seemed like he had for about an hour until we heard loud footsteps on my porch near the floodlight and then a series of loud banging on my wall right where we were sitting. I stood up and cocked my handgun when I saw the outside light go out again. I moved to the window and shoved nearly my whole upper body out of the window and fired at least 7 shots right under the house outside the light. I saw the man run into the woods wildly off into the dark again. Silence and darkness crept over us again for the remainder of the night. We kept the lights on and the window shut, and nothing else happened. All has been quiet ever since. This story takes place in a small town called Leadville, Colorado, in 1976. We had just relocated there from Texas, and this town was surrounded by a national forest. We needed a place to rent, and my parents found a mobile home on the outskirts of town. We would be renting it from an older woman and her adult, albeit creepy, son. We quickly got moved in, went and bought groceries, and began our new life. It was not even a full week till we had come home from a day out. My dad's job was hunting, and we also were trying to do a little sightseeing. so Mom and I would tag along with him. It was starting to get late and my mom noticed that the lock to the front door was not locked. She always was vigilant about locking doors, never leaving windows open, etc. It was not like her at all to accidentally not lock a door. Apparently though, my dad just dismissed this as a mistake on their part and not that someone had let themselves in. Upon inspection of the trailer, nothing had been stolen and everything looked to be in order. My mom began to set about making us dinner. She had poured herself and me a glass of orange juice, of which I had yet to take a sip because I was, distracted by something else. She then pulled out some milk as well, maybe to mash potatoes with, I'm not sure. But when she poured the milk, it looked like it was curdling and not right. This whole time she had been drinking her juice, that is when she started feeling dizzy and unwell. She then grabbed the glass she poured me and tossed it into the sink. She yelled to my dad that something was wrong and she felt bad, and that she needed to get to the hospital quickly. We got in our van and drove off. I do remember her seeming to sort of fade in and out of consciousness. I remember being upset and I was crying some. We got to the emergency room. She had enough strength to say that she believed that she had been poisoned, and then they took her off to where they pumped her stomach. As my mom was getting evaluated to see if she could be released and Dad filing out paperwork, the nurse asked for their address. When my dad gave the address, the lady had this look of shock and horror on her face. She then advised my parents to try to move as soon as possible because everyone in town had bad feelings about the woman and her son. There had been missing people that had passed through town and potentially rented from those people never to be seen again. Apparently, there was never enough evidence to show any wrongdoing, but the townsfolk felt that they were responsible. There was no toxicology done, as this was 1976, but she feels strongly that someone had tampered with our food in the fridge. When we returned, my dad said that the man we had rented from was outside of the trailer looking our way. Keep in mind, by now, it would have been the wee hours of the morning. My dad said he grabbed a change of clothes for us all, loaded the van, and tried to just get out of there as fast as possible. Apparently the guy walked over as my dad was loading up, asking if there was a problem. My dad said the guy had a rifle slung over his shoulder. When my dad mentioned why he had a rifle, he said something about skunks or pest wildlife. My dad said that he would be coming back tomorrow to get the rest of our stuff and was no longer renting. My dad said the guy looked very angry, asked why. My dad said that he and my mom decided to move into town rather than be as far as we were. We were about only 15 minutes away though, but, it's a good excuse anyway. The guy looked inside the van, commented on me and my mom asleep, then said he would not be returning their rent or deposit. My dad said fine, whatever, and then got in and drove us to a motel for the remainder of the night. We went back the next day, and it was then obvious that all of our stuff had been looked through. Again, door left unlocked. Nothing was stolen, but clearly had been looked through. My parents threw out all the groceries they had purchased and gathered all of our stuff. Luckily, we found a small apartment in the downtown area. We never really talked about this again, and when I became an adult, I didn't really look into it much until recently. My parents then shared with me our horrible experience when I asked one time, and I often wonder if these people we rented from were responsible for what happened to my mom, or was it just bad juice or something else? Or were they just some sort of psychos? I won't ever really know, I guess. The 70s were full of drifters, hitchhikers, and hippies, who I guess go missing and are not missed. But I think we got lucky that nothing worse happened than what did. I live near a very large, very popular national park. Locals here, like myself, are pretty aware of the ongoings here. Strange sounds, strange creatures, and strange disappearances. I have dealt with these myself in the past on hikes and even just relaxing in the park. Here is one that still freaks me out to this day. I was at my grandma's house that's deep in the boonies. The only road that goes there is this gravel road that is pretty much washed away, so without a good car you're not getting up there anyways. My cousins lived in a trailer with their moms right below my grandma's. We played all sorts of games which mainly involved me getting chased. I was the youngest. My grandma was in the hospital with my aunt, so our older cousin, who I'll name D, had to watch us. D was and still is the only cousin that's older than us that we still hold in high regard. He would mess with us and play around, but actually cared about us. The whole day we would be playing around, but we usually play more at night, like hide and seek, tag, etc. We had been playing pretty far away from the house and it had just started to get dark. We decided to go back to the house and grab flashlights and play manhunt. Of course, I was the one being hunted. I ran pretty far into the woods on the other side of the property and hid behind a log. I heard my cousins getting close, so I ran and they saw me. We ended up running to the very back of the property line, almost a full mile from the house, and we saw my cousin D. He looked at us and kinda growled, and we all ran from him, thinking it was a game. We ran back onto the gravel road and we saw him walk out of the tree line. But when he did, he kinda had this weird, kinda gloating way about it. I don't know. We ran to the house and decided to barricade the door to play a prank on him. We moved a couple of things in front of the door but decided to move the big coffee table in front of it too. As we loudly scooted the table across the floor, D came into the living room from the master bedroom rubbing his eyes. We had obviously woke him up from all that movement and he was mad. We told him about seeing him chase us and he got wide-eyed. He told us to go to our bedroom and stay there. We sat in the bedroom for about 20 minutes and he came in and told us not to worry, that it was just him scaring us and we went on with the night. It wasn't until about 3 years later when I was 13 that he told me the truth, that it was probably a skinwalker. He told me that he's dealt with it more than one time, and when he was our age, he told me his story, which I may share as well someday, depending on how far this goes, I guess. This is of course just one story. I have quite a few more. Be careful out in those national parks. There's just something out there. This is an experience I had that occurred in April of last year, almost an entire year ago. My mother is a traveling nurse and often gets assignments in Alaska and other less populated states, so I usually travel 3 to 4 times a year to go see her. This was my first time going to see her in Alaska. She was staying in Fairbanks for 3 months. While she was at work, I would take her rental car and explore Fairbanks and the neighboring areas and towns. Side note, Alaska is very sparsely populated and the towns of just 1,000 or more are considered somewhat large. One particular day, I decided to make the long day trip to Denali State Park via AK Highway 3, or Parks Highway, as it's often called. It is a long, windy, stretching road connecting Fairbanks to the outskirts of Anchorage, Alaska's largest city. Along the fairway from Fairbanks to Denali State Park, you pass through 3 or 4 towns, the largest of those being Nenana, which only has a population of 365. Once you get out of Fairbanks, it gets really lonely. I remember driving 40 to 50 miles without passing a single car. You kind of get mesmerized by the beauty of the landscape and the snowy, icy mountains surrounding you, and forget that you're in the middle of nowhere. Quality phone signal is few and far between when you're driving through this area. It was a weekday and off the tourist season in Alaska, so most of the vehicles I passed were log trucks or semi-trucks and the occasional regular motorist. It was early April, and there was still heavy packed snow on the side of the roads and in the forest and valley, but the roads were completely clear. From Fairbanks to Denali National Park, it is a 4 to 5 hour drive depending on road conditions. My main goal was to see Mount McKinley, the tallest mountain in North America. I hadn't really researched much of how to see it, but it was harder to see it in April than the summer months. There is a road that leads into the national park where you can see a view of Mount McKinley, but I had passed it not knowing whether the conditions were good or not. I had looked on Google Maps and it showed there was something like a scenic view or overlook that you see on the American interstate sometimes. I assumed you may be able to see Mount McKinley from there. If you go on Google Maps, it is across from Byers Lake Campground. The campground appeared to be closed or desolate, but there were no gates or anything from stopping me to enter that point. It was at this point that I completely lost cell reception and my GPS on my phone wasn't working. As I pulled into the campground area, there were probably 16 to 24 inches of snow on some of the roads there. Some of the roads had been plowed, so I assumed there had been people visiting, but there were no cars or anyone in sight. There are a bunch of winding roads that almost resemble a maze that lead to a dead end. Now, for the entire 4+ hours I had been driving, not once did I have any uneasy or bad feelings. When I am usually in desolate areas, especially the desert, I have really bad vibes, but it wasn't like this in Alaska for some reason. That had changed about 30 seconds into entering the campground area. Maybe it was the fact that I was turning into some abandoned campground, or the fact that I am completely lost with no cell reception, but something didn't sit right with me. But I was determined to see Mount McKinley, and I was trying to focus on that and finding a good place to take some cool pictures. I had drove down these winding roads and hit dead ends, and then suddenly it started to get really cloudy. I was getting more frustrated at not finding a good area to take some pictures, and then I realized I was lost. It is not far at all from the main highway, but I was lost. I started to get really confused about exactly where I was, and my GPS wasn't working. So I started to panic a little. I made my way down this dirt road to the lake and there was a large opening. My bad feelings went away temporarily because of the view. It was so beautiful. The lake was completely frozen and behind it in the background was a small snowy mountain. The scene was just something straight out of National Geographic magazine, so I stepped out to take some pictures. I stood there for a few minutes just admiring the beauty of the Alaskan wilderness and was looking at my pictures to see if they were good when I heard this scream in the distance. It was a close scream, but it sounded muffled, almost like something was able to control the volume of their voice to make it seem far away, but in reality, it was close. My heart started racing as I looked around to try and find what it was. Everything in my body was telling me to book it for the car and find the way out, but I just stood there confused and kind of scared. I felt like I was being watched and all the hair stood up on my arm. I was wondering if it was a bobcat or a mountain lion, because they are often mistaken for women screaming. I look out the far side of the lake and see this person wearing a light orange jacket and jeans. They had a green beanie on their head. I waved at them and they waved back immediately. Then this overwhelming feeling of dread and terror entered my body. I was wearing a light orange jacket, jeans, and a green beanie. The person had brown skin like me. I'm half Filipino and half white. I couldn't make out the facial features, but I feel like I could see black hair sticking out of the beanie, which is the color of my hair. I just stand there for a few seconds, frozen in shock and fear, and then I noped the heck right out of there. I hightailed it up the hill to my car and basically did a donut in the snow, spinning tires trying to get out of there. I started panicking and was trying to find the exit. I saw a sign that was almost completely covered in snow, but had an arrow pointing to the left, and I came out to the first part of the campground. It was a bathroom facility and an office, and it had a veterans memorial statue. There was this white owl just perched on top of it, staring at me with its head just sideways, like bending over. I found the way out and sped the entire way back to Fairbanks, checking my rearview mirror every 10 seconds. I do not really know what to make of the situation. As I entered civilization, I came back down and didn't really have any other weird experiences in Alaska. I've considered the thought of it being a Skinwalker or an Aswang, which is Filipino shapeshifter in folklore, but I'm not sure. This happened around August of last year in Yosemite National Park. I'm not sure what we experienced or if it was anything truly odd at all, but I thought it was weird. So this was a hike up to Half Dome, and we had a campground about 20 minutes drive away from the trailhead, and the group we composed of was me, who's an 18-year-old male, my uncle, who's a 32-year-old male, and my uncle's friend, I'll call him D. There were 2 girls with us, but they aren't relevant to the story. My uncle and his friend are both Christian, so there were no substances consumed that could induce the feelings I will be talking about. We got to our campsite, set up camp, and got to sleep after eating. We planned to wake up at 4 and start the hike by 4:30. I randomly wake up at 3:30 a.m., like I'm completely wide awake, and look out of my hammock, and I remember feeling this odd feeling as if I was woken up by something, and I remember looking out at this moonlit scene. The moon was very bright for some reason, and thinking to myself, it was like a dream. I lay back in the hammock, but can't go back to sleep. I end up waking up my uncle and his friend at 3:50. My uncle asked me, "Were you walking around?" This is important, and I say no and ask why. He says he woke up for some reason and could hear someone walking around. Not like an animal, but a person. Huh, I say. That's weird, and we brush it off. We get to the trailhead at around 4:30, and as everyone is unloading from the car, D says he's going to use the bathroom, which there are a couple of them before the trailhead. I walk behind him for some time before falling behind and waiting for my uncle who forgot something in the car. The short straight road from the parking lot runs directly into a T intersection with the road to the trailhead, and the bathroom is directly across from the intersection through a little field. Those who have been there know what I'm talking about. We get to the intersection and wait for D to come out of the bathroom. We wait for about 10 minutes before I go and check the bathroom. He isn't there. I get back to my uncle and tell him that. He says weird, maybe he went back to the car or something, and we decide to wait a bit more. By 5:10 we begin to worry. My uncle goes back to check the car while I wait at the intersection to make sure we don't miss him if he went down the road away from the trailhead. My uncle returns, says he isn't there either. We decide maybe he went up to the trailhead without us for some reason, and walk up, and about 10 minutes later, we still haven't found him. He isn't there either. We are kind of baffled now, because there are no logical places he would go. I decided to run back and check the car and the bathroom again. I meet him halfway before I get to the intersection. He is sweaty and disheveled, with a weird look in his eyes. I say, "Where have you been?" He says he went to the bathroom, and when he got back to the intersection, we weren't there, and he just assumed we went to the trailhead and started walking, and then he met me. I say, "What do you mean? We waited at the intersection for half an hour, checked the car, the bathroom, the trailhead, and you weren't there." He says, "Well, I don't know. I went to the bathroom." He then asked me where my uncle is. I say at the trailhead. He then asked me. I'll tell him again, and note that it was weird he asked me twice. As we're crossing the bridge to the trailhead, he sees a light off the riverbank and exclaims, "Oh, maybe that's him." And I just look at him and keep walking. I thought his behavior was very strange, like he wasn't thinking straight. We finally get on with the hike, and then it goes by as normal, except that we seem to keep losing things, such as my uncle's small red flashlight, one of the girl's gloves, a water bottle, etc. It's like we just simply forgot about the items and couldn't remember where we could have left them. On the way back it got dark and we turned on our flashlights, and as we near the end of the hike, after the 2 waterfalls, it begins to seem as if we've been walking for far too long. My uncle also confirms this, asking me, "Doesn't it seem like it's taking way longer to get back?" I say, "Yeah, I was just thinking that." We keep walking, but it still seems like we're making way too many steps and not making any progress. I've been on that trail many times, and I was walking, and I couldn't spot any familiar landmarks. It was weird. There was this odd feeling in the air, sort of like a slight menacing feeling. It's hard to describe. I remember thinking it feels like the woods are alive. We remark 3 more times about how long the hike is taking, and began to laugh at it because it felt so ridiculous. After a bit, we finally and suddenly found ourselves on the final stretch and make it back to the car. Now all of this seemed odd at the time, but I just brushed it off. I only realized how weird those events felt after we got home, and my aunt asked my uncle, "Were you camping?" And he says, "Yeah, how'd you know?" As we didn't tell them where we were going, as it was kind of last minute. She says that she had an odd dream, where she sees my uncle in a tent in a forest somewhere, and someone is outside of his tent. She says she couldn't see who it was, but she knew that there was a presence there. She says she woke up at around 3 and had a strong urge to pray for him, and she did. My uncle kind of looks at me after that like, "Are you hearing this?" I honestly don't know what to make of all of this, but I wanted to share this here, and hopefully maybe somebody can share an opinion on what happened. This was about 3 years ago in Big Bend National Park. My friend, my husband, and I were all going on a trip to do some primitive camping. I'm not a hardcore camper, but I've done my share of primitive camping and hiking, so I like to think I have some wilderness sense. I know what common animals are like, having grown up in 8 acres of forested land. Coyotes were frequent visitors, so I know how creepy they can sound. That's why I know what we encountered that night was something else. We arrived at Big Bend around 4 p.m., checked in, and set up our camp at our campsite, 9 Point Draw. It's a pretty desolate location around the entrance to the park. The campsite is about 25 miles to the visitor center and lodge, and about 40 miles from the Rio Grande village. So we were not really near any kind of civilization. We had the idea that we would go for a night hike to a nearby trail after having dinner that night. So in preparation, I decided to scout out a trail from our campsite. The terrain in this part of the camp is totally flat desert with some ground vegetation, so we thought it would be an easy route for our campsite to the trail. The trek from our campsite was not difficult, but as an added precaution I put up rock piles for us to follow that night. After dinner, we decided to head out at around 10 p.m. The first 10 minutes were pretty uneventful. We were all in good spirits. Suddenly, we hear a scuttling noise from about 50 feet behind us. Having been used to animal noises at night, we wrote it off as a critter. A few minutes later, we heard the same noises a bit closer, sounding like a bigger animal. There are black bears here, but we weren't in the area that they're normally sighted. Like I said, the landscape was wide open and we didn't see anything with our flashlights. We were a bit uneasy, but willing to go on. The rock piles had been doing a good job of leading in the right direction. All at once I stopped, feeling absolute terror. It's an indescribable feeling. I see many others reference this feeling, but it's so true. I knew we were in danger. I just didn't know why. I looked to my friend and my husband, who both looked terrified as well. There was no sound, no wind, and then in an instant, the most inhuman scream erupted, seemingly all around us. We all froze for what felt like minutes, but I'm sure it was just seconds. I don't remember making the decision to run back, but the next thing I remember we were all running. We had made it pretty far out, even though I thought I was running in the direction of our camp. I remember scanning for the rock piles. I remember not being able to find Eddie and almost turning back thinking we were heading in the wrong direction, but had this instinct not to. We made it to a rather large rock I knew was on the route back to the campsite. I also remembered putting a rock pile beside the rock. I went to check if it was there to make sure we were headed back to our campsite. The rocks were still there, but they had been knocked over. This set off all the alarms, and I told my friend and my husband that we had to get back to the camp as soon as possible. We made it back a few minutes later, and by the time I was back I was entirely freaked out and didn't want to stay anymore. I think my husband was as well, but my friend convinced us that it was just wildlife. So we stayed in the tent that night. I don't know if it was connected, but there was scuttling and footsteps around the tent all night. Either way, I did not sleep. We did not do any more primitive hiking that trip and opted instead for a campsite in one of the community camps. I've never felt that feeling before or since, and I've been in the woods at night plenty of times. The next day I went out to check if all the rock piles had been knocked down, and they had. I don't think an animal would deliberately go around knocking over the markers. That's what really makes me think it was sentient. I don't know what it was, but I don't want to know, and I'm glad we made it out. As promised, I'm going to share another personal story of mine. Just to preface this isn't written down, this isn't me narrating, this is just me sharing one of my personal stories off the top of my head. And seeing as this is a national park video, I do have a national park story of my own. Well, technically it's a national forest, but I guess it's kind of the same thing. I was in the Daniel Boone National Forest with my little brother one day, and it was towards the end of the day. We were at this place where it's like a little bridge almost, and you could see like across this little creek, and there's like these bushes on the other side. And I remember just sitting there looking at it and getting ready to go walk to the entrance to meet our parents and get ready to go home and stuff. As we're looking there, my brother is throwing rocks across, trying to get them all the way across the creek. And I remember just seeing a set of eyes kind of just shine all of a sudden. And I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. I didn't think anything of it. But then I noticed that there was another set of eyes not too far away from that one. And I was like, okay, that's a little creepy. Maybe it's just some cats or something. Maybe it's something in the woods. Who knows, right? At this point, I have heard coyotes a million times living out in the middle of nowhere. I had seen them personally a ton of times, but I've never really been close to them, Never been like face to face or even, 50 to 100 feet away from them like we are at this point. Then I noticed that there's probably 6 or 7 sets of eyes glowing in the sunset light there. And I'm like, well, this is kind of weird. This is definitely not a comfortable situation. I hope this is not gonna be something I regret soon. So I begin getting nervous and get up and like, okay, we should probably start walking back now. Let's go meet our parents and get out of here. My brother's like, okay, sure, let me just throw one more rock, because he wants to try to make it all the way across. He hasn't been able to do it the whole time, so he's trying his best. This time, he surprisingly does make it all the way across, but as it lands on the other opposite bank, that's when we notice that all these coyotes are starting to sprint towards us across the creek. So we start running as fast as we can. At this point, I was in track and field for a couple of years. I had been pretty conditioned to just, get out of there and go for the long haul, and I could probably just run forever. My little brother at the time was really short. He hadn't hit his growth spurt yet, so he was probably like 4'2", something like that. And he could probably run pretty fast, but not for a super long amount of time because of his short legs. So we're probably running for a good quarter mile at this point and just going as fast as we can with these coyotes literally on our heels. It was insane. They were probably only about 100 yards behind us the entire time. My brother starts slowing down, so I have to literally make a choice decision to pretty much pick him up as I'm still running and carry him as we are just trying not to be eaten by these coyotes, I guess. This was probably the hardest task of my teenage years, to be honest, because at that time I was only like 85 pounds myself. I was really skinny and drastically underweight at that point. But, that's just how metabolisms be. But yeah, we start running, we keep running. I'm like, okay, I hopefully will be able to outrun him. It quickly becomes apparent that I'm not going to be, especially, carrying my brother. So I have to set him down, and I pick up this big stick that I happen to see on the ground. And I just start swinging this thing towards these freaking coyotes as they get close. And luckily enough, this is where the story, you think would climax and be super creepy, but gets better. As I'm swinging this branch, I'm like screaming on the top of my lungs, like, hey, like I'm for some reason doing something you would do to a bear. I don't know. But I'm just trying to scare them off, make me seem like I'm nothing to be messed with. And luckily, another person comes down and sees what we're doing, and they come and help me as well with another stick, and they eventually run off because they're a bunch of scaredy cats. That's how coyotes work usually. But it was a creepy encounter nonetheless. We ended up not being eaten by coyotes, and we ended up living. I hope you guys enjoyed this personal little creepy story of mine. Well, personal creepy encounter. Personally, being chased down was one of the creepiest things that's ever happened in my life.
My name is Kylie, and I was 16 when this happened. It was the most terrifying day of my life. I had just gotten my driver's license and was very excited to be able to drive to my friends. We were finally going to be able to drive alone, her and I. without any adults in the car. I decided to go on a trip with my 2 friends. We were so excited to go on a girls' day road trip. We heard about this old, abandoned, and possibly haunted house about 4 hours south from Salt Lake City. We all jumped at the chance to go. It was on a Friday the 13th, so we thought we would get some good stuff. Well, I guess we were right. I was concentrating on the road while my friends were in the back giggling and painting their nails. I've been driving for about 3 hours already, and it was starting to get dark. I'm not going to lie, I was getting really nervous. I've never really driven in the dark, but I refused to tell them that. I was so excited to get there, and annoyed that I couldn't join in the fun in the back seat. After another hour, we were about 30 minutes away. We were now in a forest area in the middle of nowhere. I was going faster than normal, wanting to get there. I was staring at the road, when out of nowhere, there was a black figure in front of my car. Thinking it was a person, I slammed on the brakes, causing the nail polish to go flying everywhere. I was holding onto the steering wheel so tight my hands were turning purple. The black figure just stood there. I just couldn't seem to look away. I slowly turned my head to look at my 2 friends. They were staring wide-eyed at me, and then back at the road. We were all silent and scared out of our minds. I slowly turned my head to come face to face with a monster. It had red eyes. Its arms hung so low, I couldn't even see them. Its head looked like it had been through hell. It didn't have a left eye. It only had one red eye. This figure was so tall, I had to move forward a little just to see this thing's face. I didn't even know what to think. My mind was blank, and it was staring right at me. It had blood-covered fur, and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I took a good 5 minutes of staring at this thing before I finally got the nerve to move. I sped up as fast as my car would go, and raced down the street before crashing my car into a tree. I had a few broken bones, ribs, and an arm and a foot. But my friends, they had bad injuries, from one going into a coma to one actually even passing away. I was the only one that wore a seatbelt. I'm the only one that remembers what happened that night. And the last thing I remember was a dark laughter. This was the last time I drove at night or in the mountains alone. I'm always going to have that night in my mind. I'm never going to forget what happened.
I live in a nice neighborhood in Pearland, Texas. The neighborhood is only about 18 years old and still in good condition. To my knowledge, there is nothing historical about the land it was built on. My house has always had an ominous and uneasy vibe to it. Not really good or bad, just foreboding in a way. I've never seen anything scary to think this, at least initially. On bright sunny days it just felt dark, cold. Tonight was different though. I got home from work to see my dad and dog just chilling. My mum was still at work. I'd went into the kitchen to say hi to my dog and pet him. Eventually I snuck into the bathroom to sneak some selfies and put them on Snapchat. Upon walking in I noticed my brother's DS charging in the bathroom, which I found odd as he never leaves it outside of his room. I take my selfies and then walk down the hall, noticing the blinds are open in my grandma's room and she's sleeping. I tiptoe by, go to my room. On the way, noticing my brother's door is closed, which means he's home, as if he isn't, he leaves it cracked for us to see he isn't in. I'm checking my views on Snapchat when I hear what I believe is my brother's footsteps down the hall, which are distinct as he always sounds like he is banging his heels hard on the floor when he's walking down the hall. 2 minutes later I get a text from my dad asking if I left the oven on. Not thinking, I ask him why he would ask me that if my brother just went down the hall and towards the kitchen. There was a moment of silence, at which point I got up to see why no one replied to me. I see the kitchen light is off and my dad is still chilling. I tell him I heard my brother coming down the hall. It wasn't me when I hear his response. It gives me chills. He tells me my brother isn't home, at which point I laugh nervously and tell him I just heard him going down the hallway, and Grandma can't get up without assistance of some kind, so it couldn't possibly be her. So now I am standing there looking at an oven that's set for 350 degrees, and my dad staring at me every bit as confused as I am when I hear a loud banging on the door. I jump only to realise it's the UPS guy delivering a package at the same time all this weird shit is going down. What the hell was going on? Some things to note about the whole situation. My dad was on the couch half asleep watching Star Trek. My grandma is immobile. My dog started whining when I talked to Dad, but he didn't whine when I heard footsteps. My brother's DS was charging in the bathroom, and he never leaves his electronics out when not home. He also leaves the door open enough for us to know when he's not home. I never touched anything in my kitchen except my dog, who was in his playpen. So what was it I had heard? I don't wish to call it a glitch, but I didn't quite wish to say it's paranormal, as I've never seen anything in my home. It's felt weird in the house at times, but that's it. Sometimes I see my dog acting weird in the backyard, and I wish I could somehow ask him why he's acting that way. I may never get real answers, but I am open to suggestions.
I am originally from Houston, and as I reached middle school, I was introduced to the occult due to the fact that I believed our house was haunted. It always had a sense that you were being watched, and occasionally, my mom and I would see shadows in the hallway. Nothing could prepare us for the future. I'm a single mom of 2 beautiful children, and we are a close-knit family. After a bitter breakup with my daughter's father, my parents invited me home with open arms to live with them. My daughter has autism and the mentality of a small child, but she is my baby nonetheless. In 2014, my dad had to retire early due to a near-fatal heart attack, at which point we moved to Central Texas for a slower pace of life. Each property in the new neighborhood was an acre of land, or a bit more like ours each. On the other side, next to the plot of land, is a community park with some woods in the background. Of it gives you a real horror vibe to it. The neighborhood, being nice and new, I'd often hike with my 4-legged baby JJ, who is a rescue from Houston. 2 weeks after moving into our new home, my dad came in one night, as he is a smoker, as am I sadly, and the 2 of us went out back to smoke. My dad pointed out some wild deer running around, and I sat in awe at the sight of them. One night, my dad and I were outside, watching the deer in our yard, when my dad went in after he heard my mom calling him into the house to help with dinner. I stayed just a few more seconds before I reached for the front door, but I stopped when I heard a mandolin voice say, "Hello." Turning my head to see where the voice came from, I replied, "Hello?" A chill went down my spine, all of a sudden, and I began to feel as though I was being watched, at which point I went inside. A few nights later, I was reading in my room about visualization when I heard 3 knocks on my bedroom door. "Come in," I said, thinking it was my dad or my son at the door. I soon spoke up louder because my dad can't hear too well, due to his hearing being practically dead in one ear from a childhood injury. 3 more knocks came at the door, so I got up and opened it. There was no one there, so I thought maybe my son was messing around, since his room is practically only a few steps away. Exhausted, however, I turned in for the night. The next night I heard 3 more knocks at my door once again. This time I went straight for the door, but once again, there was nothing there. I checked my son's room, however. He was out cold. I then checked on my daughter, but she was also fast asleep. Deciding it was nothing but my imagination, I brushed it off and went back to my room. The second I closed my bedroom door, there were 3 knocks once again, which seemed to be coming from all around the room. It was in this moment I knew we had a problem, and being a practicing Wiccan, I knew something needed to be done about it soon. I ordered several supplies online from an occult store. I bought black salt for the border of our property, some sage, oil, sea salt, new feathers, and of course, the shell. As I waited for my supplies to be shipped to me, I knew I needed to cleanse the place. The knocking continued for days, but one night it went way beyond that. I woke up to a burning sensation in my back, so I ran to the bathroom to confirm that I already believed to be true. I'd been attacked by what I believed to be was a demon, and now had 3 long scratches on my back. It felt like someone took hot knives and scraped them on my back. As soon as my supplies came in, I blessed them all, and the next morning I laid black salt oil along our property line. As I prepared my ritual bath, sea salt helps cleanse any negative energy off you, plus a couple of black candles and a white pillar candle on the middle of some lavender. This helps me in visualizing negative energy coming off me. I heard my daughter scream. She ran to her grandma saying a mean man was at her window tapping on it. My dad rushed out, but he found nothing. While my dad was checking out back, a knick-knack that was my great-grandmother's flew off the shelf and almost hit my son. Seeing this, I went to finish my bath and started the ritual. Starting with my room, I went through the house saging every inch of the house, demanding the evil to leave my home, and letting it know this was our home and it wasn't welcome here. I was determined to get rid of whatever the hell this thing was, and I even laid sea salt in our windows, as well as in each of our bedrooms. A week later, I saged the house again to be safe. In time, the house began to feel cleaner, the air felt lighter, and everything just went back to normal. That was until 6 weeks later, when all of our smoke alarms went off simultaneously, and even after my dad and I removed the batteries, 2 of the alarms were still going off. I soon performed another ritual, and all seemed fine until my son came home from walking one of the dogs outside and told his grandma about something he had heard. He was scared to death, and as I came home, JJ needed to go out, so I put a leash on him and took him out. As we walked, JJ stopped dead in his tracks and began growling while trying to pull me towards the house. I assumed it was coyotes he heard or sensed, but as I took a couple of steps, I heard the loudest growl that I've ever heard. This growl didn't sound like an animal I'd ever heard. It seemed more like a monster than anything, and it was enough for us to really hightail it out of the park. JJ was so scared he literally went into our room and was shaking. I told my mom what I heard, and she looked as the blood drained out of her face before telling me what my son had heard previously. We've decided it's time to move. I am somebody who spends most of their time outdoors, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So of course, when I decided to go to college, I had to keep in mind that having some decent woods nearby was a must. Upon checking out a couple of places, I decided to go to Edinburgh University of Pennsylvania, or just the borough. The biggest place about going to that university is that my Uncle Fred lived up there and was a well-known name in the community. He owns to this day a framing shop right in the middle of the small town area. This was a huge plus, knowing people like that always equals more land to put spots in. That's all I really needed to pick the college I was going to go to. Edinburgh is really cool because there are a lot of old buildings and strange flat landscapes as compared to the hilly land around Pittsburgh. So it was cool to have to figure out how to scout the game I'd be going after once the season started. My main hunting area was directly behind my uncle's house. He has a beautiful log cabin that sits back off the road with woods on all sides of it. It was a true thing of beauty. When he had the house built, he actually had the gigantic chimney made of flat stones that were found in the woods behind the house. More on that later. As I was scouting the area for the first time, I came up on a few different circles of boulders in the middle of the woods. They were definitely very old. The boulders were quite big, much too big to just be moved for some reason like a group of guys camping out. They must have taken 10 men to move them, and only if they had some kind of pulley system or something of the sort. There were also smaller rocks, and when I say smaller, I'm talking like somewhere around 300 pounds or more, making inner circles inside the large boulders. It was really crazy. I found a total of 7 of these throughout the whole property. Some of the rocks that were now part of the chimney, they simply had to be with the amount of rocks he used on it. Oh, also these rock circles also made a much larger circle around the woods. After a few more days of scouting with my buddy Brandon, we were sure we had our spots picked out for the first day of archery. We couldn't wait to get out there. It was a perfect day too. It was just perfect, it was great. The thing about Edinburgh, Pennsylvania is that it gets more snow per year than most of Alaska due to the lake effect snow coming across Lake Erie. What happens is before the lake freezes completely over, the snow, which is warmer than the air, pushes the clouds way up into the atmosphere. too high for them to actually snow due to the low temperature all the way up there. The clouds then come inland and fall back toward Earth. It takes them about 20 miles to do this. Edinburgh is about 20 miles from the lake. You see what I'm saying? Anyway, on the first day of archery, which is in the first week of October in Pennsylvania, there was a thin layer of snow. This is perfect for archery because you can see the deer in the woods much more easily, and you can also see if any animals left any tracks. If they did, they were fresh since the snow didn't happen too long before that. We had been sitting in our tree for roughly 2 hours or so, and not one of us had seen anything yet. I had just got off the radio with Brandon, whom was on the other side of the property, when I seen some movement over to my right in the pine thicket. I then see a branch move a little bit and seen 4 deer legs under. I readied my bow in my stance, so as to make a clean shot at the deer. Around 15 feet up in a tree, I did this very carefully. About a minute later, I was looking for any movement. I lost the 4 legs inside the thicket. This was expected due to the fact that the deer were probably feeding, so this would be common for them, so I waited for them to return. Maybe around a minute later, I caught movement again. It looked as if the deer would break through the thicket into more open woods. The moment I've been waiting for. As I brought the bow up into full draw stance, I was stunned by what I was seeing. Where the deer should have been, there was a man. A strange looking man at that. This absolutely should not have been. If there was a man anywhere near where the deer had been, the deer would have been long gone, spooked back into the thicket. I put my bow back down onto the hook. I screwed into the tree and left my binoculars to my eyes. At only around 35 yards away, I could now see a great deal of his physical appearance. He was rather rotund, with his belly leading the way, a white long-sleeved shirt with ruffles down the middle of it, just like a pirate shirt. It was tucked in, thick, with canvas brown pants, with pants being tucked into white socks directly below his knees. Further down, where his shoes should be, was absolutely nothing. He had no feet whatsoever, no calves, no shins, no shoes. With my wide open eyes, I could see nothing. Instead of walking, he seemed to float through the woods, going from left to right. This is when I started noticing other extremely strange things about him. I looked through the binoculars at his head. It was cocked back with his chin resting on his lower neck, his very large red bulbous nose in the air, and a bit of a sort of snobby overall look. The hair, though, was covered by a wig that judges in England wear, a white wig with 3 curls on the side. I noticed he didn't just seem to glide through the woods, but he was legitimately floating. His arms stayed stuck at his sides and unmoving as he traveled. He also never looked down. The way his head was cocked, he would have only been able to look upward. This is not how any person or animal walks in the woods, constantly looking down and around for obstacles that you may trip over. All of this happened within a time period of maybe 20 seconds or so. He had come out of the thicket behind a medium-sized oak tree, and then he hit the next oak tree. He never came out from behind it. I watched in absolute astonishment for another 5 minutes, waiting for him to break his cover so I could see him again. But this never happened. I told Brandon what had happened, and he was immediately freaked out, but he did make fun of me. I don't think he really believed me. I told him he won't be laughing when the deer thing comes after him. Anyways, I have no idea what that was, some kind of forest spirit or what. Maybe you guys in the comments can let me know. I'll start by telling you a few things about me. I'm 18 years old and live in northern Canada, in 2 different homes. One is with my father, who lives right in the middle of 222 acres of woods. We've got but a single neighbor, who is situated about 1 kilometer away. My second home is with my mother. She lives on the edge of a city, close to the woods, and the main shopping center. The story is split into 3 parts, and believe me, it may sound crazy, but I swear,
all of this is true. The first part of the story starts at my father's house. I'd often go for walks in the woods. It was peaceful and quiet. I'd always bring my 3 dogs for protection, a German Shepherd and 2 Australian Shepherds. Nothing ever happened in the woods. There was the occasional sighting of bears, and we found quite a few lynx tracks, but nothing out of the ordinary, until something started watching me from the woods. A black figure of sorts. At first, I thought it was just my paranoid mind playing tricks on me, so I shrugged it off. A few days passed since I first felt the strange watching presence. It was a cold day out. The sun was gone and the wind came from the north, making it even colder. It was around noon, and it was time for me to bring the dogs out for a walk. I brought them down to the road that leads to my house. Nobody was around and it was silent all over, except for the wind blowing through the tree leaves. I was calm, but then it felt like I was being followed. Of course my dogs were following me, but this feeling was dark. I continued and eventually turned back to go home. Everyone was gone, so I arrived to an empty house. As I was about to bring the dogs into their kennel, I noticed one of the Aussies was frozen in place. He was staring into the woods. I tried to get his attention, but he would not budge. I walked over to him, pat his head. He only growled, but not to me. He growled to whatever was in the woods. The dog was pacing, tail tucked between his legs and ears held back. That made me feel a little uneasy, since I had been feeling watched or followed during the walk. It also meant I wasn't the only one who felt it. I decided to be safe and locked the door when I was inside. I'd like to say this feeling left after a while, but no, it only became more frequent. I had to lock and cover my windows at night because it felt as though someone was peering through them. I told people about it, especially those I lived with. They'd tell me it was a bear or maybe some ghost. A few even mentioned that it could be a stalker. I knew it was neither of these things. It just didn't feel right. Fast forward to about 3 months after the first occurrence. It's September, and the weather has begun to get colder. I was outside with my dogs cleaning some skulls I had recently gotten from a trapper. I was just minding my own business. All of my family members were gone, so I was left alone again. Then, I went near the forest and felt the dark presence again. It was so strange. I just couldn't shake it off as nothing. Scared, I went inside and decided to make myself some food in the comfort of my home. The fear left, and I felt safe again, until I heard the dreadful sound coming from the woods outside. It sounded like a man screaming, a deer howling in pain, and the low growl of a bear, all at once. It was the scariest thing I've ever heard in my life. I checked all the doors and ran to the second story of the house to hide. I'm not sure why I felt so much fear, since I heard nothing after that, but I called a relative, and they told me I was just hearing things. That night, I could barely sleep. I was afraid of whatever this thing was going to come inside. I kept seeing things in the shadows of the trees after this incident. It was hard to ignore. Eventually, I went to live with my mother in the city. I was there for a better chance at a job. I also had some friends to reunite with there. Once I moved, I met up with my childhood best friend. She and I decided to take a long walk in the chilly temperatures of the night. We talked and talked. Nothing happened until about 11:30. We were crossing the street when I heard the same exact sound, but much louder, coming from the woods down the road. I was terrified. My friend, though, paid no attention to it. We continued walking, but I was a little more paranoid than before, just waiting for something to jump out after me. An hour passed and we had to split ways. She went home and I did too. I had some instrumental music playing on my phone to keep me calm. Obviously, that didn't last long. Of course, Something had to happen in the dead of night while I was alone. As I walked in the streets, I heard a baby scream, but it didn't sound normal. It was a horrifying, distorted scream. I looked in the direction of the sound and thought I saw someone there. My feet moved faster than before, trying to get me home. Then I heard another scream, much scarier than the first. I ran for it. That might not have been the best decision, but it was instinctive. Suddenly, I heard feet hitting the pavement and felt like something or someone was chasing me. I looked back quickly and thought I saw a large black figure coming, but it only lasted several seconds till I saw nothing. The shouts and screams did not stop though. I finally got home, but I realized the door was locked and couldn't get inside. Unfortunately, those screams continued. After many calls and pressing the doorbell, my stepfather opened the door. I was a hyperventilating mess, but I got through it. I'm very spiritual, and I've been told by many mediums or spiritual leaders that I am a beacon for bad spirits. I assumed that it was a bad spirit, but I remember reading about wendigos, a creature that is apparently connected to me in some ways that are unknown to me. I did research again and deeply believe that whatever followed me is still watching me. I'm not sure if it's a wendigo, but it could be. Some acquaintances agree that it is quite possible. Now I'm just waiting for my next encounter with it, and I'm left wondering, what does it want, and what will it do next? About 10 years ago, I befriended a lovely woman that I shall call Jade. Jade, like me, was quite interested in the paranormal. Our reasons were different though, as she, having lost a son, was curious in life after death. I, having felt ghosts my whole life, wanted to hone my craft more. Jade had just joined a ghost hunter society in our state and was interested in starting her own local chapter. She was hopeful to gather a group to hunt in eastern Washington. She was in need of a sensitive for her new assembly and was very interested in my abilities. I didn't consider myself that experienced, but knew I had some ghost-feeling talent, yet needed practice. Jade felt I should start with her house for some practice. Since she and her family first moved in to that house in the 1900s, there had been some activity. The activity increased after remodeling, and old pamphlets from the KKK had been found in her wall. She hoped some long-dead racist was not haunting the place. Luckily, the haunting seemed playful, almost childlike in nature. She did not feel that could have been her deceased son. She and I felt he was too busy enjoying his time in heaven with loved ones. We didn't speak of him too much or how he passed. I never wanted to press her for any details and possibly upset her. I could see that she was still quite broken-hearted over his loss. She lived about 2 hours away from me in a tiny little town. Her dark green, white-trimmed house was adorable. It resembled a small Victorian cottage. It was a 2-story with a gingerbread trim front porch surrounded by big shade trees that must have been planted as the house went up. Even the lilac hedge on the side was so old it had grown to more of a line of lilac trees than a hedge. I loved this little place and wanted it for myself. She took me on a tour of her sweet place to see if I could pick up anything. I did not pick up on a presence any place in the house or the usual feeling of being watched. Strangely, what I did continually see was what paranormal activities the family had witnessed in the past. She took me up the narrow wooden stairs to 2 cute bedrooms tucked under the eaves. At the top of the stairs was a funky little cardboard door built into the wall. I told her that I felt something had happened with that cupboard and baby clothes. She opened it to show me that it was now empty, but a few months before, it had stored many baby clothes and items. Her and her husband had been gone with the house locked up, only to return to find every item in that cupboard had been tossed down along the stairs. I asked her if her large palm plant in the corner of the living room ever shook, and she told me that yes, especially during the renovation. I also knew that the kitchen had been added on and a spirit at one time had been seen walking out the back door. She confirmed that yes, her husband saw a person walk through the back wall. I could actually see she used smudge bundles across the house, and she knew that she had been cleansing. I felt that the renovation had stirred up a few souls, but honestly, they seemed gone now. Hopefully the KKK pamphlet left in the wall was to hide it away at some long time ago, though personally I think they should have burned it. We decided to go ahead and take a walk around the yard and garden. I just sensed old growth and beauty. I pointed out some heirloom flowers that she didn't know she had. I loved the garden, and I admired the large trees and lilac hedge up close. We walked along the front of the house, then I started up the driveway that ended at the back of the house. Jade was following me, and as I got halfway up the driveway, it hit me. The pain in my chest and crippling, heartbreaking emotion that overcame me still makes me cry to this day when I think of it. My hands immediately went to my heart and I began to sob. These were overpowering sobs that I've never experienced in my life. All I could mutter was, "What happened here?" I turned and Jade stopped me and also sobbing. "I'm so sorry," she choked. She took a deep breath and said, "This is where Liam died, her son." I ran to her and held her in that driveway, both of us tears streaming. She was trying to apologize to me, but I wanted so badly to comfort her. I could tell at this point that she was feeling a lot of pain, and his physical pain at the time of her agonizing heartbreak. The poor grieving woman had to walk me shaking into the house, sat me down and gave me a beer and cigarette. She explained to me that a few years earlier Liam's baby brother was in a parked car in the driveway, and it began to roll down. Liam ran behind it trying to stop it, and it killed him instantly. We sat and gathered our thoughts and emotions for a while. I was not prepared to feel that. I assured her that Liam was most likely not earthbound. I didn't know I had the ability to feel something like that. I was shaken to the core. It took me over an hour to calm down. About half an hour into the drive home, my throat began to swell and hurt. I did not feel well at all. I pulled over to call my best friend and tell her I was on my way home and was okay. I knew she had been worried about me and my hunting for ghosties. When she picked up and I tried to talk, I had lost my voice. Only horsey squeaks came out. It took me a few attempts to finally get her to understand that I was fine, only coming down with something. I made it home and proceeded to get so ill. It was one of the worst and only cases of bronchitis I had ever experienced. My chest burned and I could not speak for 2 weeks. It took a lot of antibiotics to recover. I just know that the cause of little Liam's death was a sudden, large tear in his heart muscle. I just don't know if it was so sick from feeling this pain or the pain of his mother's loss, or if I just didn't know what I was getting into. That is definitely going to be my last ghost hunt though. I have been part of a paranormal research team for several years. Each weekend, we go to a new location in our town that is said to be haunted. I will try to be very specific about what happened during this investigation the best I can, but if you have any questions, feel free to comment them below. This story starts with our most recent investigation. We were at a very old, very haunted cemetery in our town called Jordan Cemetery. When we first got there, it was still light outside. We weren't very creeped out. We even felt comfortable enough to split up for a little while. And then, things started happening. I was walking around the back right corner of the cemetery when I felt someone come up behind me and wrap their arms around me. I thought that it was my boyfriend, who was also a member of our team, so I smiled and turned around. But when I turned, no one was there. We had split up and my boyfriend was all the way across the cemetery, along with the other 2 members of our team who were at different ends. I started getting really scared and went back to our meeting point. When we got back together, it was getting very dark. We went over to sit on a bench near one of the graves when suddenly, my boyfriend and I saw a shadow duck behind a tree. We got up to investigate, and just as we got 10 yards away from the bench we were sitting at, I turned around and saw a small, black shadow figure running towards us. I started freaking out and pointed it to my team. All of us saw it at the same time and started backing away, but we managed to keep our cameras on it and catch it on film just as it started to fade away. Once it faded, we stayed for a little while to see if it would return, but it never did, so we turned and walked away. About halfway across the cemetery, we got a very off feeling and stopped in our tracks. We stayed in the same spot, dead silence, until a woman's voice broke the silence. It said, "Right now, there is a..." and the rest was unintelligible. My team and I went nuts. The voice was loud enough to be caught on our cameras. Just as we calmed down, we heard a very loud music right next to us. We started turning around and looking for the source, and then I realized that I recognized the song. It was Somebody to Love by Queen, and it was coming from my iPod, which was in my bag and had been shut down completely. How it could have been turned on and started playing music by itself is unexplainable. We started cheering and thanking the spirit for letting its presence be known, and just as we stopped, we looked up to see a large black figure of a woman standing across the graveyard from us, only to disappear, and we got a very weird, uneasy feeling and left to go to our next location, which was another cemetery. There is still a running funeral home next to it, so I'm going to leave out the name. We didn't stay here for very long, and not much happened except for this one incident. I was walking with my team and a random song popped into my head. I had never heard the song before, but I just couldn't get it out of my head. I thought things were going fine, but the next thing I knew, I was halfway across the cemetery from where I had originally been. My whole body was tingling and my team was yelling to me to snap out of it. I asked what had happened, and they told me that I had totally zoned out and had started singing an eerie sounding song, and was staring off into the distance and wandering away from them. My boyfriend also mentioned that my eyes were very dilated. At first, I thought they were pranking me and I didn't believe them. I didn't want to believe them, but they swore on their lives that they were telling the truth and had gotten a glimpse of me on camera when I had just started singing the song. I took part in my first ghost hunt for Halloween last year. I will try to recite my experience as best I can, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The location was at a hotel and bar that has a reputation for being active. The building still trades at a hotel, so I will leave it unnamed. Suffice to say, we had permission from the owners before going ahead. I am a confirmed believer, but have never sought to seek out the paranormal in any way, so approached the event apprehensively but open-minded. The event was a real eye-opener, and the story I would like to tell occurred during one of the vigils we held during the night. I will start with a quick layout of the area. Beneath the hotel runs a series of tunnels and rooms which make up the cellar. At the far end of the cellar is a narrow tunnel which is used as the barrel run for the bar. We were told that ordinarily this room would be stocked with beer barrels, but on this night it was empty. It was in here where we decided to hold our vigil. The first thing we noticed on entering the barrel run was the cold temperature compared to the rest of the cellar. This could be put down to the time of year and the fact that the run has a metal door that could be opened to drop barrels down, which could allow cold air in. The area also had a very strange atmosphere, which it hadn't had when I visited earlier in the night. Turning our torches off, we weren't in total darkness due to moonlight shining through the barrel drop doors with an emergency exit light. We created this energy circle and called out for any presence to make itself known. We were awarded a soft tapping at the end of the corridor, away from the barrel drop. We ruled out pipes as no visible pipes ran through this part of the cellar, and the main pipe run was on the completely opposite end of the cellar. We had explored that area earlier in the night and it is behind a heavy wooden door which blocks out most of the noise. We had an interesting experience there, which saw a member of the group run out at high speed. Anyway, back to the tapping. We called out again for the tapping to be repeated, and it was, still faint and in the same location. One of the group pointed out a strange shadow that had appeared in the open doorway, which joined the barrel run to the rest of the cellar. This was at the same end of the tunnel the tapping had been coming from. We all turned and every member of the group agreed that they could see a shadowy figure at the end of the corridor. From where I stood, the shape of the body, shoulders, and head could be seen clearly. We were the only group in the basement at this time, but shouted out to see if it was someone who had lost their group. We got no reply, but the shadow appeared to move in our direction. We called it again, encouraging the figure to approach us. It didn't, but it did stay in the same position before disappearing. It didn't fade or walk away. It was a case of being there 1 minute and then gone the next. We moved out of the main barrel run into a side room of the barrel run that was used for storage of an old bar furniture. The doorway we used was the only entrance. Away from the two sources of light we had before, this room was pitch black with the torches off. The moment we walked into the room, the atmosphere became very heavy, and to me, it felt hostile. Other members of the group later confirmed that they felt unwelcomed in the storage room. We created a circle around the old table and called out for anyone present to make themselves known. One of the groups facing towards the back of the room said they could see red lights flashing. Great, that's the way my back was facing. Calling out again, we asked if the feeling we had was that it was a male spirit with us, could do anything else. The sudden loud noise of wood scraping across stone caused a few screams and numerous torches to be switched on. The table we had circled had visibly turned slightly. All members of the group denied accidentally touching the table, so we turned our lights off and asked if he could do it again. The feeling we got was the entity was a male, and the same person who we had seen as the shadow earlier. The feeling we got was the entity was a male, and the same person who we had seen as a shadow earlier. We waited, and apart from red lights flashing at the back of the room, only seen by the same person as earlier, nothing happened. So we asked, if you want us to go, do something to show us or we will not leave. This was quickly followed by the unquestionable sound of coin bouncing and settling on the floor behind me. We quickly turned our torches and went to go investigate. The only thing I found that could have explained the noise was a 10-pence coin. This could have been there before we had entered, but it was very distinct noise. Taking that as our cue, we left the room and ended our vigil.
For the longest of my life, I didn't know that I had any Native American in me, but I do. I'm in a very backwoods part of Arkansas. I own and work with my dad on a 1,000-acre farm. The farm next to mine has these big Indian burial grounds. The burial grounds are only on one part of the farm, so this happens to be the one part of the farm that my father and I have to rent from the owners of that farm. I've never worked in the field before until this year, and I have a feeling it's going to be my last in that field. I was cutting hay about 2 weeks ago, and my tractor was acting up. This is a brand new tractor we just bought, and around 7:30, it started acting like it wanted to stop, which is not normal at all. I got off the tractor and turned it off, and that was my first mistake. When I got off the tractor, I heard the cows from my farm begin to stampede and call out as if something was trying to kill them. Naturally, I wanted to go see what was wrong, but my tractor wouldn't start, and I will say again, brand new tractor. Now, most people would probably just go back home and get help or a tow truck. That's not my case scenario, because where my farm is literally on the last stop of a 17-mile drive, so nobody's coming for me, and for some reason, my phone isn't working. It's just gone dead. I looked to the field to my left and looked to the field to my right, which is normally filled with cattle, but nothing this time. I began to feel a cold chill around me, which I suppose was normal because it started to rain. Then I caught a smell in the air, which I suppose is normal due to the cow pat, and the field I was working in was relatively close to the dumping site, so I just thought it was the wind. At that point I began to walk back to the road. That was my second mistake. I could hear something in the woods, but I thought it was the normal deer or wild hogs. But then I heard my dad yelling my name, which I suppose wasn't much of a surprise, as I've had the tractor off for quite a while. I guess he wanted to see what was going on. I thought it was my lucky break. So I began to call and go towards him, telling him that the tractor wouldn't start and I'm freezing cold and can he come out to get me? I got no reply. I then stopped and I went back to set up on the tractor and stayed up to see where he was. Then I saw it. My dad's truck, a dime's worth of a mile away, heading over the levee to the other side of our farm. There was no way he could just have been calling me, and he wouldn't leave me out in the cold. My mind began to race. I watched way too many Skinwalker stories, and then I heard it. It sounded like a pig snorting, and then it ended with a mixture of a mountain lion roar and a horse neigh. I bolted for the neighbouring farmhouse, even though they weren't home. The rain is pouring down on me. My straw hat just basically turns flopsy. I'm an 18-year-old looking like a snivelling 9-year-old child. The neighbours' doors were locked, so I had nowhere to hide but under the house. Not even looking for snakes, I bolted for the one entry point. My glasses were starting to fog up, so I couldn't see very well at all. All I saw was something going across the Indian battlegrounds, towards my tractor. and then on top of it. Then it let out a violent roar. I'm still scared. I'm still cold. But thankfully, I don't live on the farm anymore. But unfortunately, the house I'm living in the city was also built on an Indian burial ground. So it's only a matter of time before he comes here too. I think the cause was me cutting hay on the Indian burial ground. It'd been excavated a long time ago, but I guess whatever it was, didn't want me up there. And I won't go back again, at the very least not there.
I and my friends are really into scary stuff like horror movies and ghost stories. And of course, we love to visit reportedly haunted places, just to challenge ourselves for fun. So, there are these vast pine forest areas up on a hill situated about a 3-hour drive from where I live. Rumor has it that the forest is haunted. Many years ago, some poor people decided to end their lives there by jumping off the deadly steep cliff known as the Bow, as it resembles a ship's bow. People who live nearby have often reported sightings of ghostly body parts scattered around the forest floor, and frightening sounds of screaming and human-like tortured cries for help. We'd heard and known about the pine forest since we were little kids, but somehow we had never had the guts to visit it. Until one day, we got pretty bored of visiting the other haunted places in our town. We had never seen any ghosts, and the pine forest came across our minds when we decided to give it a shot. At first, we seemed a bit reluctant, but then we all agreed that we needed something a little bit scarier to do as we're all in our early 20s. It was a foggy and wet night when we drove our way up to the forest. From the moment that I got in the car, I felt like something's not right. I could just tell that it wasn't. But I didn't want my friends to think that I was afraid, so I showed off a little bit talking about scary possibilities that might happen there in the pine forest. When we finally arrived, the road had divided the forest. It was so dark and cold. We parked in front of an abandoned building and then made our way into the pine trees. Everybody walked so fast and nobody even said a word. The forest was so dark and frightening. We kept walking for minutes until we finally saw the bow. We sat down and gathered and started talking and telling ghost stories and scary legends related with the pine forest. We started talking about those who have died here. When my friend Bobby was telling his story, suddenly I saw a quick movement in the corner of my eye. I turned around and whatever it was already gone. At first, I thought it could be some animals wandering around in the forest, but then we heard scratching voices coming from the top of the bough, as if there was something up there dragging its body up to it. I looked up, and I could make out a vague dark silhouette of a man standing there, looking down at us. I started shaking all over, and my friends were now all looking at me. Bobby had seen it too. He grabbed my shoulder tight and whispered, "Who's that?" I was just too afraid to break the silence. "Let's get out of here," said Bobby in a low tone. But we were so scared, we got petrified. Bobby was the first to get on his knees. "We better get back out of here now," he whispered, and then started walking. We all followed him silently. As soon as the bow was out of sight, we started running as fast as we could. For a moment there, I thought the dark figure was coming after us. I was really afraid. I kept praying to God while running. When we finally saw our car, my friend Dickie told us that he had left the key in the forest. We all started cursing him, but then we decided to break into the abandoned house and stayed inside until morning, though it was really dark in there. That night, none of us could sleep. We spent the night feeling frightened in a tiny room in the house. It was a squeeze, but we didn't care. At around 2 a.m., we heard light footsteps somewhere in the left wing of the house. We squeezed closer and tighter, holding our breath. As the sound of the footsteps became louder and louder, I closed my eyes tight and plugged both my ears with my index fingers, and then I felt the presence in the room with us, but I kept my eyes and ears shut. I was too afraid. I got the tingling sensation as if somebody's standing pretty close to me. It lasted for about 30 minutes. I could feel my friend squeezing my body from all sides. When I finally got tired, I got my hands off my ears and embraced myself, but I kept my eyes shut still. We sat on the floor there in the dark, tiny room for about 4 hours,
but it felt as if we had been there for ages. At around 6 a.m., we finally got out of the house. The sky had looked a little brighter. When the sun finally rose, we went back to the forest to get to the key, and then we drove back to town as soon as we could. Nobody talked. We still couldn't believe our luck. We finally made it back home safe and sound. Even until today, I still get the goosebumps whenever I think about that terrifying night in the pine forest. I sure as hell will never go back there, even if it was the last safe place on Earth, and I definitely won't be trying to hunt any ghosts anymore. I am a member of a newly created paranormal investigation team, based here in my hometown. It all started when our group of about 10 or so friends decided to go over to Waverly Sanatorium in Kentucky. That's what got us started in the first place. Over the next few weeks, some of our group members kind of fizzled out and didn't hang around as much, but there are about 5 or 6 of us that's still going strong, including myself. My first solo experience with a spirit happened at one of our group's founders' house. There are 3 founders, me and 2 of my friends, and this is our normal hangout spot on the weekends. A little history about the house as we were in at the time. My friend's stepbrother and his mom used to live in that house. His mom is now passed on, rest her soul. She was into the Wicca and witchcraft realm. She would hold seances in graveyards, do different rituals in the house. They lived in with no regard for what would happen. Me and my friends, 2 girls and 4 or 5 guys, were hanging out over at the house. Nothing really happens in the house while a big group is there, but the girls were ready to go home. So my friend, who owned the house, was going to take them home. We had the idea for me to stay back on my own, first mistake, and do an EVP session in the house, which of course, being the tough guy I am, I said sure. They leave. I say goodbye to the girls and see them off. This is where it gets trippy. I go back into the house to do the EVP session. The recorder is lying on the table by the door, and the kitchen is on the far side of the room as you walk in. It's a rather long living room that leads to the 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. That's pretty much the house, other than the attic, which is a big no-no to go up there alone. So, I walked to the kitchen and grabbed me a drink. When I came back in the house, it felt a lot heavier. It just felt different from when everybody else was here earlier. As I am coming back from the kitchen to grab the recorder, I felt like I had to stop in the middle of the living room, so I did. I stared down the hall and I knew something was there. I could just feel it. Then I hear 4 footsteps walk right up to me and stop. At this point, I was pretty freaked out. Then it was like someone stomped their right foot in front of me, where this thing should be standing. That was enough for me. I hightailed it across the street to this other house and sat on the porch until they got back. I waited for maybe 20 minutes. When they returned, they thought I was still in the house. When they saw me come off the porch and I told them what happened, my friend said I looked physically shaken and I had no color in my face. This is a half hour after it happened. I swore to my buddy that I would never be alone in that house again. I don't do so much as sit in the driveway and wait for him to get home. I sit at the Crystals down the road. To this day he thinks that it was his stepmother's mom. But I think it was someone else. It sounded like a man to me. But we can sit across the road and watch the lights turn on in the house at night, and us as a group to turn them off because after what happened that night, it freaked us all out. Our other co-founder of the group swears he kept seeing a little girl all around the living room, mostly standing behind him and myself. I think that the reason there are spirits there and wanted me out was that they didn't know who I was, and I think that the stepbrother's mom is still attached to the 3-foot-tall China doll that is still kept in the house. With that and an old newspaper is all that I found left of hers. Everything else was thrown out, which I'm sure helped nothing. This is one of my first and only really creepy experiences while ghost hunting. You can call me Walt. I've been with the park rangers for about 17 years now. This story takes place about 10 years into my career. I want to stress that although this was a pretty scary experience, it has not changed my view on my job. I absolutely love my job in the outdoors. I work in a park in Kentucky. As I'm still working, I'd like to keep my job and identity safe. Mostly though, due to the strange circumstances of my story, I'd rather not have my peers grief me over this or scare anyone away from visiting our beautiful parks up here in Kentucky. Anyway, the park I speak of is a decent size and most of my job is pretty much just normal affairs. There is nothing quite like being out in nature, and there has always been a certain freedom to working in the outdoors with animals roaming. I love my job, and while the events of this story don't take place while on the job, they do take place in a park I work at. We were coming up on the weekend, and being it was gonna be a 3-day weekend for me, I was taking some extra time off to have a little mini vacation, I decided I would spend it camping in the woods around the area. A final important note before I get too much deeper into the story, I've been camping, alone, for most of my life. I know the woods and forests from camping and from my job. I don't spook easily and I am a very level-headed guy. I take off Friday through Sunday, so I can come back Monday and take over for another ranger who is going to spend the next week off for a wedding. Fast forward to Friday night. I make my way pretty deep into the forest and prepare to set up my camp for the night. This isn't unusual. As knowing the area quite well, I like to keep as far from civilization as possible. The first night goes off without a hitch. I'm able to relax and slowly drift to sleep. The relaxing sounds of nature, a soothing and natural white noise machine of sorts. It was around 4:30 Saturday morning when I woke up to a strange feeling. I'm not sure how to describe this feeling, but the closest I think I can get to is to say I felt panicked. This wasn't anxiety though, as I have no history of such and it isn't something that runs in my family. No, it was a strange and overwhelming need to move from where I was at. It was almost oppressive. I got up and packed my stuff and moved deeper into the woods. The further I got away from the spot, the closer the sun came to rising, the more I felt relaxed. I spent much of Saturday relaxed and had all but forgotten that morning by the time night rolled around again. This was the night I can't explain at all. It was around 7 in the evening, and I had decided I would park it for the night and just chill till I drifted off. I listened to the sounds of nature once again. This lasted for about an hour when suddenly things fell quiet. The eerie sort. I started to get that feeling again. This time, however, I opened my eyes to see something I can't explain. They were lights. I'm not talking from a campfire or anything like that. I was far enough away from civilization, it wouldn't be a normal light source either. There's no light pollution here. These lights weren't super bright. They were actually luminescent and colorful. Many of them had red and blue hues to them. I watched the lights off in the distance for a time before they faded. One of the strangest things about this is when the strange lights faded, the sounds of nature returned, and the feeling of unease was no more. I couldn't sleep after this, so I kinda just sat up and debated heading back. The problem was, that'd take me quite a while, as I was a great deal away from where I parked before venturing into the forest. It wouldn't be safe to travel too far at night, and so I'd figured I'd just try to relax and enjoy the solidarity of the woods. It was about 11 p.m. when I got that uneasy feeling again. Nature fell silent once more, and I saw these lights appear again. This time, they were much closer, and while they still weren't super bright, I was close enough to see that they seemed to materialize out of nowhere. This threw me, and made me simultaneously more uneasy, and yet somewhat drawn in. What could be making these lights? They were materializing out of thin air, and they weren't coming from the moon or some other source. It seemed as though they didn't have a source, and I was quite perplexed as to their origins, honestly. After 10 to 15 minutes, the lights vanished as quickly as they had appeared, and just like that, I could hear the sounds of nature around me once again. I stayed awake for a time after that, and the last time I looked at my watch was 2 in the morning. This was also the last time I saw the lights. See, the thing is, I'd moved deeper into the forest, after the second sighting had settled down again, at about 1 in the morning, and an hour later I saw these lights again. Everything had fallen silent and they appeared in the distance. This was when I looked at my watch and saw that it was 2 in the morning. That was about all the time I had to do anything though, as the lights quickly made their way toward me. I freaked out and I was about to get up and run when they enveloped me. The strangest thing about it is, I don't remember anything after that. I awoke the next morning at about 9 a.m. in my truck. It is very important that you understand I don't drink, I don't do drugs, I have no mental condition to speak of. The strange events of what happened are very real, and to this day I will never forget them. I can't explain how I lost 7 hours or even more, strangely how I wound up miles away from where I had even been. I don't remember passing out and I have no idea what happened after the light reached me. I have no explanation for the lights. I'm still perplexed to this day. If you have even the slightest idea of what I may have seen, I'm all ears. It was easily the strangest thing I've experienced in my lifetime, and I'm thankful that I'll never experience anything like it again. Hopefully. One final thing to note though, is there didn't appear to be any sort of ship or flying object to these lights, so I don't think it was a UFO in the traditional sense, which I'm guessing is likely to be what most people will think of. Also, I've been camping out in the same area since and have never seen those lights again. You can call me M. I used to work for the park rangers and I worked in quite a few parks in Montana. They are all very beautiful and quite large. What happened to me isn't common, so please don't be deterred by my story. Montana is a beautiful state with many wonderful parks. During my time as a park ranger, I was blessed with a 20-year career full of great times and beautiful sights. All that said, the scariest moment of my career was hands down what happened to me on a day that seemed like it was going to be like any other day. I was patrolling around Glacier National Park, and things were going like any other day. Things started off nicely with some light cleanup and a fresh cup of coffee. I was feeling chipper as it was almost the weekend and I was going to be off for once. It was as I was out patrolling that things went sideways. I heard what I believed to be a mountain lion. Now, this wasn't too much of a problem except for the fact that I was in an area closer to people. There are many sites around this massive and beautiful park, and plenty of them are areas far away from the general populace. That said, it becomes a problem when some of these wild animals start trekking in areas where people frequent. Thinking I'd best check around, I began my search. We love and respect wildlife, but we also respect the safety of people in and around the parks we patrol. The best case scenario for all is to be able to avoid injury to both wildlife and people. I took pride in my job, obviously, and part of the pride came with keeping the area livable for both nature and humans. Anyway, as I continued my search, I eventually did find mountain lion tracks. It had taken a while, but it was still too close for comfort to the area. I radioed in that there was possibly a mountain lion in the area, and told them where I was at before continuing my search. I kept at my search, checking in from time to time until I was far enough away from people to feel comfortable that the mountain lion wasn't too close anymore. I hadn't found the animal yet, and the tracks had ended, as I got into a more grassy area. Cautious but still comfortable in the fact that the animal was now sufficiently away from people, I radioed in to keep an eye out, but that I believed the animal had wandered farther away. I searched for a bit longer just to be sure before I finally decided I'd searched enough. Lunchtime was approaching fast and I felt very hungry after all my walking. I decided to turn back and head back to the station when out of nowhere I felt something hit me from behind and claw me in the back. I fell over and tried to scramble for my gun. I turned in time to get hit again and lost my weapon before jumping and running. I was going to try to radio in when I realized my radio had broken when I was knocked to the ground. It was at this point I found myself in panic, but as my senses came back to me again, I remembered that in the case of most mountain lion sightings, you should stand your ground and make yourself seem a threat. I thought to myself, how well and good that concept is except for when one attacks you out of nowhere. I was standing now and surveying my surroundings. I could tell I was bleeding somewhat, but it seemed as though my injuries weren't deep, from what I could tell from it being on my back. Guessing I had been grazed more than anything, and the brunt of the attack had more from the surprise and also shoved to the ground, I looked around closely. The mountain lion had disappeared, but I couldn't take the feeling that I was being watched. Perhaps it was my paranoia at the time or the shock of the attack, but I couldn't get rid of the thing, or that feeling. I cautiously looked for my sidearm, but I couldn't find it. Being unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I headed as fast as I could toward the main station. At this point, I was quite a ways away, and was terrified that this thing was going to attack me again. I went as fast as I could. Move, my back still burning with pain from the initial attack. As I was starting to think maybe I'd be okay, I heard the distinct sound of a mountain lion crying out from somewhere behind me. I booked it and ran faster, now only glancing back from time to time to see if I was about to be jumped again. I could hear the mountain lion, but I couldn't see it anywhere. I continued running until I could run no longer. I took a breather and my eyes darted around the area as I scanned the area. I still hadn't shaken that feeling that I was being watched. I had to calm myself, however, as panicking was only making me more exhausted and was making it harder to breathe on top of my running all over the place. I had just about gotten my breath back when I saw the mountain lion slowly stalk out. It looked ready to pounce again, and I felt myself starting to panic. I knew I had to keep my wits about me though, and this time, being the mountain lion wasn't blindsiding me, I tried to stand my ground. I gave the deepest glare I could give and puffed myself up before letting out the loudest shout I could muster. The mountain lion seemed like it was mulling its options over, and in the longest probably few seconds that it felt like an eternity, I stared this thing down. Holding my breath and on edge, I watched as the mountain lion let out a short roar before turning and slowly stalking away. The moment the thing was out of sight, I felt myself uncontrollably shaking. I was more scared than I've ever been in my life, and I felt weak from panic. I knew I couldn't stick around, however, and so I turned and tried to go as fast as my shaking legs would take me. I eventually made it back to the station, and it was then I was treated and gave my report about what had happened. As it turned out, I was right about my wounds. They weren't life-threatening or deep. The bulk of the pain came from bruising caused both times I was hit by the mountain lion. The panic and trauma stuck with me for the longest time, and I was given a few weeks off to recollect myself. I'm still wary any time I hear a mountain lion, but the trauma has lessened a great deal over the years, and I still loved every moment of the remainder of my 20-year career with the park rangers. I shared this story partially to caution people to always be aware of their surroundings, especially when camping or while out in areas of parks you might assume are safe due to high human traffic. Nature was here first, and you should always respect that. That said, I'd also like to state, attacks like mine are not common, and my story should in no way make you avoid the beauty and majesty of the many beautiful parks around our wonderful nation. So, if you take anything from my story, it should be this. Just be aware of your surroundings and be safe, and you'll be just fine. Also, go outside every now and again and enjoy the nature. Too many people nowadays are glued to their phones and are unaware of the beautiful world around them. I'd like to start my story by saying I will not be using my real name. You can call me Tally. I've been working as a park ranger for about 10 years now. My story takes place in an area that has been featured on television quite a few times and is known for certain legends and hauntings. That place is Great Smoky Mountains National Park. One of the legends around here is about a witch called Spearfinger, who would disguise herself as an older woman and snatch up children, eventually cutting out their lives with her obsidian stone finger, hence the name Spearfinger. My story isn't about a witch though, and it isn't a legend. My story begins at the start of a shift one day in August of 2013. I was doing a trash check and general cleanup run just after clocking in. The air was cool, probably around the mid-60s, and things were fairly relaxed. I could hear the sounds of nature, and off in the distance, I could hear hikers wandering on one of our trails. It was around this time I noticed quite a bit of trash piled up on top of a small hill. I headed up and found what looked like a camp. It was clearly no longer in use,
and whoever had been here had left it trashed. It was basically just an old, tattered sleeping bag and a bunch of beer bottles. It looked like it was probably either a very messy camper or a homeless person. The park is a 24/7, 365-day-a-year park, so it isn't unusual to find someone out here who may be homeless from time to time. Anyway, as I'm cleaning up, I catch something out of the corner of my eye. I look up to see a little girl. She is blonde, has blue eyes, and looks as real to me as someone might look standing next to you. Finding it odd that a little girl was out here wandering the park alone, I call out to her, asking her if she's okay. She doesn't say anything, and so I asked her if her parents are nearby. She stares at me for a moment, and then turns and walks away just out of sight. I stop everything and head toward the area I just saw her. It is when I head over there that I see her wandering near a group of trees. The girl seems to be humming and dancing in the middle of the trees. I call out to her again, and she doesn't seem responsive. Confused, I head down to her, but as I get closer, she ran and sprinted deeper into the forest. Beginning to worry, I follow her. As I reached where I believed she would be, I found nothing. I then heard humming, and looked up to see this little girl again. Strangely, she was once again on the horizon, so to speak. I didn't want to scare her, and asked her again what she was doing out here all alone. I asked her where her parents were, and she looked at me, but she never answered. I didn't approach the girl any further as I didn't want to scare her away. Instead, I tried to radio the main station. I'd found this little girl and was hoping that somebody could help me out. Strangely though, my radio wasn't working. I asked the little girl if she was alone, but she never said a word. After a minute or two, I tried to follow her again, but she ran away. I followed this little girl off and on for what seemed like hours until I saw her at the edge of a steep drop-off. I approached the girl slowly, informing her I was here to help. I asked her to come closer. She just stared at me. I was about to ask where her parents were once more when I reached her. I held my arms out and looked her in the eye before telling her, "Sweetie, I'm going to help you find your parents. It's okay." She smiled and ran toward me. I was getting ready to hug this literal girl and carry her to safety when I felt the oddest sensation. It felt like a cold chill ran straight through me. It was at this moment I realized this little girl had walked right through me. I turned around in shock and not sure what to say when I saw her smile disappear before my eyes. I want to make it very clear as a park ranger I don't do drugs. I hadn't been drinking and I wasn't sick or delirious. I had followed this little girl deep into the forest, hoping to find her parents and get her to safety, but instead I was left with the oddest experience I had ever had in my life. I didn't bother reporting the little girl, but I did search the area after she disappeared just in case. There didn't seem to be anyone missing, and there was no children missing either. I looked in multiple time frames as well, and I just couldn't find anything. It was just an odd encounter, and one I'll never truly be able to explain. I'm sure there are going to be those who doubt my story, but I know what I saw and I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Seeing what I can only guess was a ghost was odd enough, but seeing one in broad daylight, I didn't think that happened. There is a story around these parts about a man who was murdered while searching for his missing daughter, but I never saw a man, and he is said to appear to hikers as a bright light. I'm also not so sure what his daughter is supposed to look like, and I don't believe the ghost girl I saw has any relation or real connection to the legend itself. Anyway, I appreciate you sharing my story, and anyone who hears this, have you all ever had anything similar happen to you in your life? I'm a park ranger who has been with park services at Rocky Mountain National Park for most of my adult life. It was my first job and I never really looked back after that. We are open all year, and as such I work in other parks from fall through spring every year. This happened during the month of June back in the mid-90s. I haven't shared it with anyone prior to now as being a park ranger. I didn't want people to think less of me for the situation. It also, for these concerns, that I won't be sharing my name. Anyway, I went camping while off duty one late night on Wednesday. I was familiar with a lot of woods, but I wasn't completely comfortable as there were plenty of areas I'd never been on account of the fact that the park is a decent size. Like most campers, I think the idea of camping, especially alone, dictates I get out of the way and away from as many people as possible. It gives you that nice feeling of just you and nature. I knew going into this that there was a chance that it would be raining that night, so I came prepared with a tent. The night was nice and I found myself a spot out of the way of most of the everyday tourist type of campers. I packed light overall and basically had my backpack with a tent, some food, and that's all I needed for the night, as I didn't plan on spending my entire time out there. It was while I was eating dinner. I'm not sure what time it was, as I didn't really pay attention to the time while camping, that I heard a strange cry coming from deeper in the woods. I was a little weirded out, but I didn't feel afraid. There were all sorts of things out here, and you never knew what you might find off the beaten path, so to speak. I ignored the sound and continued eating my beans. It wasn't long before it started raining. I put out my fire and went inside my tent, thinking it'd be okay and relaxing sound of the rain would be a good way to sleep. It was for a short while. This was until sometime in the night when I heard what I was certain was the sound of a bear looking around my camp. Startled awake by the sudden roar, I watched through my tent as the bear rummaged around, sniffing for food. Freaked out and not wanting to become a meal myself, I stayed as still as possible and grabbed my .44 Magnum I kept on my person and aimed it toward the bear just in case. I waited for what felt like forever for this thing to move on, but after a time, it seemed to sit still and stay in place. Thinking I'm screwed and going to have to kill this bear to get out, I readied my weapon, terrified of the possible consequences of what would happen. If I somehow didn't kill the bear after the first shot, I was readying myself to kill the bear when that loud, odd sound I heard from deeper in the forest before rang out again, but this time much closer. I watched as the bear stood up and seemed to whimper before running off in the opposite direction. I was hit with two feelings at this point. One was elation as the bear was no longer a problem, but very soon after that, I was hit with terror at the thought of that something was out there that had scared a bear away. I heard heavy footsteps, and the ground shook slightly as whatever was out there walked around. It wasn't until it turned away and walked back in the opposite direction of the forest that I got the courage to get up and see what was out there. It was then I began to shake. I saw a creature that was at least 9 to 10 feet tall walking off in the distance. Part of me thought about following this thing, but I thought better of it and decided instead to turn tail and pack my stuff up and get the heck out of Dodge. I eventually made it back to my truck and went home. Later research has me believing now that what I saw that night was a Bigfoot. At least, maybe I got a glimpse of one. I only saw it from the back and didn't dare chase it. I don't know how many things can scare off a bear. This thing seemed to do it effortlessly and immediately. I'm not saying I was ever in danger, but I don't think it would have been wise to try and follow it. If anything, I'm inclined to believe that the thing saved my life potentially. I don't know that I'd be here today if it hadn't shown up. Any number of things could have happened if that bear had attacked me. I could have missed my shot and gotten mauled to death. I could have hit the bear and still gotten mauled to death. My point is, I don't feel my likelihood of survival would have been high had that bear started rummaging in my tent. Needless to say, I'm much more careful now and tend to camp in more populated areas. I never talked to anyone at my job about my experience, as I didn't want to damage my reputation or be labeled as that crazy guy that spins tall tales at work. At any rate, I now believe in things like Bigfoot, but I don't think they mean us harm. In fact, I'm more inclined to believe they might be curious or just wish to be left alone. Regardless of what they may be or their intentions, I'm grateful to the one that showed up that night. I'm likely still here today because of it. A little background information. I'm 35 now, but at the time of my story I was 28 and I was going through a tough time in my life. I was going through a divorce and in a custody battle for my kid. I worked in Saguaro National Park, and when the following events happened, I was almost through my shift and was getting ready to head home when I heard something crying. The crying sounded like a dog, and being the animal lover I am, I didn't have it in me just to ignore the howling. The howling seemed to be coming off in the distance. Out here it gets very hot very quickly, and it is always wise to have plenty of water on hand. Seeing as the crying was coming from off the path and in a more deserted area, I grabbed my water bottle and headed off in that direction. Every time I thought I was about to find the dog, I realized the howling was coming from further away. My first thought was the dog must be moving. It didn't seem too far-fetched, but then I thought if it was moving while hurting, how fast could it really be going? Eventually, I did find the dog. At this point, I had been searching for far longer than I had intended, and while looking around, I realized I had lost my way a bit. Trying to focus on the dog for the moment, I examined it closely. It appeared dehydrated, and it didn't seem well fed. This dog looked to be domesticated, and that's when it hit me that someone must have dumped their dog out here. I was livid at the realization, and as I examined the dog more closely, I noticed it was barely breathing. I tried to give the dog some water, but it didn't seem to even consciously notice I was there. I was getting hot at this point and drank a little water myself, as I had to conserve some, since I had also drank a fair bit while searching for the dog. I decided I would see if I could do anything about getting myself and the dog back to safety. I carefully carried the dog and headed back to the direction I'd come from. I used what was left of the sun to guide myself back the way I came. I walked for what felt like hours and realized after time that I wasn't entirely sure I'd gone back the right way. Alone with a dog likely close to death and running low on water, I decided to push on anyway. My hope was that I was just tired and it was making me walk more slowly and making the trip seem longer. My hope was that I was on the right path. As I continued to carry the dog, I noticed someone had music in the distance. It sounded like drums and chanting. I can't explain why, but at the time something told me that I should head the direction of the music. The music was a bit off in the direction as I was heading, but my thought at the time was that there was music, there was likely civilization, so even if I had somehow gotten turned around, I could at least be sure I was heading towards some sort of safety. After much walking, I heard a whimper from the dog. I wanted to set the poor thing down, but I was running out of water and wasn't sure if the dog would have a chance if I didn't keep going. I ultimately decided to try to give the dog the last of my water. It didn't seem to want to drink, so I tried to spread what I could all over its fur. I was honestly running out of options at this point and wasn't sure of myself for what I should do if I was lost much longer. It was then I noticed the music had become louder. I followed this music further, and as I did, it grew louder and more forceful in its pacing. Eventually, I was sure that I'd find someone over the horizon as the music was getting very loud. I was sure at this point I wasn't just delirious, as I was hearing this music clearly as someone who might be listening to music in a car would. After what seemed an agonizingly unending amount of walking, I reached the horizon and crested over a small hill. It was then the music stopped. Before me lay a path, a familiar path. I was back where I had started, and my cart I had ridden on was right there, unattended. I don't have a music-capable radio on the thing. There was no one inside of me. I set the dog gently in the back of the cart and drove back slowly to the station. When I got there, I explained to my boss, who had waited up because he was worried about me. He wanted to know why I was so late getting back. He said he was close to calling a search, but understood why I did what I did and was quite happy to see I was going to be okay. After asking if I needed medical attention, I explained I just needed some time to rest and some water, and I showed him the dog. We got animal services out there, and with much time, care, and attention, they were able to nurse the dog back to health. The dog is now happy, healthy husky that I named Chance. I have adopted it and it lives with me now. I'm grateful to be alive today and to have Chance. I unfortunately lost my custody battle and am now divorced. That said, that difficult circumstance aside, I'm quite happy today. I've recently begun dating someone for a little over a year now, and I hope someday to start over again. Chance is a super happy dog, and I'm grateful for every day that I get on this earth. The thing is,
I wouldn't have been alive, likely, had I continued the path I was initially following. I'm not sure where the music I was hearing came from or why it stopped the moment I found my way back, but I am grateful because of this mysterious sound. I was able to find my way back. Has anyone ever had something like this happen to them? I am seriously curious as I don't know how to explain it and it still is a mystery to me today. Perhaps I got so delusional from the heat and just got lucky. I'm not saying that's not a possibility, but it all sounded so real to me. I have no real explanation for it to this day. Still, I'm quite sure I'm alive because of it. Growing up as a kid, I always knew I wanted to help people. It was just something that stuck with me through my life as an adult. Most kids growing up want to be a firefighter, policeman, or some familiar line of work. As we grew older and learned of the realities of the world and some jobs as well as life, our interests change. In my case, my interests never really did. I knew from an early age I wanted to be a police officer, and that never changed. More specifically, I worked with the sheriff's department. I live in Northern California, and as I'm sure you've heard before, it is quite different up here from SoCal. There are still cities and college towns, but there are also quite a bit of woods. As someone who wished to help others as much as possible, I also trained and volunteered for our local search and rescue. Police work is a rewarding thing, and at times a grim thing. The same could be said for those who volunteer for search and rescue. It isn't needed or used all the time, but when it is needed, there is always that thought in the back of your mind that this could go either really well or really bad. Anyway, in the winter of 1992, we got called out to a search for a missing person. The person was a 7-year-old girl who'd been missing for quite a few days recently, from a camping site that the family frequented on vacations throughout the year. The couple usually rented a cabin during the winter, but one morning, when they went to get their little girl up for breakfast, they realized she was missing. At first, they thought she might have just went outside for a walk with their dog, but when they found the dog still inside and their daughter nowhere to be found, like any parent, they grew worried about their child. The first day of the search, we brought out some dogs and had them search for the girl by scent as we followed. We had several volunteers and we spread out hoping that we'd be finding this girl fast. Most successful search and rescue efforts are completed within the first 24 hours. If it goes beyond 24 hours, that usually means the person missing is in a hard to find or hard to reach area, or in some sad instances, dead. A few hours into the search, we found a hopeful sign. It was the little girl's shoes. This was hopeful as that meant we were on the right path, and being as she was a little girl, she couldn't have traveled very far, especially without shoes. The search continued and we pushed harder to find this girl. It was about an hour after finding the shoes that it began to rain heavily, and the wind picked up. As the rain fell, you could begin to see somewhat worried looks on the search team faces. The rain could be good or bad depending. Right now, currently, on hand, the dogs could track a scent through the rain. More often when it was light rain, but during a heavier rain and a storm like this, it would be harder as often the scent is blown away or simply obscured by the winds. It was when it was clear our dogs had lost the scent that we decided to push forward without them. We continued in the general direction the dogs were initially following, and spread out the search from there. It was a couple of hours later that we found a teddy bear lying on the ground. After verifying with the family that it was their little girl's based not only on the description but a name we found on the bottom of the left foot of the bear, we knew it was increasingly more likely this girl had been kidnapped. Kidnapping isn't necessarily a common occurrence in search and rescue situations, as often the person missing is simply lost or trapped somewhere. It isn't something we jump to as a possibility without sufficient evidence to back that up. We called in backup and began treating the search differently now. The fact that there was a good chance this girl had been abducted meant this changed the way we should search and where we would search. We had to treat it more as a missing person case now. We needed to be ready for a fight if need be, should we catch up to whoever had the girl. The fact was, there was no way this little girl had moved as fast as she was. There's no way. We continued our search, but we also notified other law enforcement to keep an eye on the roads in case the possible kidnapper had gotten out of the woods and was trying to leave the area. Considering the way we were headed, we didn't think this was the case just yet, but we wanted to contain any possible escape. 1 hour turned into 2, which turned into 4, and I remember feeling that fear begin to creep up in my stomach. It was about 5 hours after finding the bear we came upon a clearing and found a toy ring.
The rain had stopped by this point, and we had our dogs on the search again. It was upon finding this ring that the dogs began barking wildly and running. As we followed it, it began to become apparent that we were getting close. Now came one of the scariest parts. Would we find the little girl, or would we find a body? It was only 5 minutes later we would get an answer to that question. Our weapons drawn, we moved in as our dogs gave chase. We could hear movement, and it was fast. It wasn't long before we found the girl. She seemed unharmed physically, and outside of being hungry, she seemed happy to see us. I can't tell you the relief we felt when we found her alive. She told us about a man who came up to her window in the night and asked for help looking for his dog. She explained she had been told not to talk to strangers, but the idea that someone's dog might be missing kind of overrode that logic. She left and went with the man, afraid of an innocent animal being in danger. We were lucky we found this girl alive and unharmed. Parents, I cannot stress enough that you keep a close eye on your children when camping, even if you are in a cabin. In this case, there wasn't much the parents could have done short of staying in the same room with their child, but it's always important to keep a watchful eye on your children regardless. I would add, if you stress stranger danger to your children, which all parents should, you should always go over several scenarios and occasionally go over these scenarios again, even testing your children from time to time to make sure it's ingrained in them. That all said, the child was safe in this case, and I'm grateful we were able to find her in time. As for the kidnapper, we did catch up to him and arrest him. He had thankfully given up on continuing his kidnapping of the little girl around the time he heard us closing in. Finding the girl alive filled me with an immense relief and pride. It was a good reminder of why I'm grateful every day to be involved in law enforcement. Also, before you go judging the parents or child too harshly, keep in mind this was back in the early 90s, and as silly as it's going to sound to most kids today, the world was a very different place. Anyway, I have plenty of other stories I could share. I shared this one to remind everyone to keep a very close eye on your kids, especially nowadays. This time things turned out alright, but that isn't always the case. I've been doing search and rescue for quite a while now. More specifically, I specialize in what is known as mountain rescue. I've worked all over, but I'm going to share my story about a rescue effort in Montana in the summer of 2002. Glacier National Park has many wonderful places to hike and many mountains to hike through. It's usually safe as long as you aren't too off the beaten path, but sometimes things don't go as planned. Search and rescue isn't something I ever thought I'd be in. Growing up, I was much more interested in football. That said, that all changed after spending time in the armed forces, and eventually, after getting out, landing a job with the park rangers. Anyway, I remember this search like it happened yesterday. It will stick with me for the remainder of my life. We got a call on a Saturday morning to search for a man in his 30s who had gone hiking while on vacation earlier in the week, but who hadn't returned home when he was supposed to. Apparently, he was supposed to meet with his folks for a family barbecue. At any rate, he'd been missing and they couldn't reach him, and being he had been hiking and climbing around the Glacier National Park, we started out there. It was fairly easy to find this gentleman's Jeep, still parked near the hiking trail, so we used that to get his scent, and it wasn't long before we were off. Search dogs running ahead, in search of this man. The search started off pretty hopeful as we tracked his progress on the hiking trail and eventually to the mountains. The dogs were quick at their work, and I remember thinking very quickly we'd probably find this guy fine, having stayed an extra day out in the mountains or on the trails, enjoying nature. It wouldn't have been unusual. The area is beautiful, and we've had cases of missing persons who were supposed to meet up with friends and family after a hike who simply forgot while being captured by the majestic beauty that was out there. I figured this was going to be another case like that, until our search dogs began going off the beaten path. The mountains around the park are great places to hike if you stay on the trail, but if you go off, it is very easy to find yourself lost, or potentially in a bad situation like falling and dying, or getting trapped out there. We usually recommend people who aren't experienced to stay on the trail. It had become very clear this man for one reason or another had gone off the trail. While not necessarily common, the thought that he may have run into a cougar or some larger animal had crossed my mind. According to his family, the man had only been hiking 2 times prior, so he wasn't likely to be very experienced. That said, sometimes less experienced hikers get in their head that they want more of an adventure, and so there was also a strong chance this young soul had wandered off the path in search of a thrill. Speculation aside, we started searching off the beaten path. It took a good few hours on foot to safely navigate even a mile through the area. We even called in a search chopper overhead to look through the area and see if they could spot anyone. After 24 hours went by, there was nothing. This worried everyone searching, myself included, greatly. After the first 24 hours, the likelihood of searching for a dead body becomes a much more possible reality. Still, I tried to put this out of my mind and did as the rest of the search team was and continued in our shifts. 24 turned to 48 and 48 turned to 72 hours. At this point, the family had been calling and constantly checked in with the worry, which they should rightfully have been doing. There are a few things as rough about search and rescue, or really any job where a person may be missing. It's hard to try to reassure with a brave face that you'll find someone's loved one when internally you realize the worst case scenario is likely what happened. It was 7 days into the search when we found a canteen and what looked like to be some sort of drop-off. It took us a while to work our way down, but we eventually found the missing man. I'm going to share this part to stress why it is important you stay on the trails if you aren't experienced. This young man had slipped while climbing a particularly treacherous area that he shouldn't have been in at all. He fell several feet, lost his canteen and landed, breaking his legs and arm on the way down, in an open area on the mountain. The man spent the remainder of his days starving and thirsty till his body gave out from shock and the lack of food and water, coupled with the injuries he sustained from the fall. Just imagine how horrific that would be, and how helpless this guy must have felt in his last moments. I was there when the unfortunate news was given to the family. It will always stick with me. The look of disbelief on the father's face and the pure agony on the mother's face as she screamed and cried over her now-deceased son. That will stay with me for the rest of my years. The saddest part of all this is this bright, happy young man could still be alive today if it were not for the choice to go off the trail. I'm not saying you never can or should, but you should never do something like that on a whim, and you should come well prepared. The young man in question wasn't prepared and didn't have the gear to wander off to where he went. Unfortunately, that cost him his life. My heart will forever be with his family, and this search will stick with me for the rest of my life. My name is Matt, and I've been doing search and rescue for 25 years. My specialization is in cave rescue. We aren't used all the time, but like any hobby or career, spelunkers go missing from time to time, and that's where we come in. Cave rescue is a lot different from other types of search and rescue. It's very dangerous and requires specialized training. We often search in very dark areas, and even with the help of lighting, it is quite easy to get lost, trapped, or, depending on the cave, even fall off a sudden drop. My story begins with a missing spelunker in the deserts of southern New Mexico. The man had been missing for a little over 24 hours when we got the call. Upon entering the cave, it didn't take long to notice something was off about this search. We found a flashlight neatly set out and just laying there. That was odd enough, but as we continued deeper into the cave, some of the search team began to get odd headaches, and a few even began to claim they were seeing or hearing things. Later, many of them will report seeing someone just out of their sight. They said they thought this person was female, but they could never tell for sure as everything was just on the edge of visibility and blurry. If that wasn't strange enough, we found a shirt just laying, once again, as though it had been neatly set out for us to find by someone who had, for whatever reason, decided they didn't need it anymore. The deeper we got, the weirder things got. Sometimes, the whole search team, myself included, would hear this music. It was one of the most pleasant sounds, and was accompanied by a woman humming. About 10 hours into our search, a few of our team members began to show signs of nausea. We are very careful, and thorough about where we search and what might be in the cave or air, that was nothing to indicate that we should be getting sick. It got so bad at one point that we had to send a few people back out, and have a few people stay back to join up with them when they finally made it back in. This took time, obviously, but as I was one of the leads, I pushed deeper, along with a few others. There are a few things as beautiful and also potentially frightening as caves. In a lot of ways, it really is like its own little world. I always like to think of different caves like planets in our solar system. They're all different, and many are deep enough that they could be thought of as their own dark worlds. It's a bit of a strange analogy, but that's just how I've always thought of them. Deeper we pushed ahead until we eventually found a trail of broken up, and in some cases, half-eaten food. It was as if whoever had been eating the food was only half into it or couldn't find something, so they just kept mashing it up and discarding the food. It was a very odd sight. It didn't seem very logical, and this had us worried. If our missing spelunker was down here, and if they had begun acting irrationally for any reason, what could they be like when we found them? Would they be safe to deal with? Would they be a danger to themselves? These are all questions we had to consider, as it was important to the team to stay safe as well as the missing person. Eventually the trail of food stopped, and we found some climbing rope and gear. I pulled on the rope, which was attached to the anchor buried into the cave side. Pulling on it, the thing had some weight to it, but as I pulled further, I jumped back in horror at the sight of a bat. Its head was missing, tight to the opposite end of what appeared to be a cut rope. This was obviously a bad sign, and a sign of someone behaving completely erratically. I notified some of the guys to be careful and asked for a couple of them to come with me into the pit. The pit was another matter altogether. As we prepared our anchors and climbing gear, I looked down. If you didn't know any better, with as dark as it was, you'd swear you were staring into a bottomless pit. Things got stranger as we began our descent. The lower we got, the louder the sound of music became. We could hear a woman humming once again. As we got deeper, it sounded like many voices joined in like a choir. Along with this woman's voice, all of the voices were humming along with the woman, and the sound was so distinct. If you heard it, you wouldn't be able to deny for even a second that this was something you were actually hearing. We were all certain we heard it. After what seemed like forever, we reached the bottom of the pit. The second our feet touched the ground and we detached from the end of our lines, the air in the place grew more sinister. There was an almost suffocating dread that you actively had to mentally fight, that just hung in the air. It didn't seem at first like there was a reason for there to be outside of being in a dark pit. Still, this wasn't something new to us, so the fear that was trying to overtake the mind was unusual. It was almost like an entity all its own, aggressive in nature. The humming and music were louder than ever until we entered the only available open path ahead of us. That was when everything fell silent. I glanced at the other two following me and proceeded down a spiral, almost like a staircase. It wasn't a staircase, mind you, but a formation of rock that spiraled downward in a circle, much like a staircase might. There was an echo that grew louder between what sounded like bites, followed by something unintelligible. This repeated until we reached the bottom and noticed a trail of blood. Slowly, we pressed ahead. I remember shaking at the thought that we were down here with something or someone that was eating someone or something. All the horror movies I'd seen were starting to come to mind, but I tried to shake that and the oppressive fear before moving forward. Following the fresh blood trail, we eventually came upon some shorts and then a man hunched over, muttering gibberish to himself as he bit into something. Closer examination revealed the man was eating a once-living bat, head first. The man turned towards us and stood, blood still dripping from his teeth, smiling as he stared. I will never get this picture out of my head for the rest of my life, and at times I still have nightmares about this moment of finding the man. We tried to get some positive ID, but the man just stood there, motionless in his underwear, bat in hand, smiling and giggling to himself. We searched through the man's shorts and found a wallet that positively ID'd him as the missing man we were searching for. I made sure we had a set of eyes on him at all times. The man came with us without a fight. He kept muttering about how he needed the bats to keep her and the voices at bay. When the humming and music started again, on the way up, the man grew quiet and afraid, like a child who is afraid of the dark, but too afraid to turn on the light or move in fear that something that might just come for him. This guy seemingly imagined a monster might come out and kill him or steal him away, never to be seen again. When we reached the surface, the man shrieked in fear. It was though realization hit him and almost seemed like a totally different person. We took him to a hospital where he was checked out and kept for a few days to be on monitor. From what I hear, he was eventually let out, but he was told to follow up with a therapist. I feel they thought the man had some kind of mental breakdown, but I'm not sure what they said about him in all truth and honesty. The thing is though, we heard the voices, the humming. Many had strange headaches, and I still have nightmares about the search. If this man was believed to have a form of psychosis or mental illness of some kind, why did we, a well-trained and veteran search team, have problems ourselves? I'm positive I heard the humming in the music. I'm positive something strange happened in that cave. I can't explain what or why, but I'm positive there is something in those caves. I've been a search and rescue person for over 20 years. I'm a sheriff, and my story isn't going to be some kind of terror-filled fuel ride. No, mine is about the devastating aftermath of an F5 tornado in Oklahoma in 1999. Some of you may remember it, but I'm also sure some of you are too young. An F5 tornado swept through Oklahoma in a particularly active summer. The damage was astronomical, especially by the standards of that time. The total destruction came to about $1 billion worth of damage. This tornado also had the greatest wind speeds ever recorded from a tornado at about 302 miles per hour. Just imagine what that is like for a second. Imagine the sheer terror of a behemoth that size coming your way. To further give you an idea of the sheer power and also strange nature of the storm, most tornadoes on average last no more than 10 minutes on the ground before disappearing entirely. This tornado lasted an hour and 25 minutes. The cost of damage was one thing, but the cost in lives was much worse. We lost 36 people that day and another 5 indirectly. There were also another 583 people injured by this anomaly of nature. Just about anything in the path of this monster was gone. I've never seen a thing like that to this day. That is saying a lot, as we get tornadoes all the time in Oklahoma. In the aftermath of the storm, we pulled bodies from the wreckage and destruction. We found injured and sick. I pulled a family screaming for help for hours from the wreckage of theirs and other homes, which buried them alive. They screamed, and when we finally got to them, it took well over a day to get them out from under the debris. I wish I could impress upon anyone listening just how bad this storm was. You expect destruction from a tornado, but for one this size to form and to last this long, it's unheard of. This thing literally blew towns off the map. If you need an idea of the sheer destruction, you can Google or even go to YouTube and look up 1999 F5 tornado Oklahoma or something similar. The kind of damage by this storm was something you might expect from a hurricane or some other natural disaster. I remember pulling a dog from the wreckage. We found many animals, some alive and some dead. In all my years doing this job, I have never been so deeply impacted and left in shock by the sheer amount of destruction one event can have. It's like one day your life is fine, and then a few hours later, you've lost everything. I apologize for rambling, but I guess why I wanted to share this story was to give you more of an idea of how badly things can get, and how, for those of us who do search and rescue, there are events that even leave us in shock. I also wanted to instill upon you that you should treat life preciously. You never know when something might happen that could change your life, or even take your life away. I remember there was one older woman who'd survived who kept looking at her cat Bootsy. I believe she called him. She said adamantly that Bootsy was still alive out there somewhere. She was sure of it. We were checking her out in an ambulance, and I remember trying to think of ways to break the news that Bootsy probably didn't make it. When suddenly, from the wreckage, this fat, calico cat just comes trundling across the street, not a care in the world, and up to no good, really, and runs right up to the lady. She was so elated, and I remember that being the first time we laughed since the storm. It was a lighter moment, but it kind of stuck with me as a result of how different it was to the insanity that had just happened around us. Surprisingly, most people had a very resilient spirit about the event. Many I talked to said they would rebuild and continue their lives from there. A lot has changed since 20 years ago, but we will never forget that tornado. I'll personally never forget the lives, both alive and dead, I assisted in pulling from the wreckage. It isn't discussed a lot, but search and rescue is a hard job. The disasters we see and lives lost take a toll on us. I know this wasn't one direct story, but I hope it gives a glimpse into the destruction caused by this tornado, and also just a brief look into some of the things search and rescue teams deal with or see. My heart will always go out to the families who lost loved ones in this disaster or any like it. If you take one thing from what I'm telling you, let it be that life is precious and everything can change in an instant. My name is Jack, and I've been with a civilian search and rescue unit for roughly 10 years. We mostly work in international waters and we see a lot of things, but the story that sticks out for me the most was the rescue of several workers from an oil rig. You might be asking how that sticks out to me, as we probably deal with that sort of thing fairly regularly, right? Well, the reason it sticks out to me is that I almost died while doing this. We received word at around 10 a.m. that morning that one of the oil rigs we are contracted through had an accident and the rig was on fire. We responded immediately and headed for the distressed. Upon arriving there, many of the workers were already on rafts and trying to distance themselves from the rig. I remember being in shock at how quickly the oil rig had been engulfed in flames. It was such a sight to see. It's crazy to see how fast fire can really spread, even on open water. I remember being in shock, and don't get me wrong, I realized oil was highly flammable, but the sheer size of this fire was something else. Anyway, we get there, and we start transferring people onto our boats and moving them safely. This rig is super close by us, and so we are moving back and forth, and all is going well thus far. We bring some of these men to safety, have medical workers checking them out, and head back to get more. Before you know it, we have the next batch and are transporting them again. I'm starting to think to myself this is going to be alright. The third time around we heard screaming. It's the head foreman, screaming from the top of his lungs and waving his arms, still on top of the oil rig. I'm thinking this can't get any worse, right? When the guy starts climbing down the side of one of the legs. We are telling him not to do it, and once he's ignoring us completely. About halfway down, I'm not sure if he lost his grip or just decided he was low enough, and jumped in the water. It seems like he purposely dived, judging by the way he braced himself for the impact. I immediately head out that direction and go looking for this guy. I get him, and he's miraculously okay, no injuries or anything. Anyway, we get back to the boat, and I'm like, good, I got this guy and he is safe, it's going to be okay. As my bad luck would have it, there's another explosion on the rig above us. Next thing I know, I feel a stabbing pain. This isn't a funny situation, but I remember laughing at myself, partially in shock, saying to my guys, I think I got stabbed. Apparently I had said that a couple of more times with a smile on my face before collapsing. I think I was only smiling, as I was in shock and probably at a bit of disbelief. Also, it wasn't until I woke up later that I realized that a piece of shrapnel from the rig had actually passed through my gut. It had happened so fast I only felt a slight stabbing pain when in actuality it had gone straight through my body. I was bleeding out and they rushed me out of there and took care of me as best as they could. In the meantime, they were rounding up the remainder of the survivors. The good news is everyone lived. There were no casualties and very few injuries. The job was a complete success, short of the whole being impaled by debris thing. I talk a bit lightly about this now, but it's because looking back, I couldn't help but laugh. I have a morbid sense of humor, and just how bad the day had been hadn't really hit me until I woke up in the hospital. I thought the job seemed routine. It turned out to be anything but. I thought we were about to leave and everything would be just fine, and it wasn't. I thought I'd merely been stabbed when it was much worse. I find that sort of irony a bit funny, but thankfully after a few surgeries I was okay. Nothing vital was impacted, and I spent a bit of the next few weeks in the hospital, but could now look back on this and share it with you all. I've had some crazy rescues that didn't involve me getting injured, but none were quite like this. I was told later that an inch in any direction, I would have been a dead man. Looking back, it still doesn't feel real. I mean, I know what happened, and I remember most everything until collapsing, but it's just kind of crazy to me. I've been with the park rangers in Alaska for about 30 years. I'm getting ready to retire in a few months' time. Alaska is an amazingly beautiful state. In many ways, it is far different from the rest of the United States. There is a lot more wilderness and things that are still quite wild. Nature is much more prevalent and things are a lot more rural. If you've ever wanted to live in a place without a lot of neighbors, Alaska has plenty of places just for you. Anyway, my story starts in 1996. We got a call about a missing person. Now, we get the occasional missing person, and that's not unusual by any means, especially out in the wilds of Alaska. But this was a bit more pressing as the missing person wasn't an Alaskan resident. The person was a woman who was supposed to have come to visit some family. They were due out a week prior to return, but the family hadn't heard from her. I reassured the woman that there was a strong chance she was probably already back, but she hadn't checked in. Considering this was a younger woman, I thought maybe she was just enjoying her freedom, so to speak, as that wasn't very uncommon. Still, I told her we'd take things into consideration and we would look into things and let her know what we found. The first thing I did was head over and check in with the family this woman was supposed to be visiting. I was quite of the belief that the missing woman had already headed out of Alaska and gone back to New York where she lived, but I figured I should just check anyway, as if it were my kid, I want to know where their whereabouts were as well. It took some time to get where I was headed, as travel isn't always the most convenient out here in Alaska. Upon my arrival, I knocked on the door of this girl's aunt and explained the situation. I asked some simple questions, and it was then I grew a little bit more worried than I'd initially been. This girl's aunt was very welcoming and gracious, and while I was appreciative of this, she informed me quickly that she hadn't seen her niece since she left a week ago to go back home. I had a cup of coffee and thanked the woman before reassuring her I'd check in with the pilot who flew her out, and I'd get back to her. It wasn't long before I headed that way. While I was a bit more worried, I fully expected to hear from the pilot, and they'd flown her out to the nearest airport outside of Alaska. It was all okay. This theory was great and all except for one thing. Upon heading to where this pilot lived, I found something quite suspicious. A door covered in red. I'm not talking painted red. I'm talking a blood spray sort of red. I pounded on the door and announced myself several times, but I got no answer. I peeked around the residence and found what looked like to be more blood. I began following the trail, and there were points where I saw claw marks dug into the side of the cabin this pilot lived in. Eventually, I happened upon a broken window around the back. I took my flashlight and looked inside a bit and noticed there was blood absolutely everywhere. It was at this point I called the nearest authorities. I explained everything to them, and it was here the real investigation began. Inside the cabin was a horrid smell. The authorities had found bits and pieces of this pilot throughout the cabin. A head there, an arm here, blood and entrails just about everywhere. It was sickening, to say the least. It was possible the girl had been in the area, but it had been too long to know for sure. I decided to head back to the airstrip the pilot would have flown out from and found almost nothing to indicate what had happened or if the girl had ever even been there. My initial thought was she had to have been there. Still, there wasn't much to go on and the trail was fairly non-existent. Having nothing much to go on, I headed back to my own station and informed all the family members of the goings-ons. Mostly, we'd continue searching, and that it appeared that she was indeed missing. I obviously didn't let them know the details of the pilot or anything they didn't need to know. A day turned to a week, which was a month later, and we hadn't really found anything. There was nothing on what had happened to the girl or why the pilot had been mauled or by what. Most of the law enforcement seemed to assume it was a wild animal, but I didn't think as much. I'd never seen a wild animal force its way into someone's home and then just proceed to eviscerate them completely. Sure, sometimes you'll get a wild animal that gets a little too wild, but the level of which the person has been massacred didn't make much sense. Also, it didn't seem like whatever mauled the pilot ate anything. The person was in pieces, sure, but if it were an animal, you'd think it would have feasted on some of it, if not all of it. Also, the claw marks were deep, and none of them seemed to match any kind of animal we had here in Alaska. The eeriest part of all this was that whatever attacked the pilot seemed to have done so with intelligence and almost cold calculation. There are plenty of smart animals out there, but the pilot was able to get their gun off to fire several shots in the process somehow. Whatever attacked him had somehow avoided these things. You'd have to be pretty fast to do something like that. I don't know a human or an animal that could avoid being shot at that close of range and get close enough to rip someone to pieces while that person is firing a shotgun right in front of them. Not a single part of this sat well with me, but there wasn't much I was able to do because I had little to nothing to go on. Looking back now, I wish this would have just been the end, honestly. I mean, no disrespect to the family or the girl or the pilot, but what happened next was more than I could have ever bargained for, if you catch my drift. I was home one night, about a couple of months after the investigation, when I heard a faint call for help. I was in my chair, fire going and doors locked. Because of the nature of the snow that was falling, I initially thought the wind was playing tricks on my mind, as it was storming pretty hard out there. This quickly changed upon the sound of a loud pounding on my door. I jumped, nearly spilling my hot cocoa all over myself, and I quickly shouted a few obscenities before grabbing my gun and asking who was there. I heard nothing in response, and I decided to check what could be out on the other side of that peephole. It was then I was shocked to see a blonde girl in her 20s covered in blood, crying outside my door. I quickly unlocked my door and swung it open, looking to help this girl, but upon opening the door, I saw no one. I was thrown off by this, especially when I shut the door, locked it again, took 2 steps before the pounding started again. I looked at the peephole again, but as I did, my power died for a moment. I felt shaky, and I couldn't see the best. I swore for a moment I heard the sound of faint sniffling and crying, but it was only for a second when the power came back on. This was normal, the blizzard being what it was. The thing that wasn't normal, however, was what happened next. I heard persistent knocking like something was blowing in the wind at my door. This was quite different from the pounding I had heard initially. Looking through the peephole, I saw a rope. Inside this rope was a bloody trash bag. I flipped out and called the police. The entire time I waited, I could hear the bag hitting the door. When law enforcement arrived, they found remains of a woman. It matched the idea of that missing woman that we were investigating. This poor girl had been torn to pieces. It looked like someone had ripped her spine out of her body and had a grand old time tearing the rest of her body piece by piece. This wasn't natural and it wasn't normal. I was shaken, to say the least. Something was out there and it left me this girl, which meant it knew where I lived and that I had looked into the disappearances. The next few nights I had were sleepless. Part of this was from the guilt of the way this girl was found, and part of this was from the horror of that same thing. What little sleep I did get came with nightmares and disturbing chantings inside my mind. I'd hear several minutes upon waking. In time, This slowly stopped. It was a year later before things got really strange again. I'd somewhat moved on from the previous year's events, as much as anyone could after something like that, when I got a call to the station. It was something crying and trying to speak, but it was breaking up quite a bit. After several attempts to calm this person down, the line died, abruptly. I decided to check around at the phone stations around the park and see if I could find anything. It was around the time I hit one of our most remote stations that I knew something was up. I found a blood-soaked handprint that seemed to streak. The phone line had been ripped out in the phone, and there was a trail of blood that led deeper into the woods. I called law enforcement and gave them my location before slowly making my way, gun in hand, down the blood-soaked snow trail. It wasn't long before I found myself face to face with a fresh body, or half of one, that is. A man was pinned to a tree by a branch that was driven through its mouth. His top half was... it was there, but where his bottom half should have been, there was only blood and some of his insides, which were steaming in the snow. It was here I stopped and waited for the authorities to arrive. I wasn't even slightly comfortable at this point, and I quite honestly wanted nothing to do with the continuing of this investigation. I didn't exactly have a choice, however, as this happened at my park and I was beginning to think it was done intentionally. Afraid for my life, I didn't dare move an inch till the police arrived. I told them everything I had found and what little I knew, and they eventually found the rest of the man a mile away. I went home and tried to sleep, but I didn't get much at all. I called in and took some time off, which was easy to do since I was the lead at the station. During my time off, I'd get strange nightly phone calls. The first time, it was the voice of the man who'd called me right before his death. I still get chills thinking about how the voice sounded exactly like the man. I swore it was his dying moments replayed again. The thing is, though, an audio recording back then would have been obvious. This was no audio recording. It was either the dead man's ghost or something that mimicked his last moments perfectly. The second night I got a call, and it was just snickering on the other line. I threatened to call law enforcement and told whoever was on the other end of this line exactly what they could do to themselves if they catch my drift. Night 3 was several varying phone calls from 2 to 4 in the morning. They were all different and all on the hour. One was a woman crying. The 3 a.m. call was a child asking for his mother over and over again, and the final call of the night was a repeat of the man who'd been mauled at our park. I called the authorities, but they couldn't do much about it. The 4th night was an almost demonic or extremely warped voice. I couldn't understand it at all. And night 5 was someone whispering, "I see you," before hanging up. This call really unnerved me. The reason being was the strange wailing that came from outside my window after it happened. I peeked out the curtains and saw nothing, but I was uncomfortable the remainder of the night. I'd even taken to recording the calls so I could share them with law enforcement. Again, there was nothing they could really do about it. Night 6's call was an older woman begging for help and screaming at what sounded like her slowly being murdered, and night 7 was just heavy breathing. As tired as I was, I wanted to get back to somewhat of a normal routine after this, and went back to work the next morning. I was convinced at this point that something was stalking me. I thought it'd be the best to take advantage of this knowledge to set up traps of sorts, assuming I could catch whatever it was. I clocked out at the end of the workday and locked up. I then proceeded to wait at my station. I wasn't going to go home. I figured if something was stalking me, I'd meet it here, at my work. So, I loaded up my shotgun and my magnum and proceeded to wait. It was about 11ish when I heard a loud pounding at my station door. I asked who was there, and it was then I heard laughter from behind me. I looked and saw blood on the window. The shape looked like a 3-fingered hand. This was followed by a large thud on the roof above me. I cautiously sat down and waited. I wasn't looking to be baited out. I wouldn't need to be. However, as I heard a loud smack hit the station window, oh my god, it was a bloody trash bag that sat outside the window. This was followed by another which slammed the window again, and then another, and then another, and then another. And then on the other side of the bloody handprint, I saw something that I'll never forget. Then, a final smack on the window. I saw a crack in the glass before hearing the loudest and most disturbing screaming I've ever heard in my life. I wish I had the words to describe it, but there is no way to describe what it was I heard. I tried my phone, keeping a close eye on the windows as I heard a slow scratching behind me on the outside of the station. Unfortunately for me, whatever was doing this killed the phone lines. The slow clawing made its way around the station and soon hit the window on the glass. I couldn't tell what it was in the darkness, but I could see the marks it was making in the glass. I raised my shotgun, and the moment I did it, it stopped. Everything fell silent except for the snow and the wind that blew it. I heard a crashing sound behind me and spun around, firing off shots, but finding nothing. It was as I was reloading that I heard the glass shatter behind me. Burst would be a better description, as it flew inwards as pieces of glass cut my skin. I fell to the ground and got up before firing a few more shots into the darkness. I heard nothing, and my adrenaline had me on edge as I was shaking. I wasn't shaking from the cold, I was shaking from pure fear. I heard a woman's laughter and then a man's crying. These sounds circled me and I kept an eye out. Whatever was there remained in the shadows. I was even more afraid now as I wasn't sure where this thing was. Were the voices, the crying, all of it real, or was it something inside my mind? I knew whatever it was, this thing was creating it. I heard that same inhuman scream behind me, at which point I spun around and fired off every round I had left in my shotgun before immediately pulling my magnum out. There was a burst of disturbingly terrifying laughter that followed all of this. I've never heard anything so horrific in my entire lifetime. Things fell silent before a loud scream rang out ahead of me. I fired off a few shots and ran out the destroyed window in the direction of the screams. I didn't care if I died at this point. I just wanted it all to be over. I was sick of the sleepless nights and this thing toying with me, and so I fired as I ran until I heard clicking. I then reloaded as fast as my fingers would let me and shakily spun around in the snow, positive I was going to die at any moment. It was there I stood, shaking and crying until the sun came up. One of my coworkers arrived early for their shift and stood in shock at what they saw. They came to me and consoled me before driving out and finding a working phone. We called the police and I remember being in shambles. My mind was broken and I was afraid for my life. The worst part of it all was I never saw this thing. I gave the authorities my information and immediately took what I had in savings and moved away. My coworkers were able to help me find a transfer, and I now reside in California, where I'm getting ready to retire completely. Never found out what was going on, or what that thing was, or anything else in relation to it. I left the second I was able to, and I haven't been bothered by the thing since. Or whatever it was. I imagine it is native to Alaska. I have no clue what this thing was or how anyone is supposed to kill it, but I'm positive it is still out there somewhere, killing. My name is Eric, and I've been working with the state park rangers out of Wisconsin for just about 5 years now. My story begins in the summer of 2016 with some odd happenings around my area. It started simply enough. I was working one lovely July morning when I found a dog sitting on the bench at one of our parks. I approached the dog slowly and realized it didn't appear to have a collar. It was a friendly enough one and let me pet it. I checked with the local animal shelter and they didn't appear to have any missing animals like the husky who sat in my lap and licked me as I spoke with them. Seeing as he had no owner and not wanting to leave him to the uncertain fate of putting him in a shelter, I decided to keep him. I named the dog Oreo due to his fur. Oreo was a sweet animal and he was friendly enough that my bosses allowed him around the parks I worked. Oreo was a sweet dog, and he really seemed to love people. Old, young, shy, outgoing, it didn't matter. Oreo loved everyone equally. This is a trait I love about dogs that unfortunately isn't as prevalent among most humans. Anyway, fast forward a month or so and I head out in the morning for work. The closer we got to work, the more restless Oreo begins to get. When we finally arrive at the park, he's jumping all over and seems to be begging to get out of the truck. I step out of the truck and Oreo launches out my door and off into the woods. I shut my door, lock it, and quickly shout out after Oreo. I've lost him, but he keeps barking, so I have a general sense of where he went. After some time, I finally reach a howling Oreo, and to my shock, an unconscious older woman. I call the paramedics, and they get there quickly. Now, something you should know is I was at work earlier than usual by about an hour, because Oreo woke me up howling and leading me toward my truck. He insisted on nagging me until I headed to work. The paramedics were able to save this woman who had a heart attack because we found her when we did. I found this whole thing very odd, but I also realized animals have a sense for things we humans usually can't pick up, so I chalked it up to something like that. A year later, I'm awoken again by Oreo. I'm not supposed to be in on this particular Saturday, but Oreo is very persistent. Once again we head to the park and once again he rushes off. I started to get that feeling of deja vu, but I followed him as he saved a life the last time. It isn't until we reach a clearing that he stops. I see nothing and ask him what's wrong. That's when we hear some odd noises. Oreo quickly runs for cover behind a bush and lays down. I follow him and wait. It is then I see a couple of men with guns and a woman they have bound and gagged. I don't have a weapon, but I do have my cell phone and I call 911 immediately. We are far enough away that this call isn't noticeable, but I keep my voice down as I explain what I am seeing. Soon after the authorities arrive and bust these guys. If Oreo hadn't had me at that exact spot, I'm quite sure we would have had a dead body in the park. The woman was okay in the end, and the men were sent to prison. This was the second time Oreo had led me to an intervention and saved someone's life. The third and final time he did something as strange as this, he saved my life. I was out working the park as per usual, doing cleanup when I started to feel funny. Oreo seemed to pick up on this and immediately ran off. That's the last thing I remember. Though, as the next time I was conscious, I was in a hospital, and Oreo was in a chair with some of my coworkers just watching me, happy as can be. I was confused and wasn't sure what had happened. Upon waking up, and while checking me out, the doctor informed me that I had a brain aneurysm and it had ruptured. The odds are rather against you and you'll survive it, but I did somehow. I have some neurological issue as a result of the aneurysm, but nothing that prevents me from working. If Oreo hadn't been with me that day, I would have been dead for sure. I'm told he ran off and got my coworkers the moment I started acting off. My coworkers, knowing Oreo was with me at all times, knew something was wrong, and when he showed up alone, they followed him right back to me. The rest is history. I'm alive today because of this strange and lovable friend I found a few years back. He's not only saved my life, but he saved 2 others' lives as well. I never imagined that when I found Oreo that he'd save mine or anyone else's lives. I'm grateful I found him in the park that day, and he is still my best friend to this day. Anyway, thank you for sharing my story. I know it wasn't the longest, but if you take something from all of this, it's that you should pay attention to your animal's behavior, as it could save your life someday or someone else's. Also, animals are awesome. Thank you again. I've been with the Louisiana Park Service for longer than I can honestly remember. I'm older now and practically retired. My name is William, but you can call me Willie. The story starts in December of 1985. It was during this time that I found a body in the park I was working at. Now, this isn't something you happen across every day, and initially, I thought maybe this person was a junkie or something. I thought this because they appeared to have needle marks in their arm. 5 of them to be exact. The troubling thing was after this individual was taken by law enforcement, she was found to have no drugs in her system, and her cause of death was completely unknown. I know you're thinking, it had to be whatever was injected into her, but apparently nothing was in her system. No poison, no anything. If it wasn't strange enough, her body went missing shortly after that. I don't think she was a zombie or anything crazy like that, but I think someone stole her body. There was something rather strange going on that entire time that this was going on. It was only a month after this all happened that another body was found again in our park. Again, 5 odd and distinct needle marks left into her arm. And again, no real cause of death. The deceased was a very fit, healthy young man. His death made no sense, and shortly after taking him, his body went missing one night as well. I'm not sure who believes in coincidence. In fact, if there's a pattern of events that keep reoccurring, I'm inclined to believe there's something there. After all, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Anyway, it was a rather hush-hush incident after the fact, and life went on. 3 months later, though, someone reported something strange in the park. They claimed to see some sort of group of strange people wandering about. They were wearing odd clothing and vanished in front of the witnesses' very eyes. I took the report, and then after they left, I didn't think much of it. I was convinced that the person who reported this was on drugs. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the way they said and looked just kind of said it all. They even reeked of weed when they came in to report this incident. Again, this was the outlandish nature of their story that made me drop it from my mind completely. This lasted all week before the same witness's body was found in the park. 5 needle marks in the left arm and dead. I knew the kid at least had been smoking weed as where he was found. He had his stash laying near him. Outside of the weed though, there was nothing else apparent in his system. I know, as I made a point to do some digging. If you're thinking the kid's body conveniently went missing, you'd be right. Now, I'm no Sherlock, but it doesn't make a brilliant detective to realize something is strange and wrong with the whole situation here. It was another 6 months before another body turned up with the same situation surrounding it. Now, this one was a bit stranger than the rest at this point. The FBI was involved, or at least claiming to be such. They immediately removed those of us within park services from the scene, and I could never dig the thing up on this after the fact. There was no news about it, and you can't find anything anywhere. Also, any traces of what happened with the previous cases mysteriously were no more. Things fell silent for about another 5 years. There were no longer any mysterious bodies or anything strange happening at all. This would change, of course, as one morning I would find one of my very own, dead in the park with 5 needle marks in the arm. Yes, one of our rangers had passed under the same mysterious circumstances, and we never got a word about it after. The family wasn't even notified after the fact. Men in black, claiming to be FBI, showed up at the scene, took the body, and that was that. I've tried to get the police to look into things, but they in fact won't. In fact, they seem to be interested in doing anything but that. I believe something was being covered up. This idea was further substantiated when I started to do some late-night research of my own. It was in 1998 that I couldn't shake the strange happenings and decided I'd spend the night at the park myself. I figured I'd get to the bottom of things. Well, I think I just made things more confusing for myself. The night in question was a cool fall night. I was camping out and waiting most of the night, eating jerky and drinking some coffee. It was probably around 10 or 10:30 at night when I saw something strange. There was a bright light in the distance. It was far enough on the horizon that I had to run quite a ways. The light was long gone by the time I made it to the spot in question. It was there I found another body. I called the police for all the good it was going to do and reported where I was at and what I had found. They got there rather quickly and took my story. I was then told I should go home and take some time off work. I was hesitant to do so and instead showed up my next day, but I quickly found one of my bosses waiting in my office. The man informed me I was going to take a mandatory 2-week vacation to clear my head. I was in objectionable mode at first. He made it clear I needed the break and I wasn't being given a choice. It was a week and a half into my vacation, but I got a knock on my door. A couple of men claiming to be FBI showed up on my doorstep and said they wished to ask me a few questions. I hesitantly let them in, at which point I was asked if I knew anything about the mysterious happenings in my park. I informed them I knew nothing, as no one seemed to say much about it, and it was all covered up after the fact. It was at this point the men seemed to stare at me. They never took off their glasses, but I could feel their piercing gaze through those glasses. The thought gives me chills to this day, and I'm not really sure what else to say about that. I was told that there was nothing to look into and to have a nice day. This was told to me quite sternly, and when I asked why they said this, pushing my luck, I know, they informed me that they visited me to see if I knew anything that would help in their investigation, but I knew nothing and there was nothing to know. It's just the way they said it, you know? It was their demeanor about all of it. The way they worded it, all of this was just odd. It kind of made me think, someone who wasn't quite familiar with the phrasing and terminology they used. This got even stranger when I called up the FBI and asked if they had sent anyone to my address. Now, I wasn't expecting an honest answer if they had, but I wanted to see what answer I would get told. They told me they never sent anyone to my address, and were insistent on this fact. I asked them if they heard anything about the strange goings-on around my neck of the woods, and the young lady on the other end insisted she knew nothing about the case, and even if she did, she would be unable to discuss them with me. I understood, and told her to have a nice day, at which point we hung up. Still having a half week in my vacation, and still feeling really off about everything that had happened, I couldn't help but go further on another camping trip at the park. Unfortunately, nothing happened that night. I camped out again, and the remainder of my vacation was pretty uneventful. Finally, I went back to work, and it was then I found 2 FBI agents leaving my office as I headed in. They merely nodded at me as they passed, and that was that. Inside my office was my boss. He informed me that they would be transferring me to another park, and that would be the park I'd work for the rest of my career. The park was in a different city on the other side of the state. I wasn't given a choice, and loving my job as a park ranger, I guess I decided just not to argue. I was transferred, and that's where I work today. All that said, this wasn't the end of the strange happenings. In 2001, I went on a vacation at my old park. It was on my final night of camping during said vacation that I saw another light. It's weird because I never heard an aircraft or anything, but there was definitely a light beaming down into the woods. I know for sure that's what I saw, because I had seen it before and I had recognized it. It was like deja vu all over again. I was able to make it to the light this time because I was much closer than before. I knew for sure that I was going to see something this time. But what I saw shattered my perception of life and reality entirely. I saw a body being lowered to the ground. I looked up as I did, but it just went dark immediately, and something vanished into the light. I realized how crazy this all sounds, but it gets even crazier. I peeked around, and seeing no one there, I went over to the body. 5 needle marks in the left arm, and the person was dead. I called the police and tried to explain everything I saw, and again I realized I was pushing my luck. They took my statement and had me wait around for 5 minutes before men in suits showed up and asked me to come with them. I'll admit, I was terrified at this point. I thought I was going to disappear and never be seen again. I really didn't have much of a choice, and so I went with the men in the black SUVs. I was taken to a place of which I have no clue where it was, as I was blindfolded. When I finally was able to see again, I was in a blank room. There was a man in a chair sitting across from me, and he asked what I had experienced. I told him all I knew, and had seen the man gave no response other than nodding his head in writing. When the interview was over, I was once again blindfolded and taken back to the park. I was let go, and not a word was said about it after that. Shaken, and a tad worried I would disappear if I stuck around, I left the park and made the trip back to where I'm currently working. I received a thank you visit, as it was turned by 2 FBI agents a few months later. During this visit, they simply knocked on my door and handed me a card. They said this was a thank you visit, their exact terminology, and they appreciate my cooperation during their investigation. I told them they're welcome, at which point they smirked and said, "They don't do thank yous often." They then went back to their vehicles and drove away. I got the hint that the message was quite clear. They were subtle in their terminology, but the way they said they don't do thank yous often gives me chills to this day. Thinking about it, I'm quite confident that the thank you was a final warning to stay out of the park and the town and to just drop things. I took that warning and followed it completely. I have not since looked into this, and I dropped it after that. I'm old enough in years now that I'm no longer afraid for my life, and figure most people will take me as some kooky old-timer with crazy stories, so I'm not afraid to share this with you now. I believe there was some strange happening out there. I think the FBI or whoever those men actually were had something to cover up or hide. I know how crazy the story sounds, but I also know what I saw. I'm not worried about your belief in me or my story. I just wanted to share this and get this off my chest. There are plenty of strange things going on. There's plenty we don't know about the universe. In my case, I think it's best we leave well enough alone when warned. There isn't a lot that scares me, but whatever is lurking in the skies in North Dakota most certainly does. My name is Doug, and I'm no longer with the park rangers, but I was for 7 years previously. It was in my final year there that I encountered something menacing in the skies. It started off with the dead animals. I and a few of my coworkers started finding animals laying in random areas of the park. Further investigation appeared to show that these incidents were from the animals falling from great heights. This wasn't unheard of, as there were plenty of birds who pick up their prey and drop them to kill them, but it started to get truly strange when larger animals were turning up dead from the same thing. I'm talking about cows, bears, and the like. We were all a little spooked, thinking of what could possibly pick up a cow or a bear and drop it from such a large height. All that said, we figured it must be something massive in size. So, we were a bit perplexed that no one had seen whatever mysterious flying creature was doing this. It was then I got the bright idea to hang around the park at night. My thought process was, if no one had seen it, then likely it was a nocturnal creature. As genius an idea I knew this sounded, it would be the idea that led me to departure from the park ranger lifestyle. Ultimately, the night in question was rather warm and for the most part uneventful. Well, that was until 3 in the morning when I was awoken to the sound of a loud screech. It sounded like a bird, and it was so loud I was shocked at the fact that no one had reported it. I know it's rather rural out here, but still, that sort of thing should have gotten a town talking in my opinion. Anyway, I looked up at the sky, and I didn't see anything. I wasn't sure if the thing had passed, or maybe its feathers were black or something, because I saw nothing. That's when I heard a loud mooing, and watched as a cow fell thousands of feet to its death. I was horrified, and being where I was camping was out in the open, I quickly hightailed it back to my truck and got the heck out of there. The next morning, I returned and cleaned up my gear, and explained to my coworkers what I had witnessed. Now, I know they probably meant well, and I get how funny it might sound to someone who didn't witness it, but they all laughed. Not at the fact that the cow died or at my story, but the thought of hearing moo and seeing a cow falling. I guess, in a morbid way, that's kind of funny, but I wasn't amused at all at that time. Fast forward a couple of weeks and I finally have the redeveloped the nerve to go camping again. Well, partially redeveloped the nerve as one of my coworkers, Brent, decided to come with me. This time, I camped out near the truck, just in case. I also made sure there were some trees around. It was about midnight when we heard a grizzly bear's growl, and then heard the giant flying creature screech. This was fine and all, but what happened next definitely wasn't. I heard close roaring nearby and then a slam. The bear was dropped on top of my truck, completely caving in the roof. Freaked out, Brent and I rushed to the nearest wooded area we could find as he rode with me on this trip. It was there we waited and listened as the thing seemed to be circling the woods where we were hiding in. To say I was scared is definitely an understatement. Brent was huddled with me, attempting to hide, but judging by the circling this creature was doing, it was clear it knew where we were. An hour goes by and I hear it fly off. Now, Brent and I weren't stupid enough to believe it was gone for good, and weren't about to dash out and see what was happening outside the trees. No, we waited at least another hour before we were so much as even hinting at peeking outside the tree line. It was from the trees we could see. My truck was absolutely wrecked. We could see the bear's insides hanging from the darkness and something clearly chewing on them. I called 911, and by the time they arrived, this thing had flown off. We were questioned several times before being forced to submit drug tests. Everything was clean, obviously, but the police were having a hard time believing what we were telling them. If it weren't for the damage to my truck, we'd have seemed completely crazy, I'm sure. A day later, Brent quit. I should have left then myself, but I didn't. Brent and I still keep touch, and he kept touch after quitting. He said he wanted to get as far away from North Dakota as possible, and eventually he wound up in Florida, back in school where he would wind up becoming a realtor, which I found hilarious as he went to school for something completely unrelated. I, however, lasted another month before trying to get a glimpse of this thing one final time. I got a new car, but I always parked it way far away this time, just to be safe. Sure, the thing could probably still smash it, but my thoughts were silly, and I figured it would have to work to get where I parked my car. I mean, it was a giant, unseen flying creature. I'm sure in reality it wouldn't have to work that hard to destroy my vehicle again if it needed to be. Anyway, I stalked the area out and even set up cameras around the park. I know what I was doing probably wasn't legal, but I wanted to get this creature on camera. Unfortunately, that's not how it all would go. I heard the screech and what sounded like a cat falling to its death. Unfortunately, it wasn't in an area with cameras, and as I rushed it with my handheld, it flew up and hit me with a giant flow of wind, possibly from its wings. It threw me right on my butt and sent my camera into the dirt. I tried to grab it, but this thing landed in front of me and took the camera before spinning and flying into the air, vanishing soon after. I realized at that moment that I should have left. This became extremely obvious when I started pulling away and heard the all too familiar screech, followed by something flying by so quickly it nearly blew me off the road. I slammed the gas pedal and peeled out, leaving the park and getting into the main road toward my home. It was then that I heard this thing screech once more, and then I felt it whiz by, shaking my vehicle in the process. I maintained control when I suddenly heard a mooing sound. I heard this at the same moment I saw the cow coming crashing in front of my car. The cow died, my car flipped and flew into a ditch, and after that I was in a hospital. I spent the next month racking up a medical bill that thankfully my insurance company covered most of. It was at that moment I thought I would tell my coworkers that I was done with being a park ranger. I loved them and the job was fun, but there was no way I was ever going near that park again. I've since moved and now live in Oklahoma, where I work with computers. I love that my job is inside, and I love that I no longer work or live anywhere near North Dakota. All that said, trading tornadoes for a mysterious winged beast may not seem like a great trade, but honestly, I'll take my chances with the weather.